Oh, ho, oh, wow. What is up, chatters? What a day. Look-ups. The Shawn Ryan Show. I feel like if I ever want to do a podcast like this, I don't have a good name for it. Like, that's a very serious sounding name. The Shawn Ryan Show. Shawn Ryan. That's like a serious fucking name. That would be the Benelli Show.
Welcome to the show, man.
Thanks, man. Big fan.
I can't believe you're a fan.
Why?
I don't know. It's wild to me that you're a fan. Yeah, man. I'm finding, so I mean, I pretty much interviewed almost everybody that's on the Trump admin now.
Yeah.
And that kind of,
Wait, is this guy related to Tim Pool?
I think people maybe, I don't know, people got maybe the wrong impression of me that I agree with everything that side of the aisle says, and I don't. But you know, we did.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you in trouble. I got the exact opposite impression.
Right on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. There's just some, you know who else? Elizabeth Warren's team listens to my show a lot. That really, really surprised me.
Okay, so here's why. Is that you're a great listener.
Oh.
And I think that the authentic way in which you listen and respond leads me to believe that
His chat was roasting the fuck out of him for having Hunter on? Really?
open. Like, you're open to information, and you're not judging it as it's coming over the transom, unless it's just fucking outrageous, you know, or somebody's being hateful or
Wait, I'm sorry. Random quick meme. Actually, never mind. Okay.
or lying or insincere. And you know, I was saying to those guys out there, I watch you do the I've watched everything, not everything, but I've watched
A lot
I
of
really
it.
do. I listen to you while I paint, and
Do cock tease? No, it was one of the most freeing things, I think, if you do. I don't know anything about video or photography, okay, so take everything with a grain of salt. But realizing that you don't have to shoot, this is a painful thing. And then you realize that you're like, holy fuck, I'm so free. Realizing that you don't have to shoot at 0 to 400 ISO, and that you don't have to have your f-stop at 1.8, and that you don't have to have your white balance at default for every single fucking thing you do. It's a very freeing feeling. But that's just a random thing I realized, especially on my last shoot, but don't worry. Okay, anyway.
the thing that always comes across to me with you is that fundamentally you have like a core set of beliefs, of values, and they're the same values I have. I mean, and maybe that's a shock or a surprise, but you know, I was saying to you guys out there, like, we all think that, you know, if you're a Republican.
Never heard of this guy before? Is he a podcast guy or something? Yeah, he's a podcast guy. I think he's like a little bit. Well, no, I shouldn't say a little bit better than Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is a very, very, very stupid, bad person. That's a bad comparison. He's like okay, but he's still like solidly, generally in like that centristy camp of like gives way too much leeway to the Trump admin people or whatever. But I don't know if he's as ideologically bought in as the other guys. I haven't seen as much stuff from him though, so it's hard to say.
Or Democrat, you know, that.
Thank you. fight Milk One for all the gifted subs.
We got nothing in common. But I will tell you what I was raised with. What I try to, you know, I mean, obviously I try and I've failed in many respects. And failed in my addiction and sometimes fail in my sobriety and being the man that I aspire to be. But I care about my family. I care about my friends. I care about my community. I care about my country. And I care about my faith. And I'm, you know, maybe being presumptuous. I think that's what you care about. And I don't mean that as like some saccharine bullshit, but our prescription of how to make all those things better may be different. You know? And those are the things that we used to argue about.
Yeah.
You know, I'd grown up, you know, the majority of my friends were all Republicans. I aspired, you know, I mean, my heroes were you guys, you know, the people that served, like my brother, like you, like, you know, and so anyway, my point is, I don't think, I don't know why you'd be shocked other than by the impression that's been left about me. I don't know.
I think I'm shocked because I'm dealing with this shit, man. You grew up in this, in politics, you know, and
I didn't grow up in this though, Shawn.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is it's just, man, it's so fucking politicized now. And so you think that the Republican Democrat, which I don't even fucking know what it means to be a Republican anymore, to be honest with you. I think everything's just so far off base now that I don't even know. I have conservative values, and that's all I can say anymore, you know, but it's just become so divisive that it appears that the decision has already been made for you, to most people, on who you can associate with, who you can watch, who you can take information from, and who you can't. And while I don't, and
somebody in chat said these conversations are really important and heal political divide, blah, 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 blah. I hope that at some point, I don't know if it's possible, but like there needs to be a bigger reward for calling things correctly, and there needs to be a bigger punishment, accountability, a reckoning. I don't know what you say. Make that sound not violent, for being so fucking wrong when the answer is so fucking obvious. Like, I'm so sorry. These conversations are good, and I guess I'm assuming it'll be good, and I'm sure it'll be a net good by the end. I'm like, okay, well, cool that he did this podcast. But like, I'm sorry, you get zero credit for looking now and saying how fucked the current admin is. The writing was on the wall, okay? It's like watching like a tied up woman and a dick moving at 1 mile per hour over days and days and days, and you're like, I don't think it's that bad, I don't think it's that bad, I don't think it's that bad, I don't think it's that bad. And then by the time the dick is like halfway in the body, you're like, holy shit, I think this is rape. And everybody's like, my God, it's so nice that you've realized that, and it's so important that we finally have some honesty. And it's like, motherfucker, what? What? How are you getting credit for this? Are you serious? Really? Now you realize? Like, I don't know. I think that's cringe as fuck. Come on.
And we'll never again fall into those fucking lines. I think a lot of people, can't see past it. And some things have happened to me too, you know, since I've been in this game of fucking podcasting and started diving into politics.
Oh no.
You know.
Wait, hold on. Oh, he's dying on Christmas. Oh, he died. No, he died fighting bots.
What I've realized is that, you know, whatever the mainstream media determines the narrative is going to be about you.
What the fuck? Sorry, this is like I think this is the best gun in the game. He had a Bobcat to level 3. Okay.
That's what it's going to be.
Merry Christmas.
Whether it has
Tell me about
anything.
it, brother.
Why didn't the guy even ask for a defib? Wait, what the fuck? Rip. Sorry.
Exactly, right? But I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I am not a MAGA cultist. I don't agree with everything that that comes out of that, whatever, political movement. In fact, as time moves on, I agree with less.
Like, don't we, at some point, right? Like, I've never felt, I'm sure I have at some point. I'm not a Nazi. I'm not saying these guys are Nazis, but like, if you constantly find yourself having to say, well, I don't support MAGA, I don't support MAGA, I don't support, well, why the fuck does everybody have that fucking impression? Either somebody is engaged actively in lying about you, like every single day, like relentlessly, or maybe you just heavily give off that impression, right? Maybe that's something to think about. Maybe.
Less and less and less of it. But, you know, but if you look at the mainstream media, the first thing they put in front of my fucking name every single fucking time is MAGA influencer, MAGA podcaster, MAGA podcast.
Like, didn't you literally start this show off saying you've interviewed almost every single person on Trump's cabinet? Like, I don't know. Were any of them adversarial challenging? No, because they're all peaceful, happy, wonderful conversations.
Caster Shawn Ryan, it's like, where do you come up with this shit? But so anyways,
Well, maybe
that's
I
why-
missed some interviews.
That's why.
Start getting nervous.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you've missed much.
No, I haven't.
mean,
I've watched it.
Wear my
You know,
heart
look,
on my sleeve.
I have, you know, serious disagreements with, you know, with people that have been really, really, I think, objectively like cruel to me. Like Tucker's been objectively cruel to me, and I know that you're friends with Tucker. I used to know Tucker. I wasn't friends with Tucker. But you know, I think that we're all, we should all have a common enemy. And the truth of the matter is, it's not any politician or federal
Donald
government
Trump.
worker.
Just kidding.
You know, who's benefiting right now? Who? Whether the Democrats are in control of Congress or whether the Republicans are, who ultimately seems to be benefiting?
Well, I can tell you who's not benefiting.
The American
normal
people.
people.
Yeah.
Not regular guys, not the guys you served with, not the guys that I went to high school with, not the, nobody that I know. The people that are benefiting are the people that seem to always, some way, avoid the consequences and win. And that's, the 0.1%. And it's not even the 1% anymore. I mean, it's like literally and I'm not saying, all billionaires are evil.
Hey, King. Yeah, but then it's also like, guys, at what point are we... I don't know why I'm even talking. I just don't understand how, like, all of these libertarian types, all these fucking retards are like, wait a second. Donald Trump, the billionaire that was at the Clinton weddings and the guy that has been, a piece of shit for his entire life and came out acting like a piece of shit is, like, a giant piece of shit? Like, what the fuck? How did this guy hoodwink us? Like, it's so tiring.
I'm not saying that, I promise you. But I am saying that from my vantage point, we are all the victims of the algorithms that they have caged us in. Every one of us. And we are, why are we all so mad at each other? I don't understand. This too bad politics never used to be like this. It didn't be like, I'll tell you why. Where's the phone? Like, pick up your phone, man. And then people are insane.
Like, I'm sorry. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'll stop. Like, these guys, like, talk about the evil billionaires and all this shit. Who are the billionaires that these people, like, attack the most? It's like George Soros and fucking Bill Gates. Like, do you guys really care? Not Hunter in particular, but like all the other ones. Like, do you guys really care about the quote unquote evil billionaires, or is this just another battlefield for your ideology to war across?
Incentivized. People that we used to trust are incredibly incentivized in a very perverse way to make me hate you, to label you, Shawn. You're a vet, special ops. You have a inside view of that. You have conservative values. And so therefore, at one point or another, you supported, some of the things that Donald Trump was saying and, and the people that surrounded him. And so therefore, you know what you are? You're my fucking enemy. You're my enemy. I shouldn't be sitting here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The one thing I've come to the conclusion of is my own experience. It's such a bunch of bullshit. Such a bunch of bullshit. I wish people would just wake up.
I know, man.
Wake up, man. Remember your neighbor. Remember your neighbor, who, by the way, may have voted for Donald Trump, but didn't vote for this. Didn't vote for this. Now, I could have told him. Maybe. Do you know what I mean? But
Or you could have told him, the podcaster guy.
I saw one of your shows where you talked about, like, some days it feels like we're really on the verge of real violence. Not this
Antifa, Transtifa.
Not these kind of the seemingly endless violence that we witness as it relates to what just happened to Rob Reiner, to his son, or what happened to Charlie Kirk, or what happened to the students at Brown University, or what happened to the people celebrating Hanukkah on Bondi Beach. And by the way, that was all except for Charlie Kirk, within the past day. But beyond that violence, I saw you talking to somebody about it. Like, are we gonna be picking up guns?
Well, what you're referring to is, you see all this talk about revolution, Civil War, all this type of shit. And I mean, if you think about, how would you destroy the United States of America? I mean, I don't think that you destroy it by
going to war. By using
war.
You gotta do propaganda.
I don't think you send in
Oh my god! Fucking true. Holy shit, that's so fucking true and insightful. If you want to destroy the largest military nation on the planet, you wouldn't just do it by blowing them up like maybe you see in the movies. You use like propaganda. Oh, that's fucking crazy.
I don't think you do a naval battle. You divide them. Because
what?
There are more guns in this country. And I'm a gun owner, and I'm a fucking pro 2A guy.
Hey, what was going on in 2016 that Democrats tried to sound the alarm on when it came to another country trying to divide us by stoking the flames of division and by pretending to be Americans and by planting the seeds of hatred and by jumping on board with every single fucking conspiracy theory and amplifying the fucking... Who was that? Oh, that was a big hoax. Never mind. LOL.
Never try to take my damn guns, but
okay.
I mean, there are so many here that if there was an adversary that was successful in dividing us, so much so that it actually ended up in kinetic war, nobody could come in. You can't even send a country to come in here to aid because there are so many fucking guns. And I spent 14 years in Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, all over the Middle East. They don't have half the damn guns that we have in this country. And there are places there that you're fucking dead if you go outside. And maybe you're dead if you don't go outside. Yeah. And this here...
You're just dying all over the place.
Way worse. Way worse than that. When the desperation sets in, people start getting hungry, cold, they need warm clothes, they need food, they need water, they need medication. Like when the system fucking breaks down, this will be the most dangerous place in the entire world.
I 100% agree.
What's he saying? People need to be scared of Civil War?
That's why I asked the question.
Is that guy talking to me?
Who's benefiting?
Don't know, don't care.
And one thing I know that who's benefiting from what's happening in our country right now is the immediate answer to that is our adversaries, our most obvious adversaries. Russians, Chinese, and a cadre of other actors that I think sometimes pretend that they're our allies, but would just as well see us burn. And then who else is benefiting? The only people that are doing better and have consistently amassed wealth to a degree that has never been seen before in human history are the oligarch class of
Are we going to say Elon Musk?
Elon Musk's and
whoa!
And,
hold on.
And a whole host of other people.
Whoa, we're saying names now, Hunter?
And Jeff Bezos and and
Shawn, you're going to let him... You're going to let him get away with that?
Very, very, very finite, infinitesimal in terms of numbers of people that are benefiting to a degree that we've never witnessed before, except one other time, which was in the turn of the century.
Rockefeller people?
1900s, early 1900s, late 1800s. With, the Gilded Age and J.T. Rockefeller and...
God! Pre-watched everything.
Standard Oil and that period of time. And I think to myself, well, what's the solution right now? I think first thing is the realization that, there's no savior coming. There's no Christ character of some political bent that is going to come.
Wow.
Anti-Jesus? And going to allow people to begin to talk to each other across the fence and, across the dinner table in any, near future we have. But if the problem can't be solved politically,
then it has to be
it
solved.
has to be solved
Militarily.
because it ain't getting any better.
Violently.
And if you have, if these people that I watch on your shows, and I'm a armchair expert like everybody else on AI, but if you just listen to the people that are actually building these things, what is it? They think that there's a 20 to 30% chance that super intelligence could cause a mass extinction event, and they think that
I love Hunter, but can we 1.25? It already is 1.25.
And that AGI basically means that we're going to have anywhere from 70 to 90% unemployment, and
True.
and so at a time in which we're, as a human race, making an evolutionary step that is never that supersedes every other evolutionary step that's ever occurred before, what is the most important thing that we can have? Leadership. And what do we have? We have
Yo,
complete
mama.
chaos right now, and at least from my perspective. And I don't, so I think, well, what can we do? I listen to you. I listen to you talk to people that I don't necessarily in any obvious way agree with. Some, by the way, who have been really cruel to me personally. But I listen and try to figure out, is there any way that we can see eye to eye? Because we all need to wake up, man. Because what's the alternative? What's the alternative other than the dystopic vision that you just talked about?
Well, I think the unfortunate thing, Hunter, is a lot of people are hoping for that to happen, but they've never lived in that, so they don't know really what that's going to be like. And I don't even know what the fuck that's going to be.
There's a lot of tough guys out there.
But,
a lot of tough guys that
Oh, hey. It's almost like people need to be afraid of like civil war and shit because it's not a good thing.
think that they, they think that they, because they own some of the guns that you've shot in places where they will never have been. Including myself. Let me give you an example, and I know that we're not like. The one thing I promised myself that I wouldn't do is like, I think people are so sick. Like, who gives a shit what Hunter Biden thinks about politics right now? But I can tell you just from I can only talk about it from my personal experience. And being witness to it in a very intimate way, and being a victim of it in some ways, and not a victim of it. That's a pretty lame way to say it. Being trapped by it, caged by it in many ways, not by any choice of my own. The president just put out that tweet, okay, with the whatever they call it, about Rob Reiner, okay? And somebody trying to break down the...
Hello? What's going on over there?
I don't know what the fuck that was.
They're storming the gates. They know I'm in here. They're going to rip you off air. Yeah. Well, anyway, the president put out that True Social thing. And everybody's like, God, it's just such horrible taste, and it's beneath the president. He basically blaming Rob Reiner's murder and his wife Michelle's murder on the fact that he is of Trump derangement syndrome. Everybody says that, just like, has he lost his mind? Does he have, dementia and this and that? And, I think he knows exactly what he's doing. And what he's doing is this, what he's always done, is he's giving people permission structure. Rob Reiner died violently because he opposed me. And I wish his family well, rest in peace. That's what he's saying. And in so doing, I think what he's basically saying is, you know what? They stand in my way, and this is what happens. And so 90% of people, I really believe 90% of people, even the supporters, 90% of the supporters goes like, oh, why did you say that? That's so cruel.
True.
10%, what they hear is he got what he deserved. And I see him do that over and over again. And it really worries me. And by the way, I'm not saying that there aren't people on the left that do the same goddamn thing. And it is...
Don't both sides of Hunter.
It turns my stomach then.
Yeah, it really
the difference is the president. President has a responsibility. I think the most important responsibility of a president is not the, other than, the question of, the deployment of force.
Wait, how do I get in
the
that
tone
tube?
He sets for the country. More than any law, more than anything. It's just the tone that he sets.
I'm with you. I mean, it does, though. It comes from, it's not just him. With the Charlie Kirk stuff and with the, other assassination attempt on him and Butler, which actually they shut down the investigation on that for whatever reason. I don't know why you wouldn't want to know who tried to fucking kill you, but whatever, right? Nothing to see here. But, I mean, when you have a political party that's continuously saying you're a Nazi, a fascist, Nazi, he's like Hitler, you know what I mean? And then you got assassination attempts all over the fucking country. And it's just, it's
I know, but
like
Shawn,
I said
I'm not, look, I don't want to get into like the argument over and I really mean it, but
Do
I
it!
hear you. I hear what you're saying.
Do you remember what I said before about, like, I wonder if teachers, like, have fucked up in the, like, when people try to not be political, they're like, well, I don't want to make this political. I don't want to make this political. It's like, okay, that's great that you don't want to, but the other side is making all of it political. So when the most valuable voices, the ones that might know the most, are so reluctant to, quote unquote, make it political because they don't want to come off as biased, all you're doing is giving ground completely to the side. I know he's going to push back now, though.
A part of me also says, you don't want to be called a fascist, don't act like a fascist. What I mean by fascism is this. Is deputizing a largest federal police force in history to go on America's streets, masked, without warrants, and drag pregnant women out of their cars in the snow and kneel on their backs. Of sending people...
And against the will of the states themselves. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good.
To prisons, death camps in El Salvador with no due process. I promise you that I believe this with all my heart, is that you and I don't have any distance between us in what we think about immigrants and immigration. How many immigrants did you serve with?
How many what?
Immigrants did you serve with?
Quite a few.
Quite a few. Amazing people, right? How about in your personal life? How many people around here or that are in this community that you're in, or when you were growing up, that are from immigrants? By the way, that may bent the rules to be able to get in here, and they shouldn't have, and they should probably leave if they did. But I don't think that we have any disagreement that one of the things that makes this country an incredible country is immigration.
Brown immigrant.
30% of every new business in the United States
uncomfortable.
is started by an immigrant. 35% of the Fortune 100 CEOs in the United States of America, top 100 companies in America, are immigrants.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think, I guess I should, I can't even fucking say I don't think anybody. For myself, you know, with the immigration thing, I think for me,
the immigration thing.
the issue with the immigration stuff is how it's prioritized. So I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
I know we need immigrants. I mean, we're building a studio, ice rolls through town. We couldn't get anybody to fucking work to finish building this out. And this is about 3 months old. But point being, I mean, we have to have them. You know, we have to have them. They are the worker base now. It just is
also
what the fuck
engine
it
to our
is.
economy.
But what I will say is when it comes to the prioritization, the stuff that I'm talking about, I mean, I think for me specifically, I got no problem with immigration, and I think what's going on right now is also a fucking disaster. I think that before we go in and deport every single person that's come here, I think we need to fix the system. The system on how you get in. It's fucked up. People can't get in. Good people can't get in. You know what I mean? But what's happened from my perspective, what I see is, you look, Hunter, we got all these guys.
We got all these people that are waiting in line that want to follow the rules, and you got all these other rule breakers, and it's like, how is that fair? So we just need to kill them all. We need to get all the rule breakers out of here to make it fair again.
Coming home, and women, from Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, 20 fucking plus years of war. Right? Most of the
or he's just talking about we don't send enough money to Americans for welfare purposes, but then we take in immigrants or whatever. Okay.
These people can't even get help in the VA. Can't even fucking get that. You know what I mean? Everybody knows there's a veteran suicide epidemic. It's 22 a day. It's been going on for more than a decade. Yep. We have a major suicide epidemic going on with veterans. We have a major addiction problem going on with veterans, PTSD, traumatic brain injury. I mean, you name it. Our people that spent 20 plus fucking years protecting this country can't get the help they need. But if you flip on the news, all you see is free hotels for immigrants in New York. Sure, free healthcare. Free that. It's like, fuck, man. Like, we
what are you talking? Oh my God, the brain rot.
That's real pain fighting for this fucking country.
I got
you know what I mean?
If that's the dichotomy that you're presented with,
then you're retarded. Or no, sorry.
But again, I'll say this. You know what? That's your algorithm, man.
True.
Okay? Because here's the deal: is that no one that I know of, okay, that would say that they're a Democrat. I don't even know if I'm a Democrat anymore. I don't know if I'm a part of any political, because it's just like, pox on all your houses, in my opinion. But not that you shouldn't engage in the political process. It's like, I'm just talking about the parties. I think it's like imperative that we don't give up on politics as a solution. We got to, because what's the alternative? I mean, truly, if the politics and process aren't a solution to our problems, that the only solution to is who wins in a zero-sum game. Who wins? Guns and that violence that you talk about. But if you think that, and I don't want to make all this about political, I know that the people that you brought through here really, really care about the issues that you just talked about. I care about them. I know my dad did. I know 100% he did. about veterans, about what's happening at the VA, about the addiction problem, about the suicide rate among veterans. I'm absolutely certain that he did. And so that's, that's why he did the PACT Act. That's why he did a whole host of other things as it relates to veterans. But I'm not going to, I don't want to get into my dad's policy prescription.
You
Because then it
should.
just like turns off.
Yeah.
You
But
should.
I can say is that nobody right now is in any way making even remotely a credible argument that if we
were to stop bringing in immigrants, we would do anything for the VA or anything else. Republicans never want to. It was Jon Stewart that had to go like cry basically in front of Republicans to get them to pass that package to help the 9/11 first responders. Like,
if we stop giving immigrants free hotel rooms, then we'd be able to prioritize veterans instead. Like, what a bunch of bullshit. Like, of course that's what you prioritize.
Yeah.
Of course that's what you do. And not only that, is that, okay, let's agree with this. The system is fucking broken. Completely broken. So let's get together and do bipartisan legislation as it relates to it. And let's get the most conservative senator in the United States, one of the most conservative senators in the United States Senate, to come up with a plan that his caucus will accept and that he can sell to the Democrats. And let's create a piece of legislation that sitting president will sign into law that will at least begin to address some of these problems. Some of the inequities on both sides that are occurring. And what do we do?
not
They
that.
did that. Republican Party in the United States Senate did that. They got an agreement with the Republicans in Congress and the House side that they would vote for legislation. And then Donald Trump stepped in 6 months before the election and told them that he was going to primary every single one of them that voted for that. Because we're addicted to the problem.
No comment. Notice how this is going to happen. It's already happened a little bit, but notice how this thing will happen where, oh God. I always bring up examples on both sides because I hate it when people do this. Because they'll do this to me when I'm on podcasts. People be like, I just think it's terrible that sometimes Democrats even will overfixate on, say, like trans issues. Or rather, I'll say, like, I think that Republicans are too focused sometimes on being combative on, like stupid culture war stuff or being disgusting on social media. And the other guy will be like, And they're like, yeah, and sometimes Democrats can, maybe they defend culture issues that they shouldn't sometimes, like, some of the trans stuff. Yes, true, yes, they do that so much. You get this thing where every time you bring up an example from, like, the conservative side, the person just kind of, like, sits there, I won't say seething, but they'll be like, And then as soon as you bring up something from their political, they're like, oh, fucking A, man, yes, now you're speaking my language. God, it triggers the fuck out of me.
And the people, when you say you turn on the TV, and what you see is a sea of disinformation, some of it real, about the bullshit, over abundance of resources that immigrants are taking out of the United States. And what do I see when I turn on my TV or open up my phone? I see the exact opposite. And so we're both addicted to the problem, and nobody's talking about the solution. And there's not somebody in politics right now.
Oh,
that,
it's just
that
my
is,
social media algorithms.
I think there are.
So
Some
you're saying
people,
immigrants
I don't
aren't
think that
fucking
we
Satan
should
spawn?
expect
Seriously?
somebody to come in and save us.
I don't either. I'll be honest with you. I fucking have given up.
Yeah.
Like I
But here's my problem. My problem is, and I guess this goes to the reason why when you said,
Like, you should think about that. You've given up. Now, I won't pretend to have watched all this guy's fucking episodes on shit. Was he a very critical of Donald Trump person when he was doing podcasts? Because to say you've given up, well, we just gave Donald Trump all the power in the world, right? Won the popular vote. He had all of his little dick sucks in Congress. He's got his dick sucks in the Supreme Court. He has everything he could have possibly ever wanted. And what the fuck has he done with it? What did he do with it? And now you've given up? You've tried nothing? And now you've given up? Like, Donald Trump didn't do fuck all. That's your problem. And you should have known it. Again, like, there are exceptions for people that voted for the first Trump, right? Okay, sure, Trump won. Maybe you think, even I was kind of wondering, I don't know, maybe he'll turn it on as his leadership switch and we'll see. But like for the second term, come on, bro.
you're surprised that I listen. I'm surprised that I'm not surprised. I understand where you're coming from on that. Don't you think I want to?
Sorry?
I said, don't you think I want to figure out a solution to the immigration
I think
issue?
a lot of people do.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Don't you think Gavin Newsom wants to figure out?
No.
I
love that Hunter is bringing up solid examples from both sides, but he's bringing up examples on the conservative side. I like that he's pushing a little bit more into like the political figures. He does bring up his dad, and he acknowledges that, like, yeah, it's cringe, I guess, because you guys are all fucking MAGA dicks. He doesn't say that, but like, it's more or less he's hinting at that, right? This room sucks, also, by the way. Even though it's a pink key card room, don't ever fucking come to this dog shit archives place. But yeah, I like that he's pushing this guy a little bit to have more concrete answers, at least.
assume that anybody that's running for president, if they could fix the immigration issue, would try to fix the immigration issue. Right? Because we need immigration.
Oh, but he doesn't even fucking engage. His eyes are glazed over as he sits there quietly fucking stewing. Fucking loser. Sorry.
We need a vibrant immigration. But we don't want immigrants that are coming here illegally, draining us of resources, and also and being prioritized above people that are actual literal heroes. That are coming home, that are still recovering from 20 years of endless war, or anybody else in our society. Right? But everybody's talking past each other.
Hey everybody, I want to talk to you about Rocket Money. Managing your finances takes time. SRS. Rocketmoney.com/SRS. I mean, you know, when you talk about nobody's coming to save us, there is no Christ-like figure coming, but then you also say we can't totally abandon politics as a way to fix the problem. I think that's what you said.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I realize that it is a oxymoronical, I guess, right? So but I'm trying to figure it out. And the only thing that I can think of is conversations like this, and not that I'm in any way important, but I really think that some people that have skin in the game, whether by any virtue of what they're doing in terms of their professional life or their political aspirations, or that have been thrust into it, whether they chose to or not, have an obligation to say, I find that I have more in common. I'm positive that I have more in common with Shawn Ryan, who's considered by whoever incorrectly as a MAGA influencer than I do, than I don't have in common with him.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I think that...
I think I just fucked you over. I think there's a chance on the edit that you're going to want to take that part out. But no, but I'm being serious.
I think we all have a lot more in common with each other than we don't.
Yeah.
And so I'm 100% with you on that. And,
Wow.
But, you got to have a conversation to find out the answer. And people aren't doing that. So...
No.
What is this visceral reaction to politics? It is used as a pejorative by retards at this point. Because, like, people like to think that politics is what you do when you're being, like, a partisan loser hack. But, like, when you're an enlightened god who just sees above it all, you're like, huh, that's just politics. But I know the right answer. Like, politics has this built-in, this baked-in normative assumption of being, like, a biased dipshit. Like, oh, that's political. But let me tell you the objective truth. And it's just like... Yeah, it's just cringe and stupid. I blame a lot of the finance, crypto, tech bro people for coming into this because they think they can like punch, a few keys into a fucking keyboard. All of a sudden they're the masters of politics, and that hard science like software engineering are like the only things that matter, and gay, weak, brittle things like politics and philosophy are for retards. And so if I can make a computer program, if I can make a robot that can jerk me off at 450,000 miles per hour, then I can definitely be Mark Andreessen and use my cone-headed fucking cranium to fucking solve every political problem in the United States. It's cringe. I blame them for it. Like they too many people have come into this arena of politics thinking that there's like easy solutions for it, and then thinking that like being political is bad because it's partisan and cringe, and they can just have the objective answers, not realizing that they themselves are obviously some of the most politically partisan, biased people in the fucking universe.
But well, Hunter, I want to do a life expose on you, and starting from birth all the way to now. And obviously there'll be some tough questions, but I think we will hit every array of emotions out there. I think we'll get some laugh.
True. I think Doge was the ultimate check on the crypto tech bro dipshit minded way of approaching politics. Like, oh well, Elon Musk is the master of all things having to do with literally everything in the universe, so he should be able to audit the entire budget of the fucking government in 2 fucking seconds and be able to figure out every fucking thing. Which is funny because, like, if you know anything about anything relating to running businesses, or even if you know anything about, well, I guess Elon proved he didn't know anything about software either. It's like, it's the equivalent of, like, hiring a team of, I don't even know, like construction workers, and being like, we've hired these 20 people to go through Microsoft's entire code base, and they're going to clean up all of the bugs and errors and refactor everything in about 2 months. Like, easy. There's 20 of them. No problem. And it's like, there's like such an, on its face, it's such an obviously fucking retard. Even like you just saying that illustrates so many levels of stupidity where it's like, what? Wait, what? Like, you can't even engage with it. It's like, oh, so Elon Musk is going to go through the entirety of all of the government budget on every single thing for every single agency for every single program and cut all of the wasteful spending that he has no idea how to determine, and he's not going to rely on any former OIG reports, and he's going to bring in outsiders to do it, and he's going to accomplish all of this in a few months and even in 4 years. Like, it's just like, it's on its face. It's such a deep, it's just one of those things where like when somebody says it, you would just instantly think this person is retarded. You would just instantaneously think that. Like somebody's like giving you lifting advice, and it's like, well, why should I listen to you? And it's like, oh, well, I used to bench 2,000 pounds in college, and it's like, oh, you're a fucking retard. Why? Like it's not even a good lie. Like the lie is so bad that you're stop. Like the lie is so stupid. Even the lie illustrates like how little you know about what the fuck you're talking about.
Some sadness, some happiness, some anger, and I think it's going to make a great interview. So once again, I just want to say thank you for coming. I've really been looking forward to this. So, but in other news, if you see my beef with Dan Crenshaw, he's going to sue me, Hunter.
I know
he's going to sue me.
I'm sorry, buddy.
But you're a Yale-educated attorney.
Yeah.
Can you give us a legal analysis breakdown of the Dan Crenshaw lawsuit against Shawn Ryan?
Well, technically, I've been disbarred, so I have to say
I
that.
saw that.
Wait, really?
I have to say that. It's very technically. I mean, I've been disbarred. So,
What do you get disbarred for?
look, to be serious about it, is it, like, what are you even talking about? Like, I followed this, and it's the same. I don't know whether that these people that are become so high on their own supply think, and the people that like the sucker fishes that attach to them, like these lawyers, think that in any way that sending you a bullshit letter, demand letter, was going to do anything but make you say, "Fucking try me." I mean, what the hell, man? I mean, look, there's a bunch of things that you could do. Like, number one, it seems to me that you potentially could sue him right now.
Really?
Yes. And that's, for instance, that's what Michael Wolff did with the First Lady, is that she continued to threaten him like they threatened me. And my response to that was, bring it on. Like, you want to go through a discovery process with me in which I get to depose you, the president, and
Oh, if you let it lapse, then you automatically just, your license falls out of whatever, because you've got to like renew your bar license or whatever. Oh, okay.
every person that you were associated with while you were friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, you want to do that, then I'm willing to do that. I'm going to need a GoFundMe, but you know what I mean? But I'm willing to do that. And I never heard from them again. Okay. And I didn't say anything that Michael Wolff didn't, but they continued to send Michael Wolff letters. Whatever you think about Michael Wolff, is that Michael Wolff basically said...
Michael Wolff?
Is that...
Michael Wolff?
threatening someone with a lawsuit that is engaged in protected speech, particularly when who you're speaking about is a sitting United States congressman, which basically you can say whatever the fuck you want about him, no matter what. That's America. You know what I mean? Seriously. Is that it's called abuse of process. And potentially tortious interference, meaning that he's attempting to interfere with your business. So, but if you want to engage him, you could potentially, and I'm not positive, but preemptively sue him for fucking with you. And it seems to me that I saw his response, and I don't know Dan Crenshaw from anything.
I think Dan had a bad night.
Oh, he really had a bad night, and I don't get it. Like, what? Like, if you're gonna respond after you made a threat of a lawsuit, then you file the lawsuit. If you truly believe that you want to go through the process of sitting down for a however many day deposition and going through every stock trade that you've made since you became a United States congressman, and the information that you may have received or not received as related to the companies whose stock you're trading, along with what you said every member of SEAL Team 6 and what they said back to you when you said, I've been talking to my boys at 6. It's like, I'll tell you what, I don't see how any reasonable person that would receive a text like that would not think, like, are you threatening me? Mm-hmm. I don't know anybody that's reasonable. And I certainly know that there's not a jury in the world that wouldn't believe that. So the notion that is unreasonable for you to come to that conclusion, or thought that maybe that's what he was trying to say. And anyway, it's just a number one, you got nothing to worry about, but it may be an opportunity for you also.
That's good to hear.
Kind of the way that I view these things.
I don't really enjoy legal warfare, but I got to be honest. This one, it's like,
No, it's horrible.
let's do the discovery, Dan.
Yeah.
I would love to dive into your financial history as a congressman.
Yeah.
You know what
and
I
it's
think
much more,
happened?
by the way, and it's much broader than that. Mm-hmm. Okay. I had a guy that...
He's also like actively threatening to kill people online.
Yeah.
Like he threatened to kill, or he's like, if I ever see Tucker, I'll kill him.
I saw that.
And then he said,
Yeah.
I'm not joking.
No, I know.
So why wouldn't I take, but
I don't know. See, that's the thing that I don't get is...
I don't... Streamers are retarded and fucking podcasters are retarded, and all the time these people talk about like legal shit, it's fucking retarded. I guess it's interesting because Hunter Biden... Our elites used to be good people. Fucking Richard Hanani brought this up, and I was like, God damn, you're so true. Like, the elites we had in society, that regardless of the Rockefellers, whatever else, like, they wanted to leave behind, like, strong cultural markers. They'd invest in, like, schools or even fucking statues or whatever. Like, more than the stupid shit we have now on social media. But it's interesting listening to Hunter talk, because I can tell, this guy does have a legal background. Like, he's not fucking retarded. And I don't even think Shawn is necessarily picking up what he's saying. One of the things Shawn is talking, or that Hunter is talking about here, is that For a lot of people, the discovery process in a lawsuit can be pretty intimidating because in discovery, theoretically, you can get access to like a huge array of personal communications, of back and forths, of business dealings, of whatever else that might be relevant to a lawsuit. And discovery can be quite broad. And for a lot of reasons, this is really scary for a lot of people. There were a few people that kind of understood this and were talking about, like in the context of my lawsuit, that I would be really afraid of discovery, which I wasn't. Which is why I turned over basically all of my stuff, and I didn't have anything horrible come out from it. And the other side hasn't turned over fucking anything because they know that they would be excoriated based on what comes out. Like all these retards that show up online who are like, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking sue you. I'm gonna like Hunter's right." Like you don't. You're not suing any of these people. You don't want to be involved in that process of having to turn over so much shit, and you have no idea how much of that is going to be made public, and you have no idea what the other person is going to be able to get a hold of, and what's going to get subpoenaed for. True.
Anyway, the broader picture is this license that people think that they have, particularly in Congress, to hide behind the speech and debate clause. Now, the fact of the matter is if he had been smart, he should have gone to the floor of the House, the House of Representatives, and he could have talked about you as much as he wanted to. But the idea that he would send you a private DM with with that kind of like oblique or direct threat, who knows?
Just boys at 6.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, like I don't have any.
What material are you allowed to request in discovery? Basically, like anything that you think could be relevant to the claims of the lawsuit, the defenses of the lawsuit. So your defenses or the affirmatives that the other side puts down. Discovery can be quite broad. I think that... no, I won't say anything for that. I don't want to say much about what I talk about my lawyers with because I don't know if I want to break my attorney-client privilege and have all that. But like... a lawyer, I'll speak in generalities. Like, here's a few general statements. Actually, I'm going to make it even more general statement. There are people that have a special license to help you with something in your life. And when you're talking to those people, you really, especially if you're paying them, you should be as open and honest with them as possible. Even if it feels embarrassing, even if it feels humiliating, even if it feels like you might get in trouble, you should always be open and honest with them. I think this applies like a lot to therapists, lawyers, and doctors, where people might hide drug use from a doctor, they might hide some bad behavior from a lawyer, they might not be fully open about some embarrassing thing with their therapist, but you're literally paying these people to help you. And if they don't have the full story, if they don't have all the information, they're not going to be able to help you. so share your shit with them. There was a reason I brought this up. I don't remember why, but yeah. What a wonderful Christmas time. Yeah, I don't remember, but there you go. I blind out. There you go.
I don't have any insight into your world, other than having watched you, having watched the men. I just watched that interview with Jocko and a number of others that you have interviewed, many of which are right at the till of the hunt. But you don't come. I come away with the impression of this: is the one thing that they care about more than anything is the bond.
Mind if you what? Come in? Yeah, go for it.
Raiders, we have Ark on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Wow, how considerate. You came to the topic of how broad discovery can be. Oh, because lawyers will warn you before you pursue a lawsuit. They'll warn you. They'll say like, hey, so just so you know, discovery can be a process. The other side is going to get access to a lot of your stuff. So if there's something that you're hiding from us, or if you're not completely forthcoming about, there's a good chance that it will come out in discovery. And, if you tell us everything right now, then we can help put together the strongest case to defend you and whatever thing. But if you're lying or if you're hiding stuff and it comes out in discovery, it puts all of us in a much worse position. Yeah.
That you guys have with each other, and like a code of loyalty that means. And I can't imagine anyone would have been too impressed with somebody
Merry Christmas,
saying
SFO.
that, publicly or privately to the member, and not just go like, "Well, that is really weak sauce, man."
Weak sauce.
And maybe I'm reading way too much into anything.
I think. Are you familiar with Polymarket?
only from listening.
It's like a predictive.
Yeah, I mean, I literally from listening to some of this.
Prediction market.
Yeah.
They only give. They actually did a thing on this. They only give Dan a 9% chance that he actually sues me. So I think. I mean, we both battled addiction, right?
Yeah.
I've spent many a nights where I've made shitty decisions and woken up the next morning going, "Oh fuck."
By the way,
I think Dan did that 2 nights in a row.
Yeah. By the way, I really do too.
You know.
And so in that sense, I have a little bit of a, like,
You feel
maybe
bad
somebody
for
in
him.
his life,
Yeah. I feel bad for him too. I hope Dan can put the bottle down. I mean, he can't even do international travel right now because he's such a fucking lush.
Oh, is that true?
It's really bad.
Jesus.
It's really bad.
No,
He's not allowed. He's not allowed to
how many
travel.
defamation suits I'm involved in right now? You're sucking me into another one. I can't afford it, man.
No, it's a real thing.
It's a real thing. Okay.
Maybe you'll
according
get a
to
letter
Shawn
too. We'll see-
Ryan,
we'll
I would
all
like
see each other in
everybody to
court.
know. Exactly. I sued a guy. Okay, you know Patrick Byrne, the Overstock guy. Okay, he wrote this thing and said that I was the person responsible for releasing the $8 billion in sanctioned Iranian money that was being held by the South Koreans, and I took a 10% fee for doing so.
What?
And put it in
10% fee of $8 billion? Holy shit.
money that was being held by the South Koreans, and I took a 10% fee for doing so, and put it in bank accounts around the world, and that was the money that was used to fund
the
Hamas's
Patriots.
attack on Israel on October 7th, resulting in the death of 1,400 people. You know how many things people have said about me that are like, I mean, on your show, by the way.
Got him. Notice how Hunter didn't deny what he just said, though.
I'm aware.
Yeah, I know you are, motherfucker. Yeah, I know. So he says this craziness, okay? And I'm like, I said to one of my lawyers, I was like, just please, can someone help me sue this guy? And anyway, I found somebody to do it. And contingency, an incredible lawyer, Dick Arpudlian. And we went to, and he said, I'm going to get him and I'm going to go. And anyway, I found somebody to do it. And contingency, an incredible lawyer, Dick Arpudlian. And we
I don't know how I feel about suing people on contingency. I feel like that could be abused, but hey, it's legal.
went to, and he said, I'm going to get him and I'm going to go after him. And this is Byrne. He goes on all these shows and he says he has tapes and he has the FBI informant and he has the former DEA agent and he's got the Iranian spy who he's going to bring in. He doesn't even show up to the trial. He refuses to come to the trial.
Are you
He fires
serious?
all his lawyers the day before we're supposed to begin picking a jury. He doesn't produce anything. Okay, he literally doesn't produce anything.
What does this sound like?
Default judgment is filed against him. And
For how much?
But now I'm like 2 years into this. I mean, it's been since.
Are you
then.
serious?
2 years into this, and we still don't have a full thing. And and the court is going to decide about punitive damages. And so, in between the time he gets the default judgment and the court is going to decide, he goes back on Alex Jones and repeats the entire thing over.
Are you serious?
Over again. Yeah, they just do this stuff with impunity. But the whole reason I tell this story is this: is your instinct is right. It's awful. Litigation sucks. I've been tied up in criminal and civil and in courts, and I got I don't know, 14, 15 million dollars in debt that I have no idea that I'm going to be able to pay off. I have millions of dollars in debt that nobody's riding to the rescue for Hunter Biden. My dad entered the presidency as the poorest man to ever take the office, and he left the presidency not poorest, which he's fine, but we have no generational wealth. I don't have any, despite what these guys say, there's no billions of dollars buried underneath my dad's house in Delaware. And so what I think these people rely on is they are so, they either have the money and they just hire people to go harass people through the legal process. Like Trump does that a lot. I mean, that's for real. Or they just don't care. And because litigation, even civil litigation like what you're talking about, it just overwhelms your life. Mm-hmm. I mean, the depositions that you have to sit through and to prepare for, and then you got to go through, if you're suing for damages, then you got to sit down with a psychologist of their choice to go through your entire life. And, it puts you in a really uncomfortable position. And then you're dependent upon the idea that your lawyers are going to have be able to make it through the process, the motions process and the motions practice. And, and 3 years later you wake up and you go, what the fuck did I do this for? And so my suggestion is this, is that I think that you got the response. I think you won already. Okay. And I know that you didn't enter this with the intention of winning anything, is that you were stating a fact based upon your own personal experience and obviously the personal experience of some of the people in the community that you come from that have a real disdain.
Anybody want to write some,
and the way that they treat,
want to write some motions?
In his position of authority. And so you speak a truth, what you believe to be a truth, or ask a question that's worthy of asking about anybody that is in a position of power, which is the right of every American to do. And you do that. And his response is to send you a letter from his lawyers to tell you he's talking to his boys at 6 And then to get on and saying, that you're a liar and this and that, and so we'll just let it go now?
And challenge me to an interview?
Yeah.
The funny thing is, Hunter,
Yeah.
I invited him on the fucking show in the original thing. And then after that, he challenges me to an interview. It's like, well, Dan, you didn't really have to challenge me. I know you feel tough doing it. I'm sure you feel real tough doing it in front of your, 6 followers that aren't bashing you right now.
Yeah.
But I already fucking invited you, so you didn't have to do that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's my point, is that if he thought that there was a value in him actually sitting down with you, then he can get on a plane like I did, fly his ass into Nashville, and come to the studio and sit down with you, And so, I don't think that's going to happen, though, Shawn.
We'll see. Man, I fucking hope it does.
I'm just taking bets. We'll have to look at Poly Market after this.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I think they're going to do another one. I'll bet they do another one.
Well, actually, what we're going to I want to look at is Poly Market right now, whether or not you're going to get canceled after you air this interview with me.
I'll bet the answer's no.
No, I bet you.
But, all right, Hunter, I want to get into your story. So everybody starts with an introduction. Hunter Biden, son of the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden, and the late Nelia Biden, and the anniversary of her death is tomorrow. That happened
18th, 2 days.
53 years ago.
Yep, that's right.
I'm really sorry, man.
Yeah.
And survived a car accident in 1972 that killed your mother and babysitter. Worked as a lawyer, businessman, lobbyist, and naval officer. A recovering drug addict who's been sober for over 6 years. Like I said earlier, congratulations.
Thanks, man.
You've turned art into a form of therapy and recovery from addiction. Author of the best-selling memoir, Beautiful Things, happily married to Melissa, and you're a father of 5 children. You have lived one of the most scrutinized, polarizing, and chaotic American lives of the last decade. So, once again, welcome to the show. And just a couple of things to crank out. Everybody gets a gift.
Mention a couple gifts.
So those are Vigilance Elite gummy bears made here in the USA, up in Michigan, legal in all 50 states. So you're not going to sabotage your sobriety.
Wait, am I retarded? Is it? Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. Do I just not understand? Is that like a normal... If somebody said they were recovering from alcohol addiction and you gave them weed gummies, isn't that like kind of... It sounds like the most retarded fucking thing in the universe. Why would he do that? Wait, somebody must have talked to him, no? Is it not a joke? I guess. What's the joke? It's a good bit? Okay.
So, once again, welcome to the show. And just a couple of things to...
I mean, what's the joke? Like, here's a Mother's Day gift card to Barnes & Noble's. It's preloaded with $0. Since your mom is dead, you don't have to spend anything on her ever, LOL. Like, is that a joke? I mean, I guess, but like, is it? Like, what's the joke?
Crank out. Everybody gets a gift.
Mention a couple gifts.
So those are Vigilance Elite gummy bears made here in the USA, up in Michigan, legal in all 50 states. So you're not going to sabotage your sobriety. But and then I got
these. What's the principal ingredient in these?
It's just sugar.
Okay.
It's literally just sugar.
Man.
Yeah, I was going to do CBD gummies because I have sleep problems.
Yeah.
And then my marketer was like, "You're going to get sued for catering CBD to kids and gummy bears." And I said, "Fine, we'll just do fucking."
I'm all for sugar, man.
Right on.
Yeah, thank you.
And then I got you something else. And this is. So I know you grew up Catholic. I don't know where you stand today, but that is from one of my friends, a really good friend of mine over at SEAL Team 6. Was at SEAL Team 6, and he has since retired, and he calls those the Warrior's Rosary.
I love this. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It means the world to me, for real.
You're welcome. And
Oh, maybe they're just CBD gummies. Maybe they were. Okay, maybe.
I carry one of those around with me everywhere for protection. In fact, mine's in my pocket right now. So
Thank you. My dad wears one on his wrist.
No kidding?
Yeah, he always has. Yeah.
Right on, man.
This means a lot to me. I brought you a gift. It's in the other room, but I'll show you at the break.
Perfect. Perfect.
Meaning. But I really, really appreciate this. It's really meaningful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
And then the last thing before we get into it, I have a Patreon account. It's a subscription account, and it's turned into one hell of a community. And so what do I offer them the opportunity to ask every single guest a question. And this is from Ian Lane. You've spoken openly about addiction, loss, and recovery while living under intense public scrutiny. How do you reconcile taking personal responsibility for your actions while also resisting being reduced to your worst moments?
Yeah. I was talking to some of you guys before we came in here, and one of the things that I think that people would be the
really
most
good question.
surprised
Jesus.
about me is that the past 6 years of my life, since I got clean and sober, those years in which all of this scrutiny, descended upon me. Like, people say, you must be used to this. Your dad's been in politics, so like, there's nothing nothing that I've ever experienced, or I know anybody else that's ever experienced. I mean, I was on I think the cover of the New York Post more times in one year than anybody in the history of the paper going back to like 1780, and none of it was good.
Are you serious? I didn't know that.
At one point, the New York Post was publishing like 2.5 articles about me a day.
Wow.
For like
Jesus.
months long periods of time, and again, none of it was good. And the Daily Mail, and you had the whole kind of right. Anyway, my point being is that there's
When I do, I used to do more of it now, but not as much since I'm an outed rapist. But back when I used to talk to a lot more streamers, one of the most important parts of like doing interpersonal like streamer therapy is sanity checking people, because it really is an inhuman, insane world of like dealing with so much public backlash, and a lot of streamers a lot of like public people have a really difficult time dealing with it, because I've said this before, all the conventional wisdom that you're kind of taught that you would learn in therapy, or that you would hear from people trying to help you with stuff. Yeah, obviously. It doesn't really apply to like streamer people. Like the most common one being like, oh, well, if you're a normal person, like people aren't actually thinking about you anywhere near as much as you think they are. And it's like, well, when you're a public figure, they are thinking about you even more than you think they are. And then just like all the bad feelings that are entailed by that. Humans aren't like designed to go through so much public criticism and not internalize all of it, or to have so many people thinking negative things about you and not also like have that reflect on you. Because if you think about it, like to some extent, like your personal feelings about yourself are going to be reflective of what other people around you say or think, because I mean, we're social creatures. It should be that way.
scrutiny, and then there's just like complete and utter, like, living in a glass house naked, with the lights on 24/7. And that's what it was like. And so it forced me to make a decision, particularly in early recovery, which was this. When I wake up in the morning, do I want to live or do I want to die? And when you choose to live, it's not that you realize you're making the choice not on your.
So an old video of you pre-2016 election where you preferred Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, but that it was close. What was the tipping point to make you go full anti-Trump the 2020 election? What's the full tipping point? I mean, I was still kind of populist-y. So like, I think I was more pro-Bernie. And then also I just don't think anybody knew how like bad and retarded Trump would be. Like there were these flashes of showmanship, would you say, or gentlemanship? I don't know what you would say. I don't know what you would say. Where Donald Trump during the primary season looked like, okay, well, he's bombastic, he's hyperbolic, he can be a little bit arrogant, but like, this is all part of the show. And when it comes time to be a leader, he can be a leader. When he needs to do that, he can become what we need him to be. And so I think I was kind of hoping that after the election, it's like, oh, okay, well, we're going to see the same Trump that congratulated Cruz, when he beat him in a primary in whatever, Texas, I don't know where the fuck it was, or where when he's like congratulating other people who are outperforming him sometimes, like we'll see that Trump more after he's, entered the office. And holy fucking Christ, did that never come? Did that never show up? Oh my God.
Terms. On life's terms. I choose to live on life's terms. Whatever comes.
Destiny, no one is thinking about you. Destiny, here's a 400-page snark thread on me, my dick, and my life story. I wish it was 400 pages. Isn't it like almost, I think it's almost 2,000 pages now, right?
My way is I got to make a choice. Because when I say live or die, I mean this, is that I still am absolutely certain that if I touch a drink or a drug, I'm dead. It's a matter of life and death for me. Now, I think that you can relapse and people have been able to, but I don't think that I can. And so I was given that gift of utter, complete desperation to remain clean and sober. You've been through it, and that's a beautiful thing to have. And the other thing that it did for me is it forced me on a daily basis to realize how fucking lucky I am. I don't know. I mean, I talk about it in my book, but I was making a decision on a daily basis to kill myself, but it was the coward's way.
Oh,
How would you have done it?
Well, drinking and drugging
yeah.
to the degree that I was drinking a handle of vodka a day. Mm-hmm. I mean, which is worse than the amount of crack that I was smoking. The problem with the crack is the positions that you put you in order to get it. That was the most dangerous part about the crack. The most dangerous part to my physical body was
alcohol, easily, yeah.
By far and away, in terms of the way in which it impacts every organ in your body. It's the only drug that you can die from other than benzos or withdrawing from. And
it is so crazy how weird when people look at like meth, or people look at like crack, or even like cocaine or whatever, I think like crack cocaine or methamphetamine abuse, especially over the long term, like it puts you in a lot of bad positions because you're doing a lot of crazy things to like get the drugs. And if you get bad drugs, if for whatever reason they're laced with something, or cut with some bullshit or whatever, like maybe you die. But like alcohol will just like straight fucking kill you at times. Or, like if you try to quit cold turkey, depending on how addicted you are, your body will just die as part of the withdrawal. Like you don't die from heroin withdrawal. It's not possible. It'll be an excruciating, agonizing experience, but it won't kill you. But alcohol withdrawal can just straight fucking kill you. You can die. But alcohol is just fully fucking... You can go to a restaurant with children around you that are just chilling and watching, and you can just get fucking wasted. That's just crazy to me. You motherfucker. What if you just died? Is my life flashing before my eyes? No worries.
And so that's what I was doing to myself. And when I got,
Okay, there's a few people in chat who said this, so if this is true, then I take back what I said. Apparently the gummies weren't weed gummies or CBD gummies. They're just like literally gummy bears. If they were literally just gummy bears, then I think that's a cute, funny thing. I think it's, yeah. When he said legal in all 50 states, that's like I don't want to call it a dog whistle. That sounds so extreme. But I feel like whenever I've walked by weed shops or whatever, whenever I see things that say things like, oh, like legal in all 50 states, usually that means that it's like just under some CBD or some THC limit, and it's like just legal to meet like the medical marijuana. So I thought when he said that, that's what I associate that with. But maybe if they were just like normal gummies, I think it's just a funny name or whatever. Yeah.
accepted the miracle of believing that there's something greater than myself that could help me get clean and sober. I lived in with that realization at the front of my brain every morning that I woke up, and still do. So, despite the perspective that anyone would have of the outside world, understandably, whether you love me or you hate me, I would suggest if you hate me, you don't know me, get to know me, then you can hate me.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, is that it has been the last 6.5 years, despite everything that has gone on, has been the most incredibly difficult but fulfilling a period of my life.
Good
Yeah,
one.
I feel, I know.
The difference is how easy it is to get addicted to drugs. 99% of people that drink alcohol have no problem moderating. Most people that do heavy drugs cannot keep it under control. So I hate the term heavy drugs because I think this is just so crazy. Even in my own chat, like the amount of people that will say like, oh, LSD, acid, that's like a heavy drug. I hate the term, number one. Number two, I think a lot more people, I think Adderall is a great example, I guess, of an amphetamine or methamphetamine, abuse like a drug like that, but don't get like super addicted to it. Because apparently, I don't know the actual numbers, but apparently a lot of students abuse Adderall in college. But I don't think a lot of these people become long-term addicts for amphetamines or methamphetamines. But so one, I think there are probably more people that abuse stimulants than maybe people are aware of. Number one. Number two, I would argue, and I don't even run in these circles, but just from what I've seen, I feel like people have a lot more of a problem with alcohol than some of them are willing to admit or realize. I think, like, if you're going out every weekend and you're getting shit-faced, like 2 nights a week or something, like you have a problem. There's an issue here. Or for people that feel like there's something to be said for having a glass of wine or two on a first date or whatever. But if you like need alcohol to have fun, if you need it to like really enjoy yourself, I don't know. I think a lot more people have problems with alcohol, but because it's a legal drug, they don't really see it as a problem, you know?
I know myself better than I've ever known myself in my whole life now, and I'm still learning. But I feel more comfortable in my skin today than I've ever felt.
What if you're shit-faced and are pretty functional? There's a term for that. Alcoholic.
now, and I'm still learning. But I feel more comfortable in my skin today than I've ever felt in my skin.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you, man. Man, just, doing the math and thinking about the last 6 years, of what we've been through in this country. And then to think about what you have been through in your first 6 years of sobriety. I mean, holy shit, dude. That is your dad's campaign.
Yeah.
4 years in the White House, and then the first year of the Trump administration. I mean, wow. That's a lot to go through for your first 6 fucking years of sobriety.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I've never seen a functional cokehead in my entire life. I didn't think the stereotype was real, but I know so many lawyers in LA and in New York City, even young people that do cocaine. Yeah, I think that the meme / stereotype on that is probably true, and that there are a lot of those types of people that do cocaine. I think is, yeah.
I appreciate it, man. I'm really, I have to say, I know that I haven't handled it all. I'm by no stretch of any imagination remotely perfect, to say the least. But I am really proud of at least that.
Good.
I'm proud of my recovery.
Good. You should be.
Yeah.
All right, Hunter, you ready?
I'm ready, man.
Uh-oh.
Where did you grow up?
Grew up in
Scranton.
Wilmington, Delaware.
Oh, never mind.
Wilmington is about 30 minutes outside of Philadelphia, south of Philly, and Delaware is, as everybody knows, a really small state. And when my dad was 29 years old, he ran against a 3-term incumbent senator, a guy named Boggs, who then became a friend of my dad's after. But,
Killbogs.
and nobody thought that he would win. He was 29. He was too young to be sworn in when he was elected, and it was 1972, and he won by a few thousand votes, and he became the youngest ever elected member of the United States Senate that wasn't appointed as they were before like 1935. And despite the fact that my dad was a United States senator, Delaware's a really small state. And when my mom and my sister were killed in that accident, my brother and I were in the back seat, and it's amazing. I just got a letter from someone. It said the woman, and I literally just got it. And when I just saw it for the first time on the plane. The woman, and I didn't even know this story, that was on, she was an off-duty nurse, and she drove by the scene in which we got struck by a tractor trailer that was coming down a hill on this like 4-lane road or 2-lane road. And my mom pulled out into the intersection, I guess, and Bo and I were trapped in the car. And according to this note that I just got, everybody just thought that we were dead. And so we were in the car for an extended period of time. And the nurse came onto the scene. She just was passing by. And she's the one that reached in and gave us the first aid to save our lives.
Whoa.
And I never met her.
Jeez. You just got a letter from her?
I just got a letter from one of her family members saying that she just passed away and that she thought that I would want to know. Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
Yeah. It's amazing. And I literally only tell the stories that it was a really, really violent and horrific event. My brother ended up in the hospital. Well, both of us ended up in the hospital for an extended period of time. My biggest issue was I had serious brain trauma, and my brother was basically in a cast, a body cast for, interaction for a long time.
Shit.
But the amazing part is that the Delaware is a small state.
Wow, for Amoroni. Thank you for 40 gifted subs. Holy shit.
I mean, the state adopted us. Really, like, I have more aunts and uncles that I grew up with. And in that respect, my dad came from a normal middle-class family, and he entered the United States Senate, a normal middle-class guy. And, he made a vow in 1972, because it was right prior to the beginning of Watergate, and he had the Spirit Agnew, and he made a pledge that he would never own a stock or a bond. And he hasn't, other than through whatever retirement account that he has with the United States government.
Wow.
And he's just a goddamn mother. Because I have.
Like the difference in background between like the Bidens versus like the fucking Trumps on the conservative. It's just so crazy how many MAGA retards got hoodwinked into this. Trump is the everyman. Oh God, it's so fucking cringe.
I have some legal bills that I could use some of the stocks or a bond. But my point is that, despite the fact that my dad was a United States Senator my whole life, Delaware was a really small place. And so, if I got pulled over for speeding, my brother and I on the way to school, it wasn't like, it was like, your dad Joe's going to kick your asses. You know what I mean? That was kind of the way in which we grew up. Because my dad commuted every day. He decided that my aunt moved into the house, and my uncle built an apartment above the little garage that we had, and he moved in for a period of time. And we spent almost every other day, at least, with my grandparents. So we were raised, and then we got remarried when I was 7, Bo was 8, and so I had a pretty normal life, and out of that tragedy, I kind of gained a whole kind of extended family that maybe I wouldn't have otherwise. It was a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
And my relationship with my brother, I think one way or another, except when
Co-express because of how often you have to take a dose to keep high. The withdrawal hits you very quickly, and it's worse than a hangover. So take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt, but not really, actually, because fuck you. Because once you fuckers say the most retarded shit about drugs, I guess maybe I come off as biased, I guess, because I have a prescription for an amphetamine. But, like, I feel like uppers and downers are just in totally different worlds of, you know what, actually, I'll make a strong statement. Fuck people and fuck downers, okay? Downer people are not fun people to hang around. Downers are just really bad, okay? Notice how we have like all the fucking Adderall and all the fucking Ritalin and Vyvanse and all this shit, right? And what are people complaining about? You have adults that are like, oh, kids are getting the ADHD stuff. It's too many. We had too many kids with ADHD, and now they're all blah 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 and ADHD, right? And meanwhile, we get cheap fucking fentanyl or oxy. And now it's like, we have fucking 100,000 people are dying from fucking getting addicted because they got one prescription after a surgery of fucking oxy, and now their entire fucking life is ruined, and they're dying, and they're killing themselves, and they can't. It's like, there is a difference between these drugs, okay? Just, people say that, maybe different people are drawn towards different types of drugs, but I don't know. I think that, like, stimulants are just way different than, like, the downer. Like, people that die of, like, cocaine and shit, in general, are not dying because it's like, oh my god, that guy partied so hard, he did so much cocaine, he got addicted to cocaine. It's because it was either like laced with something stupid, or they bought it or got some bad shit or whatever. Or yeah, I don't know. I know it sounds like very not like conventional wisdom to me, but I just don't think that in communities of people that do lots of drugs, I just don't think cocaine is seen as like, oh my god, cocaine, that's like the crazy drug. But I know that like colloquially, cocaine has like a crazy reputation. But meanwhile, like painkillers are literally like destroying so many people's lives in the United States. I don't know. It is what it is.
he was in Iraq for a year, I talked to him, my brother, at least once a day.
Really?
Yeah, and we were inseparable, and we used to fight and beat the shit out of each other like brothers too. But yeah, he was my closest thing I had in the world.
What kind of stuff were you into as a kid?
Sports.
Sports?
Yeah.
What kind of sports?
Yeah. I played football, but when I was much younger, I played everything. But then in high school, football. Yeah. But we did everything. You know what I mean? I mean, how old are you?
43.
Yeah, so I'm 55. So you're the tail end. You're actually, no, you're not. But like, we spent our lives outside. Like the rule was when the street lights went on, and you had to come in.
Yeah.
And so we just literally, whether it was, summer, winter, it didn't matter. We spent our entire time outside on BMXs and skateboards, and, in the pond behind the house, and, and all we did was, shoot BB guns at each other.
Nice.
So, yeah.
What's it like growing up in politics and the political?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, is that for us, I didn't grow up in DC.
Yeah.
My dad I never experienced that, DC insider. And that's maybe why I have such an amazing disdain for the people that continue to, one of the things that you realize about DC and about being a United States Senator, in Congress, is that, there are a lot of people that give the true blood, sweat, and tears to become elected. But there's like a permanent power class in DC. I'm not talking about like some shadow government, they're identifiable people. They go from administration to administration. They go from, working for one think tank to another. And my dad was never a part of that. He came home every night. He famously hated to fundraise. And he didn't need to fundraise that much, because, we come from a state of, just under 1 million people. And so, in many respects, a very, very normal life. I went to a little Quaker school, and then I went to St. Edmund's Academy, and I think I got more demerits than anyone in the history, according to somebody I just saw in the history of that school. And I went to the Catholic high school that my dad went to, and then I went to Georgetown. I worked for the Jesuit Volunteer Corps when I got out of school. It's like domestic Peace Corps, you know what I mean? But in terms of growing up in politics, the only thing that I can say is that we had an incredible, we had a rule, which was it was based out of the accident, is that Bo and I could go with my dad anywhere if we asked. And we also knew enough not to take advantage of it to the degree that it became like to get out of, the math test or something like that. But we did take advantage of it to the degree we went everywhere with my dad. That's
Really?
Me, Bo, and my dad, like everywhere. And the rule was, you speak when you're spoken to. And if you're going to sit in a meeting, since we were 5 years old, you go up and you shake somebody's hand. You say, "Nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you, ma'am." And then if you want to stay in the room, then
Ah, so at a very early age, he was setting up the 10% for the big guy. That's what I'm hearing.
you sit and you sit quietly until you're spoken to, and we love to do that.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, so we were with my dad. We went everywhere together, everywhere, and what a gift, I mean, like. And so we would go get on the train with him, and we'd go and sit in the cloakroom while he would go out and on the Senate floor. But then we would leave. So unlike other United States senators and their families or Congress people that move their families to D.C. and get a house in Georgetown and go to St. Albans and go to all the same restaurants, Bo and I we're a little shadow of a United States senator. But then we get back on the train and go back to Delaware. And so in that respect, it was a really unique kind of life, and one that I never didn't have. My dad's so proud.
So you were like really close with your dad.
Oh, he was so proud. The thing he loved to do more than anything is take people.
Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry. I just had a mind fuck. Okay. What? Never mind. Yeah. They're talking about it like he's dead, right? You were close with your dad, right? He still is close with your dad, right?
Well, he would literally, we would be walking in the Senate, and he would run into some tourists from Jiminy. I mean, like, it didn't matter what state. And because they'd be like asking somebody how to get somewhere, he'd go, "Come on," and he would take them, and he would take them to all these corners of the Capitol and show them like the chambers that nobody gets to go in. And if the Senate wasn't in session, he'd take them to the Senate floor and open other senators' desks for them. It'd just be some like Republican tourist from Des Moines or.
Hunter seems chill, but he's still corrupted though. I don't like the story of him marrying his brother's wife. Well, to be fair, didn't he marry his brother's wife in like the only acceptable circumstance to do so, which is like after his brother was dead? It's not like he stole her from him or something, right? Am I making that up? Wasn't it after was it the car crash or cancer that killed Bo? I swear to God, if that thing starts shooting at me. It comes up in this? Okay.
Omaha. I mean, literally. And
hey,
and I love that with my dad. He's so proud. He knew every story of every great person that had come before him, and I got to sit, spent a lot of time with people of names that nobody would remember, but they were kind of like our babysitters to Bo and I, and people that would kind of be shocked in terms of the politics. Almost all of them, not all of them, but a great deal of them, Republicans, very conservative Republicans. I mean, I suggest if you want to read something about the way in which my dad served as a United States Senator, go read his eulogy for Strom Thurmond.
Okay.
And for whoever listened to this, Strom Thurmond, started the Dixiecrat Party because he broke from the Democratic Party based upon their position on civil rights and on the Voting Rights Act. And over a very, very long period of time, Strom Thurmond very much changed. But he led a career that was incredibly
chill.
Jeez. My dad was able to work with him, and he was able to work with people like Jesse Helms, and I think that he had more success in terms of bipartisan legislation than any president in modern history. And one of the reasons is because he was trusted by Mitch McConnell and the people that had worked with him for decades in the Republican Party.
True.
But anyway, that was my life, and so it was very, very normal in the respect of went to Catholic day school. I went to a Catholic high school my dad went to. Played football. I got in trouble. I got in fights. Made it through, and not completely unscathed, but with an incredibly tight-knit, close family, and pretty idyllic childhood combined with this experience that I don't know of anybody that I know.
Bro, getting to assembly sucks. What the fuck?
At least during that period of time, as a kid, I was able to witness some of the things that Bo and I were able to witness.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it was really, really amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
How was it when? How are you and Jill's relationship? Are you
very close?
Very close.
Yeah.
How was it when she came into the picture when you were a kid? Sounds like you were about 5.
Yeah, and so my mom, I was just about 3. I was a month or so away from turning 3 when my mom died. And Bo was just before his 4th birthday. Bo and I were a year and a day apart, February 3rd and 4th. And my sister was 13 months younger, and she obviously passed in the accident. And I guess my dad and my mom met like a couple years later. And then I think, famously my dad asked my mom to marry him like 5 times before she said yes. And she explains it this way, is that she was so in love with Bo and I. And she loved my dad. But she was so scared that she would, that it was so, and I love that about her. I said, and I don't want to speak for my mom, but she was, but yeah, my mom Bo and I asked her. We literally got our dad by the hand and went into the room and we said, will you marry us? It was our idea to do it. Yeah.
That's how it...
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that's when she finally said yes.
Pressure.
With the assist from Bo and I. Yeah.
Do you remember doing that?
I 100% remember.
No kidding.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. Yeah. And so when people say, call her my stepmom or refer to, is that she's my mom. I mean, I have but Bo and I always referred because from the age it was mommy, it was mom. And my mom has always been incredibly reverential about my birth mom, my Nelia.
Okay.
And has always given us the space to honor that. And, it's a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yeah.
I credit all that to my dad, too. Being able to thread that needle. I'll tell you what. He's the best dad I've ever read about, heard about. And I swear to God, I'm not just saying that. Is that, it's not an easy job. And I'm sure he thinks he's made mistakes, but I don't. Anyway, so yeah, that was kind of what it was like growing up. So I got no excuses, Shawn.
I got
So
you.
all my fuck ups are my own. Yeah, that's what I've come to the determination of.
Hey, that's a good way to be, right?
Yeah, man.
Extreme ownership.
But that was one of the questions, is I think you said, is the accountability piece of it.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, last 6 years, I know that we'll get to this part because it's the end of or at least the end of the beginning of the story is the pardon. But I think that I paid a price. Definitely paid a price.
Yep.
Maybe people don't think it's enough, and I don't think they will ever think that it's enough. But I promise you, and maybe you know this too, is that nobody can hold you accountable more harshly than you hold yourself.
Yeah.
And I've been there, and I'm over it, and I'm done with it, and I'm not going to live in that guilt and shame anymore.
Good for you.
And I am I'm at peace, and knowing that I'm still trying to figure things out. You know what I mean? I try to do the next right thing, but sometimes I fuck up still. I think less and less, and never because of not trying.
What are the discussions like at the Biden dinner table nowadays? I mean, do you guys talk about politics? Do you talk
The
about
big guy, our business dealings?
Really? Or do you guys totally just
No, we're just like any other
disassociate
family.
from all of
Not
it?
at all.
What are the discussions like at the Biden dinner table nowadays? I mean, do you guys talk about politics? Do you talk about?
Can
all
you
this shit?
believe he fucking said that?
Really? Or do you guys totally just?
No, we're just like any other
disassociate
family.
from all
Not
of
at
it?
all. I mean, Jesus Christ. I'm like, I say to people, here's the bullshit. And maybe we'll get to this at some point, but I don't want to spend time on it because, like, in defense, my dad got old.
Mm-hmm.
He got old in front of people's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
He literally lost a step, like literally lost a physical step. But he didn't lose a step in terms of his capacity and his capability, in terms of his intellectual ability to be the president of the United States. So all this bullshit about, Joe Biden didn't know what was going on find one person to go on the record, one person that is actually worked for or worked with Joe Biden. Like, here's my problem with Jake Tapper. Okay, who wrote a book.
Tapper.
The other
so
guy wrote
ass
the book, and
pain.
Jake Tapper slapped his name on it. But
Tapper
wrote
was
a book
ass pain.
without one single on-the-record source to say that it was a kind of open secret that Joe Biden was mentally incapacitated. Find one person, Shawn. And that's the thing. But what you did see is this: you saw someone become physically less robust and more frail. You saw him the way that he walked in his shortened gait. You saw his movements become stiffer. You saw a slower speech, and that's called getting old. And it happened, and I don't know if you have parents, but I was shocked by it.
One of the most difficult things when it comes to is Parkinson's a mind degenerative disease? I know for Alzheimer's disease, and then any other things. Sometimes it can be hard for laymen to tell the difference between getting older, because as part of getting older, your memory is not as great as it used to be. You might fuck up your speech more. You might obviously the way you walk and move and rate of conversing goes down and all this, right? This is like a normal part of aging. And then there are like abnormal parts of aging, like senility or your mind going or whatever in ways that are not normal. And it's annoying because it's just kind of like self-evident that everybody will just say it's like a truism. Oh, Biden was senile and was losing his mind for the job. And anytime I push people on, I did this with Tom Billiard. It was like, besides that one really bad debate performance, is there like any evidence of this, that he truly was like out of his mind, had no fucking idea where he was, had no idea what the fuck was going on? Like, I don't know if I buy that. Only because I've had, like, I watched my grandma go, I don't know if it was Alzheimer's disease or what, but like there's a thing that like when somebody is truly not there anymore, like you can tell, and it's not because they are speaking poorly. Like there's just like they're receding from existence. Yeah, but it's kind of like a lost fight at this point. I don't know. When I challenge people and like give me like, I feel like you can point to more cognitive issues related to Trump right now than you could for Biden, but and then I can list like 20 different things with Trump that Biden didn't do, but because Trump is already so fucking stupid, it's impossible to get anybody to bite the bullet on that.
And I don't know. There's one of those other things where I think people just need to use your common sense. Mm-hmm. It's not like it's unique. Now, here's the thing. Does that mean that he should have stepped aside, shouldn't have stepped aside? The debate was like it blew up the whole thing. Blah 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 blah. All of that stuff. But the fact of the matter is that I'm sitting here having this discussion about, my dad. Are you kidding me? I've watched the president, current president. I've literally watched him. We all have. Fall asleep in a press conference that is his in the Oval Office multiple times now. And that's not, and by the way, I don't think he has dementia. And I'm not saying that at all. Mm-hmm. But he's getting old too. And I think how do we even start talking about this? Did I just bring this up?
You just brought it up. So
fuck,
I actually wasn't planning on talking about
gotcha.
this.
I knew he would.
I will say that,
yeah.
Hunter, I want to be able to speak without offending you, and so I'm going to be blunt. But, I have seen your dad on air fumble his words and seemingly forget what he's talking about. But I don't think that is, I'm not attacking your dad. I'm not.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of people that have spent way too many years in politics. Yeah. I think Mitch McConnell is one of those people. When you watch Mitch over the past year or two, there's been several examples where he totally blanks out completely.
That's a very different thing, Shawn.
Blanks out.
By the way, yeah, no,
I don't know if McConnell's out now, right? It's through now in the Senate. Wait, is he? Hold on. Yeah, he's out. Okay, yeah. You never saw anything like McConnell was having seizures. So I shouldn't be laughing. It's not funny. It's not funny. Like if somebody even compares, if somebody even compares these two things to Biden, like stumbling through his fucking speeches, like bro, this guy's having like a partial seizure or whatever. I don't know. Fuck, I don't watch enough House episodes.
After finishing the NDA this week, it's been good bipartisan cooperation and a string of
I'm sorry, it's not.
Are you good, Mitch?
Okay, Mitch. Anything else you want to say, or should we just go back to your office?
Is he seizing, or is this like a partial seizure, or what's happening here?
Say anything else?
But like this is not comparable to Joe Biden slurring or fucking up his his debate or his speech or whatever. Like it's just not the same.
Let's go back.
Go ahead, John.
I'll take it. Let's go back to you.
Go ahead, John.
Jesus Christ.
I think McConnell is one of those people that I think there are a lot of people that have spent way too many years in politics. Yeah. I think Mitch McConnell is one of those people. When you watch Mitch over the past,
like that's a crazy comparison. And when I hear somebody make this comparison, I'm like, bruh, come on.
Last year or two, there's been several examples where he totally blanks out completely.
That's a very different thing, Shawn.
Blanks out.
By the way, yeah, no,
and I think there are a lot of people in government right now, president included, who are too fucking old to be there.
But so you come from it, and the reason that I'm sitting here is I've heard you say that, and you don't come from it with a cruelty, or bullshit, or having to make things up, or to say you personally know. Like I've seen somebody get sit here and say like, oh yeah, everybody knew that he had X, Y, or Z, and it makes you so angry as a son. But I've never heard you say that before, and and I can say to you is that I totally, completely can appreciate the position that you have about that. Now, I can go through a series of rationales for why my dad decided to run for a second term. Okay, number one, he's the only guy that was able to beat Donald Trump, and this is what people I think that I sit and I listen to these
Podcasters,
these Democratic pundits that have made millions of dollars off of just breathing hot air into a microphone.
True.
And living off of the fact that they carried Barack Obama's bag. Do you know what I mean?
Oh!
Or taking credit for, running his campaign like David Axelrod does. Nobody made Barack
knows
Obama except Barack Obama.
who you are, little
But
bro.
they sit around and they act as if they
know everything.
They know things that other people don't.
Yeah, they don't know
and
shit.
He should have just. He shouldn't have run for a second term.
Fuck him.
When they know better about the reality of the politics of the presidency, which is this, is that Joe Biden
White
got 81
man.
million votes.
And he got a lot of
He got
votes,
more
true.
votes than anyone that has ever run for president of the United States by 7 million votes, more than anyone that's ever run.
There is like a retrospective, and again, I'll be honest, because I'm the only honest motherfucker out here, okay? I said it at the time that if Joe Biden ran again, I would support it. But if they swapped him with somebody else, like Kamala or did it open primary, whatever they do, I would support it. And that no matter what, it's a tough call. It is always a tough call, all right? And the people acting like it was so obvious that Biden should have just ran again, or we got to get rid of Biden, it'll be so much better if we get Kamala, it's going to be so much better. Like, none of it was obvious. It was a very confusing time. But when the dust is settled and you look back retrospectively, it's like, well, he did beat Donald Trump. True. Crushed him. He did have the most votes of any person ever. Largely speaking, his administration, there were issues, but there was a lot of good stuff there to run on, which you kind of threw all away. And he had the incumbent advantage, and he was a white male. Like,
He had a higher voter participation rate than any time since 1900. Okay? And he came into the presidency, and in a 2-year period of time, he passed more bipartisan legislation than any president since Lyndon Johnson, since 60 years ago. Okay? He passed the PACT Act and the Chips and Science Act. And just go down the list. He passed the Infrastructure Act, and then he passed the IRA. He passed more legislation on a bipartisan basis, by the way, than anybody. He would have passed immigration reform if Trump
blocked it.
kiboshed it.
True!
And so he goes into the midterms, and he has the most successful midterms of any president since FDR.
True.
He limits the losses.
The blue
in the House of
wave. Remember the red? Well, it wasn't a blue wave, but they were supposed to be like the huge red wave, and it never materialized. True.
Representatives to single digits. He gains a seat in the United States Senate. It hasn't happened since 1932, and he picked up more governorships in state houses than any president since FDR since 1932. Also, who worked with supermajorities. So after that, what's the decision that you make as a president of the United States? Because if you say that you're not going to run at that time, what ends up happening is you become a lame duck. You use all the power of influence that you have. And so, based upon that success, and based upon the feeling that while he was losing a physical step, while his speech slowed, that he still had the capacity to be able to make the most important decisions that had led to the successes that he's had up until that point, he decided that he was going to run again. And then he ran. And then what happened is every little thing, every time he went up the steps of Air Force One, and if he used the short steps instead of the long steps, and if he stumbled when he was walking to the podium, and if he tripped...
Every single misspeak, every single video that was cut in a different aspect ratio to make it look like he was walking or waving at no... Remember that one where Biden is waving at no one and walks off in a random direction, and in reality it was like just a cut, it was a trimmed video. Every single thing got picked up and played over and over and over and over and over again. Meanwhile, Donald Trump can make the most unbelievable misspeaks, misstatements, looks confused, stupid things, trips and falls, and Rubio makes it like nothing touches this guy. It's so crazy.
Over a word of a president that he was talking about he's talking about India and not Iraq, and every single thing became a New York Times level 2-page expose. The New York Times wrote over 120 separate pieces on Joe Biden's age in a 11-month period of time. Fox News.
Well, there's people that voted for Biden that are doing it now. They're like, what did I do?
Right.
Like, what did I choose? How is this guy?
Yeah, you just can't listen to an interview or he's saying some
Is this
of the
about
stuff
the
he says
ships
that
or
just
the
makes
planes
no
or whatever?
sense at all. It's like you can't listen to those interviews and feel like you made a good decision. I don't know how you could.
Did you hear what he said yesterday or a couple days ago? He was talking about the Revolutionary War. He's like, one of the reasons why we lost the Revolutionary War, one of the problems with the Revolutionary War was they didn't have enough airports.
Like, the coverage on Biden was so unhinged that even when Biden was quoting Trump, it was a bad thing about Biden.
Have you seen
I
that?
saw that.
Have
Like
you seen
what?
that? Like,
And they're laughing about both seeing it. They're both regular. This is the simulacrum in real life.
pull him.
It's
Imagine
crazy.
If you had any other job and you were talking like that,
Yeah.
they would go, "Hey, you're done."
If you talk like that to a doctor at your
Yeah.
medical exam to fight, they'd be like, okay, like obviously you're not fighting. You would also here's 8 weeks of being helped out by professional. Like
right, you might not ever do anything.
No,
again.
it's one of the wildest things ever.
It's insane.
Yeah.
the media gaslighting you to protect. It's just people are so afraid of Trump being in office and
Yeah.
Republicans being in office.
You know,
A few moments later.
hanging out with the guy, I'm like, man,
Well, it's just the media narrative. I mean, so many people were fed this lie that the Russia collusion.
Yeah.
Was
Was this the video you're talking about?
Let me see what this one says. I don't think it is.
By the way, the same stable genius that said the biggest problem we had in the Revolutionary War is we didn't have enough airports. Whoa.
Yeah, that's
Biden.
it.
Whoa.
What?
Just for
Oh wait.
the record.
Is that fake?
It's not fake, but he was referencing Trump saying that. Here's Trump saying it in 2019. Donald Trump said something about that. He didn't say Jesus. He said stable genius. So that's where the transcription.
Let me hear what it says. What did he say?
In June of 1775, the Continental Congress created a unified army out of the revolutionary forces encamped around Boston and New York, and named after the great George Washington, Commander-in-Chief. The Continental Army suffered a bitter winter of Valley Forge, found glory across the waters of the Delaware, and seized victory from Cornwallis of Yorktown. Our army manned the airport. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So you fucked up.
Yeah, I did. But I feel like
Took over
that's,
the airport.
you can tell too. It sounds like a little different. He's like, you can tell he like messed up his words, but
Yeah.
He's I don't know.
Took over the airports.
Well, that's
It
the
is
thing
funny.
about that's
I also hate how illiterate and like just these people are just politically and speechly whatever fucking illiterate in that the fuck up there, I'm pretty sure Trump either couldn't read the word because it was you didn't have context on or some shit, or the speech was actually written incorrectly because he was reading a prompter there, right? You can tell if you're not fucking retarded, this is a true autism test. Donald Trump is one of the most, and most people are like this, and this isn't a fault to even Donald Trump. Generally, it's pretty easy to tell when somebody's reading a prompter versus when somebody is like speaking, just like off the dome or whatever. And Donald Trump was very clearly there. He was reading a prompter. So either the prompter fucked up, the speech was written incorrectly, or he lost a line and just started ad-libbing in the middle of trying to read it. Like that was it. But the fact that they can't even recognize that, and then they think it was like, oh, that was just like a genuine misspeak because like it's just so stupid. You fucking pieces of shit. I need these goddamn modulation boxes.
Didn't stop talking about it. And so here you are, you can't run away from the impression, and then comes the debate. And that was a complete and utter disaster. And he recovered in the debate. If you go back and watch the debate, he recovered in the debate and was able to, get through the debate, but it reinforced every preconceived notion that people had, whether you loved him or hated him. So then he's got to make a decision about whether or not he's going to stay in the race. And the primary's over. He'd overwhelmingly won. He'd gotten a challenge from Dean Phillips. Anyone could have run against him. Anybody in the party could have run against him. And no one did.
Why didn't they?
Because he had the most successful president.
Oh, fuck. That's true, too. I never even really thought about that. Well, could they have? Why didn't I think about this? Wait, people are saying I'm cuxing. Don't know why. Okay, hello? YouTube still chilling? There's just kick? Is kick down or is it? Oh, I just need to go to assembly spawn. My bandwidth is fine. Kick is down, YouTube is up. Is like all of kick down or just my stream? Kick is fine now. Okay. Well, I don't remember what I was saying, but fuck all these people.
Of any Democrat or any president in his 2 years in the three.
Yeah, wait, why didn't anybody run in the primary? If people were so like, we should just beat Joe Biden, did anybody even try? Maybe because the DNC wouldn't have supported them? I don't know.
3 years that he was there, regardless of whether you think so or not, in terms of whether the affordability or whether he'd gotten inflation down enough or anybody, but just in terms of the brass tacks. I mean, look at what he did as it relates to NATO. he was able to negotiate you may disagree with us strengthening NATO, but he was able to bring Sweden and Finland into NATO, the first separate new members of NATO since the pact was created in 1948.
How many hostages saved in Israel, too?
I mean, whatever your
More than
position on
Trump.
the things that he did them exceedingly well and accomplished them. And he had mistakes like every other president's had. Some that I may disagree with, but absolutely 100% had some real failures also.
What do you think some of those failures were?
I think one of the failures was the way in which they executed the withdrawal from Afghanistan. I think it was an obvious fucking failure. I think 13 Marines are dead. I think that there was a better way to do it. And I think that, and I can blame it on his generals, I can blame it on the people, the way in which we did it, but my dad always knew this also, is that the buck stops with him. I think that was a failure. I don't think leaving Afghanistan was the right thing to do. I think that in terms of the 20 years of blood that your brothers gave for an endless war in $8 trillion, is that there is a never-ending lust to continue to sell material and our blood, sweat, and money to a country that has never been anything but a killing ground for empires. Mm-hmm. So, regardless of whether you believe that or not, the execution of the withdrawal resulted, I think, in and by the way, you can blame part of it on Trump and that he let all those people out of the prison and Taliban, but you know what? It stops with the president. That's what he said. That was a mistake.
Well, how does he feel about that now?
Can you fuck you, Sean Ryan? Can you imagine if that would have been Donald Trump's pullout? Every single conservative in the United States would be talking about that Doha agreement until the end of fucking time. That Biden negotiated in Doha. He didn't even have the government there. He didn't even invite the Afghanistan government there. It was only the Taliban. He needed the worst deal of all time. Blah, blah. Like,
same way that I do. Is that those lives literally are, I mean, I don't think that there's anything that is more, and I don't want to speak for my dad, but I know my dad. It's crushed by that. Crushed by it. Just absolutely crushed. And I don't expect. When do we lose the idea that would be a surprise to anybody? Like, for instance, I disagree with George Bush on a lot of shit when he was president, but I never, ever, ever questioned whether or not he was a patriot. Or by the way, I guess patriot. What does that even mean? Is that
oh no!
Is that if he could, he would do anything that he could to protect.
Hold on. Do you have a defib? I can use a bandage. I don't know what it does, but... Oh, nice. There's a train coming, too. Bandaging him stops the bleeding out for a short time. Oh, they don't recover any life? Oh, okay, I don't know what they were doing. Oh.
People that we send to serve in harm's way for our freedom. I just believe that. And doesn't make it any easier for the people that have lost people, for the families that have lost people, for the brothers or sisters of dad, I mean, shit. I don't know for certain that my brother's brain cancer was the direct, result of the burn pits that he lived by for a year in Iraq when he was there. But I bet you had something to do with it.
Oh, I bet it had something to do with it.
It's not like being shot, and I'm positive it had something to do with it. But I mean, like, I don't want to. Like, the point being is, I don't know. I think that there's a lot of things that you can't imagine. The kinds of decisions that you have to make as a president, and that if you have a heart and you care, is just must be so overwhelmingly beyond comprehension difficult.
I cannot fucking stand the way the Afghan withdrawal happened.
Yeah.
It I don't even want to talk about it because it's
just as a heads up, because I know some people love to trade on the fucking blood of fellow soldiers who come out of whatever military thing and they wield this little veteran badge, like a little fucking viewer boost thing. You do not give a fuck about a single dead soldier if you have never even paid the slightest bit of attention to how that withdrawal was negotiated. Okay? You love when fellow soldiers die, and you love when you can use it as political leverage, and you are a soulless fucking ghoul if you have never for 1 microsecond realized how mind-fuckingly, stupidly, crazily, idiotically negotiated that withdrawal was. It was always going to be a fucking disaster. Maybe no soldiers would have died. Maybe there was another way to do it, possibly. Without it's hard to know, one way or another. Again, it's not like the Taliban were the ones that were killing U.S. soldiers on the way out. But if you've never even for a microsecond considered or given public attention to how fucking stupidly that negotiation was done, then fuck you and fuck everything you're saying about it. Okay, it's disgusting.
I don't even want to talk about it because it's going to get me into a really dark place.
Yeah.
But I will say that, when you have to make a decision and whatever decision you're going to make, people are going to die because of the decision that you made.
Yeah.
That would be a really fucking tough call.
Yeah.
So I will give him that.
Yeah.
But the way that went down is,
I don't disagree with you, Shawn. And I don't think that, I'm not going to speak for my dad, but I would say this is that
more soldiers died in Afghanistan under Donald Trump than they did under Joe Biden. I don't know. It's just fuck this fucking loser, dude. God, the veterans and every single veteran that emails me this always says this. The veterans that have podcasts or market themselves, and especially, I don't know why, but especially the ones that were in special forces, are always the cream of the crop scum fuck people every single time. I don't know why. I don't know how, but it just always seems to be podcaster who is a veteran, who is special forces. You're about to hear the stupidest shit you've ever heard in your entire fucking life. I don't know why.
I hear your anger, and
roast
I'm
him.
not gonna tell you that you
Get
shouldn't
him.
be angry.
Get him, Hunter. No, I'm just kidding.
One
Don't
of
do
the
it.
things
It's all
is
good.
this.
Don't do it.
Is that I don't think that one of the things my dad taught me that he learned from a guy named Mike Mansfield. He talks about it all the time, so it's not like it's a story that is it's one thing to question a man's judgment, and that's okay. You can say I think he's poor judgment, the decision that you made, but question their intent, question their whether or not they came to the job or whatever they're doing out of some malintent or because they're just bad people, is you never get anywhere. But you can question their judgment, question their judgment, whether they made the right judgment or whether they were convinced by other people, or maybe there's whatever the circumstances. I don't know, but I hear your anger about that, and I don't have any response to it other than the fact that I know that my dad came to it from a position of that 20 years was enough, and it was not in the interest of anyone in the United States, particularly those that are serving, to continue to churn people through at the 1%. They've decided that they are going to be a part of protecting this country by holding a gun and climbing into helicopters and putting themselves in harm's way.
we track our sleep, fine-tune our macros, and try every biohack under the sun. But the truth is, your peak performance starts at the cellular level. Armor Colostrum is nature's original superfood. Colostrum is packed with over 400 bioactive nutrients that fortify gut health, strengthen immune health, fuel performance, and more. Whether you're training for a race, working to balance your health, or simply striving to feel your best, Armor helps you operate at your highest level, because your body deserves the same level of optimization as the rest of your life. For me, Armor has become a staple in my daily routine, and I'm impressed by the results. So we've worked out a special offer for my audience. Receive 30% off your first subscription order.
I just biohacked my way to the ground.
SRS,
yes.
Or enter SRS to get 30% off your first subscription order. That's armra.com/SRS. Want more from The Shawn Ryan Show? Join our Patreon today for more clips and exclusive content. You'll get an exclusive look behind the scenes where you can watch the guests interact with the team and explore the studio before every episode. Plus,
right now?
unlock bonus content like our extra intel segments where we ask our guests.
I need to stop coming down to this basement. It never gets me to the
on-site
assembly
specials
hall.
And access to an entire tactical training
Get me
library
out of here.
you will not find anywhere else. And the best part, Patreon members can ask our guests questions directly. Your insights can help shape the show. Join us on Patreon now, support the mission, and become part of the Shawn Ryan Show's story.
Only if they help me biohack. Yeah, let's get back.
Georgetown University. Did your dad ever, or your mom, I mean, did they ever talk about what they wanted you to be? Did they want you to get into politics? Did they want you to be an attorney?
No. My dad wasn't like that. I mean, I kind of, I always wanted to write and paint. I mean, literally, so.
No kidding.
Yeah,
you were always into
from
it.
the time I was a kid. Yeah, and I think the truth of the matter is that I never had the courage to do it. I mean, it takes a lot of courage. And people may think that that's an exaggeration, but put yourself out there through whatever creative process that you're like privately engaged in. I mean, it takes a lot. You know what I mean? And it's like I'm always amazed by people that can get up and dance in front of other people. I was never that guy, but I really mean it. I mean, instead of seeing it as like, oh, they're goofy, I look at them and I go, God, I wish I could do that. Well, one of the things that I knew that I loved to do, but I didn't ever have the courage to do openly. I mean, openly in the sense of like share it with beyond, my brother, was to paint and to write.
No kidding.
Yeah.
When did you start that?
Oh, since I was a little kid. Yeah. I mean, I think my aunt always used to tell me the story that my mom, my birth mom, said that I was the poet and Bo was the politician. And so maybe that was ingrained in me through that kind of a thing, but that was, I think that I denied myself that. And so, by the way, so I went to Georgetown, and Georgetown was okay.
Wait, hold on. Arc meme. You need to learn the movement. What is this? Jesus, the sensitivity. Do people play with sensitivity this high? This seems fucking wild. Or does he have a hotkey for like 90-degree rotation?
Pushing. Tuck. Oh my god.
Do you think turbines are ethical, or?
But I had a...
I can do that.
It's a Jesuit.
Yeah, I'd win.
To your freshman dorm, a Jesuit lives on your floor. A guy named Ted Dziak. And Ted Dziak had started the Jesuit International Volunteer Corps. And it was like a... similar to the Peace Corps. But it was kind of branded as a under the Jesuit order, but only in the sense it's non-ecumenical. It wasn't like out proselytizing. It was like working in the community, social justice thing. So they had a program in Dangriga, Belize, and they had a program in Micronesia, and they had a program in Nepal. And not a program, they had volunteer opportunities in those places. And so Ted Dziak and I became close with Father Dziak, and he along with 9 or I think 10 other students started a summer program, which is now in 13 different countries, and is a summer volunteer program in like 20 Jesuit universities all over the world. But we started it in Jesuit International Volunteer Summer Program in Belize.
Wow.
And so when I graduated from college, that's what I wanted to do. And I thought I was going to go into the Peace Corps. And another guy that I was friends with, Bill Watson, another Jesuit priest. These are young, really brilliant guys. PhDs in philosophy and just amazing individuals, really dynamic people that lived all over the world. And he suggested that I not go, there's no need to go outside the United States, is that if I wanted to serve, there was plenty of communities to serve here. And so I did the Jesuit Domestic Volunteer Corps, the JVC, Northwest. And I ended up I was supposed to go to an Indian reservation in eastern Washington State. And I ended up going to Portland, Oregon, and ran an emergency services center for people that basically, families that didn't have enough money to that turn on their utilities, to turn the lights or the gas, or people with small or groceries. And I was I sat
good spawn, but late in
the basement of
a
St. Vincent de Paul church in off Martin Luther King Avenue in Northwest Portland, and people would come in, and I figured out how to get them groceries or go advocate for them to get their their utilities turned back on, or make sure their kids could get to somewhere with heat until we figured it out. And I did that for a year, and that's where I met my first wife, and we had Naomi shortly after that.
How'd you meet her?
Yeah, she was also a volunteer.
She was in there.
Yeah, and then Naomi, and then I kind of realized that we're about to have a baby, and $80 a month wasn't gonna cut it. That's what you made as a volunteer. Now you got to live rent free in a house with other volunteers, but you got $80 a month, and everybody pulled their money for groceries, and even in 1992, $80 a month was pretty
pretty rough.
Pretty rough. But it was amazing. It was an amazing experience, and but then I went to I decided I needed to go back to school, and so I went to I applied to 2 places. My brother was at Syracuse, and I applied to Syracuse because they had a famous a program for writing program at Syracuse, and 2 schools. One was University program, and
you can loot
Syracuse's
the giant
program.
machine.
And so I got into that writing program.
Wait, what do you mean? How?
And but then I also got into Georgetown Law School and Duke, and I didn't know how I would be able to raise have a baby. I was 23. I thought I got to be near family,
and
so we went to DC, and I went to law school, and then I transferred because I didn't get into Yale when I first applied. But the dean had told me that if I do really well my first year, I would make it to I could apply to transfer, and so I got in. I was one of 10 people out of 5,000 to apply to transfer, but I did really well. I had Naomi on the day of my last exam, on December 21st. My civil procedure exam, and Professor Abernathy let me out of the exam to go have the baby.
No good.
Yeah, and I took it after Christmas.
Right on.
But I did well, and then I went to Yale, and we lived in a basement apartment on Court Street, and I think I'm the only person that got to cut the line at Sally's Pizza, because Flo was the famous Flo who sat at this famous pizza place in New Haven, who has the best pizza in the world. I looked like a kid. When I was 23 years old, walking around with Naomi.
Fuck you.
I mean, I went everywhere with her. And yeah, I mean, I look like I was 16. People used to stop us all the time and go, now, when you get home, tell your parents that your little sister needs to, do this, that, or the other thing.
How old is she now?
She's 31, and she just had my, not just 10 months ago, 11 months ago, she had Willie, my grandson.
Congratulations.
Yeah, man.
How was it being a granddad?
It's the best. It's incredible. Yeah. It's and she's the best. I mean, she's an incredibly accomplished woman. Her husband is I love a lot, and he's a public defender. He served in he was an active duty JAG officer for about 2 years when he got out of law school, and is in the reserve now. And he's now a public defender, and in LA, and now he's a 5th-year associate in a big law firm. Yeah.
Where do we go from here?
Well, after that, I had a decision to make, and I had a lot of debt, and so I had my law school debt, and I had my college debt, and so and at the time, I remember it was like $140,000, between law school and Georgetown, because I'd taken out loans to go, but my dad couldn't afford it. I remember my dad gave me for my first semester, he gave me the check. It was $7,500 for my first semester at Georgetown, and he said, this was more money than I think than my entire college and law school combined. And it was $7,500. And you think about it today, and that was my dad. My dad had to, in order for us to do that, I remember distinctly, he bought an old property in Wilmington, in this little part of Wilmington called Greenville. And this old beat up house, a beautiful house, but he bought it for like $100,000, but it had like 5 acres. And so like he sold off pieces of property to pay for, my first year of college. But then we took out loans. And so then I was married, and then I had law school loans. And the only way I was living off of was the money I would make as a summer associate. So when I was getting out of law school, what I thought I would do is to spend a few years and do what a lot of people that I was working with then is, instead of going to the public service directly, is go work in the banking world. And I was going to go work, I got offers from Goldman Sachs and a bunch of other, and I couldn't see how I'd live in New York City with a baby. Just didn't, and I met somebody in Delaware that was running a big bank there, and they convinced me to go work in Delaware. And I went to work for a bank in Delaware, and I was in like the executive management program. And after about 2 years of it, I was like, I couldn't do it. And, not because it was a wonderful place to work, but it's just like my heart was in it. And so I went down and I served in the Clinton administration the last 2 years of it. And I was executive director of e-commerce policy for the Department of Commerce. And they used to call it e-commerce.
How was that?
It was a great experience. I worked for Bill Daly for 2 years. And I traveled the world with him, and e-commerce at the time was a new thing. And there was real questions about, privacy, a lot of stuff that still hasn't been resolved to this day. But it was a big job. And that, my title was a lot bigger than my ability to affect anything. But it was a great learning experience.
When you were growing up, especially, I don't know, maybe from teenage years on, your dad's a senator,
yeah.
And I would imagine that a lot of people would try to use your dad's kids to get to him. For example, the bank that you work at, I know that I have that they were a major donor to your dad's campaigns. Mm-hmm. Would they ever, what type of people would try to use you to get to your dad? How would they do it?
That's the thing, is that the reality is this, is that you come to the understanding that I don't really think that there's an industry, or a profession that a United States senator doesn't have some influence over.
Mm-hmm.
And so, the question is whether or not there's ever been an instance in which I've asked my dad to do anything on behalf of somebody that's employing me or paying me. And the answer to that is no. And the proof of that is this, is that you have my digital footprint. Everybody does. The entire world has literally the entirety of my digital footprint. Every text message, every email.
I'm sorry. I might just be hating right now. Or maybe a lot of the big dogs I've been with just aren't behaved very well, I guess. I feel like when it comes to, especially like the bulls or like the pit mixes or whatever, these dogs have like the strongest fucking necks in the world, because every time they even think you're behind them or like above them. I know for Shaq or Kobe at my kid's mom's house or whatever, if you're behind them, they do this like where they're like trying to fucking lick you all over the fucking face, basically. Why does every dog here look like they hate their lives and they're so fucking petrified? What is happening here? Why is this dog so scared? Wait, like they're literally doing the yes honey emote. Oh my god.
That's the thing about me.
Every phone voicemail, every photograph, everything, and some of it not even real, but everything for over 25 years, going back to 2000. And I challenge you to find one time in which you will find one communication from me or a communication from someone in my dad's in a position of authority in my dad's office, in which he said, I need you to do this because I'm getting paid.
I'm not accusing you of that.
I know, but here's what I'm saying is that everybody else is. You may not be accusing me of that, but my response to it is this: is that unlike anybody else, I'm the most transparent motherfucker you ever met.
Fucking A. True. Now it's hard to empathize with Hunter in this position. I can't imagine what he must feel like. But like, put yourself in his position and imagine where people have gotten a hold of your personal laptop, personal pictures, personal whatever, and they've managed to leak and throw out every possible thing they can find about you on the internet, and they still can't substantiate any of the major claims about you, but everybody walks around acting like they already have been. And meanwhile, none of the shit, some of these motherfuckers' names aren't even public. You might not even know who the fuck these people are. That must be just an insanely crazy experience to have to live through, where you know that if any of these other people had even like 1% of the spotlight on their shit, that's just gotta be what a mind fuck of a feeling the Hunter Biden guy must have on this. That's got to be crazy,
Right on.
I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
You got it all. Everybody, I'm not you. I'm not.
By the way, my face when Pixie is fucking tweeting out about how I can't believe there's no transparency in this administration for victims and no transparency in Epstein files. Meanwhile, they're so ass-pained over the sanctions we filed against them. They're trying to push to have every single part of all of our depositions made permanently sealed and private, even though they've been quoting them verbatim without even, I don't even know if they did redactions. Can somebody tell me, every time we quote from Rose's deposition, we're redacting heavily a lot of stuff. I think they straight quoted or had transcripts in there. I don't even know if they did fucking redactions in those. I'd have to go back and check. But now they're like, well, actually, I think I want to just fucking seal all of it permanently. It's like, now you do. Interesting how that works.
You got it. They got it all. Everything. They got it all. Not only they got it all, but they
Reply to Mizzy in Kick Chat. Hi, Mizzy. What's up, buddy?
spent 7 years investigating me with every
Merry
single
Christmas.
alphabet agency in the country and in the world. Everybody. And what did they come up with? Is that I didn't pay my taxes on time for a 2-year period of time in which I was a inveterate addict and I wrote a book about it and then paid my taxes with penalties and interest.
Yep.
And during that time, when I wrote a book.
Just so we're all clear, when the Republicans, who could never substantiate any of the crazy shit they were saying about him, finally charged him with crimes, one of the crimes that they charged him with relating to the IRS tax stuff were taxes that, my understanding is, they were all already completely paid off with penalties. He'd already negotiated a settlement with the IRS, and all of it had already been paid off with penalties. That was one of the crimes he was charged with, for already paid off taxes. But, you know.
Book is that I bought a gun. That's it. Now, every other accusation, and I know where you're getting to, and not where you're getting to. It's not. It's a. I think an incredibly fair question, particularly in a time in which there is just such open corruption. Is what like the impression that I think that the New York Post and everybody else, or even Tucker for that matter, has tried to leave people with, is that I've been drifting off the coattails of my father and my brother, and that I am, like I went back and I worked for MBNA. MBNA was the largest credit card bank in the United States, and at that time, and like any other bank, they had significant interest before Congress. I worked at the general counsel's office in MBNA. Mm-hmm. I don't know what to tell you. Is that they're the largest employer in the state of Delaware. I wanted to live in the state of Delaware. Now, I could have gone to work for Bank of America, or I could have gone to work for Goldman Sachs, or I could have gone to work for JP Morgan. Would they have any less of a interest?
It doesn't mean that any of those banks weren't major donators also to your dad's
They all
family.
were. But by the way, what I'm saying is that there is a here's another. Another major donor to my dad is the trial lawyers. So if I went to work with trial lawyers, and by the way, I'm not saying like, woe is me, oh my God, my choices are so limited and things like that. I'm saying this, is that, the question becomes, is there any instance in which I was credibly accused of, in any way, of using my relationship with my father to influence him on behalf of a client, on behalf of somebody that I was being paid by. And I can not only say no and hope that you believe me, but I can say not only no, you can look at every email that I ever sent. You can look at every text message that I ever sent. So I'm not sitting here telling you and hoping that you believe me. And that's what I was talking about, I think, earlier, is one of the real gifts of the last 6 years is that I got nothing to hide. Shawn. I mean, it is all out there for anybody that wants to,
Wait, why is it that for singular, there's no S? For plural, there is an S. But for zero, it's treated as plural, right? Like there's 20 people, there's 20 viewers, there's one viewer, or there's 0 viewers. I need the Illuminati sound. That's not it.
Look at it. Now, you can continue people can continue to lie about me and make shit up.
Hunter, I just want you to know that I didn't mean any. That's not where I was going with this question.
No, I didn't think you were going there. I took it there. And the reason I took it there is because I found it an enormous opportunity to talk to somebody who would listen about it without being defensive about it.
Well, I'm going to tell you the tough questions that I'm going to ask you before we get there. I'll tell you what they are.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you some tough questions about Burisma. I'm going to ask some tough questions about the laptop. I'm going to ask some tough questions about, actually, not even tough questions. I'm just going to ask you to tell the story about your brother's ex-wife and you. And
Jesus.
I think we'll have a really good discussion about addiction. And do you think the last tough questions will come towards the end when we get to the pardon? And other than that, we're just having a discussion. And so with that question, what I was actually...
Other than like the 4 or 5 incredibly tough areas that you've been scrutinized for in your life, other than that, we're just big chillin', brah. Jesus. Ask him what smoking crack is like. True. Can we get some real questions in here? Where's the best place to get some fucking crack cocaine?
What
was your favorite prostitute experience? Why can't we get some fun questions?
Trying to get to is your old man is in a position of major influence.
Mm-hmm.
And through my journey here, just as a fucking podcaster, I can see how people use my wife to get to me. And I am anticipating on how they're going to try to manipulate my kids when they're old enough to get to me. Because I know it's going to fucking happen. Because I'm starting to see like how people are. And when you're in a position of influence and how people turn and change as that happens.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I'm asking you is, how would people approach you? How would they try to manipulate you to get to your dad? And how would that make you feel?
Well, I think that there's, at least in my experience, there were 2 obvious ways in which that would happen. But there were the one way is just a full frontal assault, which was easy to say. Like,
there is no way you could loot this machine. I don't believe I ever said
where
this.
People would come and say, "Hey, can you talk to your dad about X? I think it could be really cool for you. You know what I mean? And this could be really great." Or and that was an obvious.
I need frequency modulation boxes.
Yes, this would probably be a good place to look for them. Either that or communications beside lobby.
Yeah, why the fuck do you think I'm here? Thanks, buddy. Well, you think this would be a good place to look? Oh, maybe that's why I'm here. Oh, do you think maybe that's why I'm here right now? I should have killed that guy.
It's an obvious no. It's not. It's an immediate, at least in my experience, is like, no, like I don't do that, and I really don't do that, and I never did do that, and regardless of whether anybody believes me or not, that 100% was the bright line rule in anything that I did in my professional career, and everybody knew that. And then the other way, however, was a much more insidious way, which I'm sure that whatever level that you're talking about in terms of your own familial relations, and as you become more influential, as your influence has grown, is just a much more insidious way about people that you believed to be honest, straightforward, interesting, in which you figure out, though, at some point that they have an agenda, and they have an agenda that's all about them, and not about you personally, but about what you, what your wife can do for them as it relates to you. But you find that out pretty quickly, and and that's really kind of easy to figure out. At some point, when my dad was a United States.
Sorry. Hey, hello. I hear somebody talking to me. Assembly or medical, usually sometimes in the security area in the lobby. I always just look at the assembly place. I feel like you can find that pretty easy. I don't believe you could find them in the medical. Do you think you could? I don't believe you.
State Center. Because I was, highly aware of it my whole life, is that he had the capacity to do things. Like, for instance, getting people into the Naval Academy. The United States Senator, as you know, is the capacity that they have they get to choose, what is it, 2 candidates per.
I find way more of those things in medical and assembly. Fine, if I spawn your medical, I will loot it once. And if I don't find it ever, you're getting banned, Radiant, again. Former Nickelodeon star Tyler Chase spotted homeless on California streets.
Poetry?
Yeah, the one on Nick, right? Nickelodeon?
Yeah.
What was your name? What's your name?
Wait, really?
Tyler?
Curtis Mendez, also Tyler Chase for Poetry of Hollywood. Actors, so the kids of Nickelodeon. Tyler Chase, one of the...
Damn, bro, how'd you get... Why are you in the streets like this? Why are you in the streets like this?
Chase Bank.
Oh, damn. Hey, you know what? I got some cash for you, bro.
I
got some cash for you.
Here in California.
Here, look.
God bless you, sir. May I give you this gift?
No, don't worry about it, bro. Don't even worry about it.
Don't
even worry about it, bro.
Damn. Oh, my security breach is right here.
Per year?
Shit, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's how it works. And Jeremy or anybody else can explain it better. But they have I think every United States Senator has the, on an annual basis, picks 2 for every service academy. They can appoint 2 people. And so a lot of the things that my dad did as it relates to things like that, realizing that there's an enormous room for abuse of that.
Wait. Uh-oh. Wow, Chargain, thank you for 10 gifted tier 1 subbers, buddy. I did not choose to be an asshole. What is this?
Happy holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays.
Somewhere nice and warm
with
your families.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Tyler Chase is not. And this is the case for millions of other Americans.
Okay.
All right, the hotel situation. We got Tyler shelter.
Okay.
Hooray.
Yes!
Everyone's
They got him! They saved him!
Tyler's happy.
Yes!
Not the case.
We did.
Guys, we got him into the hotel.
Uh-oh.
And just that night, I receive a call from management.
Okay.
They're upset. The door is left open.
What?
Why is there a microwave in the tub? The refrigerator's turned over. I just feel so devastated. I'm at a loss. And his family told me that they had tried the hotel thing before and it didn't.
Wait. Seriously? You gave the drug addicted, mentally ill person some free shit and it didn't fix his problems? Wait. Holy fuck.
Work. And of course, Dan, why did you assume that you were going to be able to, just fix this situation? I don't even think we should be at this point, guys. 3 nights ago, when we tried to get him to the hospital, the authorities should have. I don't understand how a system could be in place, right? We have all these social systems where help should be provided for these people facing mental health issues.
The biggest issue is you're running into a very weird, you're coming up against a weird hard wall, which is you kind of have to just imprison these people. If you have severe mental health issues, they can't force you to get treatment. You can't do that. You can't force somebody to get treatment. They have to choose it if they're an adult. If they're child or kid. If you're a child or kid, then you can force them because they don't have all the rights and everything as an adult yet. But for adults with mental health issues, there's nothing really you can do. If they don't want to go, you can't really force them.
Drug abuse issues, right? Taxpayers vote on this stuff all the time. 5150 exists. A third party should be.
5150 is if you are an immediate threat to yourself or maybe to somebody else. I know for yourself or somebody else. But if you're just on the street and you're fucking, you're crazy, but you're not like in imminent danger of dying or killing someone else, I'm not gonna 5150. You're not gonna Brady act. You're just gonna be a crazy person on the street. That's it.
Able to get someone into treatment, get them a psychological evaluation to figure out what is going on and allow them to detox. I'm just crushed.
I need a detox for my schizophrenia, please.
They're not quality systems. LA, we got to do better. Well, Riverside County at this point, and California, there's the CARE Act. Let's make sure that it is functioning. There's no reason that his family should not be able to get help. I'm really feeling devastated here.
Okay.
I do want to send a thank you to
Radiant's safe for
people
now.
that have been supporting, the people on the ground. Blaze Pizza has given Tyler free pizzas
Blaze
until the
Pizza.
31st. Now I gotta say,
Until the
guys,
31st.
do not just take the plug and abandon my boy. The 31st, all right, that's coming up soon, right? He'll be out of food soon. Please stay,
Bro, I want
stay
free
with
pizza.
him.
How
Provide
famous
him
do
a
I have
safe
to be?
haven, there at that facility. He loves your pizza. Guys, I think that it is time to put in a call for 5150, but I also need insight from you all. Do you think that's fair to have a third party call and get someone entry into a
Blaze
facility?
Pizza looks like shit. Actually, I forget sometimes. I lived in Southern California. I disagree with you. Blaze Pizza was fucking awesome. I think I had one downstairs. That's the pizza. They make smaller, like, personal pizzas. They have, like, all the hot sauces and shit for the pizza and shit, too, right? I love that place. I had one downstairs. I lived in, when I was in Glendale, I lived in a huge apartment complex called The Brand. And I think there was one in the basement, or not the basement, but in the bottom floor or whatever. I feel like I ate so many of those. If you go back and you watch my... Actually, the infamous debate tactics accusation that that one guy made about me, I'm pretty sure I'm eating a Blaze Pizza in that video when the guy said I was eating pizza as a debate tactic. Can you just die? Bro, I'm almost disappointed. I think I'm in like these are the Care Bear queues. I got to like the Ultra Care Bear queues. I don't think anybody shot at me in like 20 games. What the fuck?
You know they need the treatment and they're gravely mentally disabled. We have to do something before it's too late for Tyler.
Agreed.
We have to do something, guys. And I just want a little insight. Anyone who has battled with drug addiction,
You need to frame him for suicidality.
Problems. What would your perspective be? Or if you've actually experienced 5150, you know, in a way that was helpful or not, let me know, because I think that's the call that needs to happen.
Rep.
Is like he created a independent panel of people and took the decision out of his hands.
Wait.
To be able to do that.
New Hassan clip. Hold on.
Very diehard. He's cultivated a very diehard fan base. And he's also not shy about weaponizing his fan base against any of his critics. So when you have a lot of people.
Can I just say, and listen, I know we all have our struggles, okay? Even if you're a spoiled little Nepo baby fuck like Hassan. But can I just say how unironically triggering it is to hear fucking retards like this guy talk about dealing with like harassment and the weaponization of fan bases when all they're talking about are getting mean comments and sometimes even mean DMs on Twitter, and that's it? Like, bruh, you don't know what it means to be fucking harassed. You, like, block them. People say mean things about you on Twitter. Block them. Block. We have a block function. Use it. Block them, bro. It's not that fucking hard. You don't want to see the subreddit shit, then don't read the subreddit. No! Look at all the help I'm getting. Oh my god. You know what? I deserve it though. Jesus.
in your fan base that are a part of all these other fan bases as well, whether it be, you know, Moist Critical's fan base or whether it be all the slop tubers and centrists and their fan bases as well, they're not going to go after him. Okay? They're not going to go after him. One, because they don't want to offend Asmongold fans in their audience, right? They've spent years and years cultivating a somewhat apolitical audience, and a lot of these apolitical people will lean in.
With Hassan calling these people out too, I kind of wonder, do you think Hassan like misses? Like he feels like he's not as relevant because he's not actually like, or maybe are people making videos on Hassan and talking about how problematic and shit he is anymore? Because I feel like I don't see as much of those. And if they were to be posted, I feel like you fuckers would be linking them all the time. I wonder if Hassan like misses when he was like getting called out more by them, and that's why he's like doing these kind of weird quasi call outs now. Right? I don't know.
That direction, okay? And when you actually do,
I've seen more streamers openly mocking him. Yeah, well, over like the Dogtober shit and everything. Yeah.
His commentary. If you find it to be dangerous, for example, if you find it to be silly or dangerous or whatever, and you actually
wow, what a view.
The Hassan Abi technique on Asmongold for once, then you end up putting your flag in the sand. You say, I'm against this. And he will go after you. He will punish you for saying that.
Punish how?
As he has over and over again.
Ah! That's all I needed.
People just don't want that.
I'm done.
People don't want to be attacked by Asmongold's audience.
Attacked how?
Asmon is incredibly consistent on his views. They just don't fit in a neat box. There's more nuance to it. He supported the Israel stance in regards to Palestine. Doesn't support Israel in regards to control over the American government. Bro, I like you, but your chat does the same thing. They go after people like rabid dogs. I, unlike Asmongold, actively tell my chat never to go after people. So whether people do it or not, I at least try to get them to not do it.
Right,
okay?
dude. As he reads my Kiwi Farms posts, as he literally plays down entire Bad Empanada videos that are just openly doxing people just because they were like peripherally related to me. Okay, chief.
I even have a fucking real world example of this.
I just gave to.
I even tell people not to go after people who are calling me out with regular fucking frequency.
I even tell my audience not to go after people that are calling me out. Why? Are you okay? Good one, dude. He's basically a saint.
It's probably a mistake. I think it's interesting how you give Asmon and everyone so much grace, and then people come in here and won't give you an inch. All the bad faith showcased on a regular basis is astounding.
Why does he read comments like that?
Principles matter. That is a principle that I have. And although I have weak moments where I say enough is enough and I yell and whatever the fuck, right?
Weak moments.
Okay.
I still try to be such a moral person.
Principles matter. That's why I yell at my chat when they constantly fucking that's why I yell at my chat when they say, "Oh, why are you being so kind to these people? You should be fucking really giving it to them."
Oh, what? What? Reality is whatever I want it to be. Are you serious? I yell at my chat all the time because I'm so nice. I give so much grace to my enemies and so much charitability, and I've got to... Oh, my God.
And then I say, no, that's not how I operate. I argue with my community all the time on what the best practices are.
How are you this constant with your rolls after falls? Because I'm the movement master. Because I've mastered this game. I've mastered it. And after I finish this expedition, I'm about to kill every motherfucker. Back to the demon queues.
And I just use that as an example of the ways in which, you know, and one of the rules in my family, not just apply to me, apply to anybody in my family, is that if you're working for somebody, if you're getting paid for somebody, don't come into my dad's office and ask anybody to do anything on behalf of those people that you're being paid to work for, regardless of how good the cause is, regardless of how righteous you may feel that it is. But that was the rule, and so those are the two kind of obvious ways that one less obvious, one in which, you know, there's like a level of seduction that occurs, and where people sometimes even unwittingly overstep a boundary that at least that I would have or anybody else in my family would have. And then there's the
what?
ways in which I now only in retrospect have become kind of fully cognizant of that are much, much more sophisticated in terms of the ways in which you can be manipulated by people, sometimes wittingly, sometimes unwittingly, sometimes but I think that there's much more sophisticated ways of doing that.
Could you give me an example?
Yeah. Want to get the Burisma?
Yeah, let's get the Burisma.
Okay. So here's
Could you start off with just describing what is Burisma?
Okay.
What was it?
But let's step back from Burisma. Okay. All right. Is that I leave the Commerce Department in that job, okay? And I was, I worked at the end of the Clinton administration from 1998 to, left in January of 2001. And I started a law firm, my own law firm. And I did kind of advisory work for, as related to the, what I knew about privacy and the new world of e-commerce. And there was an enormous amount of opportunity in that at that time because it was the dot-com bubble. So I had a lot of people that I had gone to college with and law school with and on papers that were like killing it. You know what I mean? They were, they started dot-com whatever. And it was, and there was an enormous need for legal representation and understanding of the kind of regulatory framework that these new e-commerce, entities were going to operate. And so I started a law firm with that in mind. And then, it was the dot-com bubble burst. And I had a friend, a Jesuit priest who had become president of St. Joseph's University at the time. And they had a program in which they got an earmark, what they called it at the time, and for a program in which they sent their graduate education students into the poorest school in Philadelphia, in which they sent basically student teachers in to fill in the gaps in Overbrook High School, in the Overbrook school system. And they've been doing it for years. And if you know anything about Jesuit universities, they're the oldest organizations. Almost, they're almost always the oldest community organizations in any city that you go to. So whether it's St. Joe's in Philadelphia, or whether it's been there for 120 years, or Georgetown University, which has been there for 200 years, or University of Denver, that's been there for, you go down to like University of San Francisco, been there 140 years. Detroit Mercy had been there for, it's the only university left inside the city, the city limits of Detroit.
We run shit, basically,
so
is what he's saying.
Father, the president of the university asked me if I could help him do that. And I did. And I helped him in kind of navigating Congress, the House of Representatives, in terms of figuring out whose representatives were, I think it was Chaka Patat at the time, and where it would go in an earmark. And they got the, I don't know what it was, $50,000, a semester to be able to send students to fill in the gaps in this impoverished school system. And then he referred me to the president of Detroit Mercy. And Detroit Mercy was is a dental school, but it was the only dentist in the entire city of Detroit at the time. So every other dentist had moved out to the suburbs. But within the city limits of Detroit, there literally was not one dentist office. Wow. And so what they wanted to do is they wanted to take their the dental school, which was serving the community at the time free, and do mobile dental clinics so that they could do preventative care throughout these neighborhoods. And so I helped them to get the money for that. And then
What's
I
the best thing to turn into for provisions?
To Xavier. And Xavier University, they had a veterans program.
I see, never mind.
Where they took
That's
disabled
exactly
vets that were coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan, and this is like 2004 at the time, and the veterans community, in which they gave them they enrolled them at Xavier University, but they also had them do community work as it related to, I forget what the exact, what it was, but it was for disabled vets at Xavier University. So I helped them get money to do that. And the list goes on, and I ended up representing I don't know, I think it was at the height of it, 14, 15 Jesuit universities. And that was my entire practice. And I was really proud of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's solid work.
And then at that time, I went on the board of Amtrak. I became the vice chairman and actually got elected to be the chairman of the board of Amtrak after serving on it for over 6 years. And I had, by that time, gone onto the board of the UN World Food Program, which is the largest humanitarian.
By the way, please listen to this, because people say this shit, and I know nobody will come from this podcast remembering this, but people say this shit what was Hunter Biden's qualification for being able to be in Burisma? What was he? He was nothing. Biden had, you listen to even getting into Yale, the way that he did that. Hunter was a smart dude, and he had a lot of business experience prior to sitting on any fucking Burisma board. It's not like he just was out of nowhere, he's the president's son. That's blah, 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 blah.
Organization in the world, serving 80 million people a day in 72 different countries, winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. And I had eventually became chairman of that board. I was vice chairman of the board for Truman National Security Project, which put veterans that were looking to enter political office, and we supported them. The Center for National Policy. I became an adjunct professor at at Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service in the master's program, and I taught a course called The Art of Advocacy in outside of government. It was the idea that you could, the way in which you could use your influence to be able to do good things for good people. And so one of the case studies that we used for that was the creation of PEPFAR, and the way in which you had bipartisan support to institute a policy which eventually has saved over 25 million lives.
Wow.
And And I taught that class for 4 years, and then my dad ran for president, lost, and then Obama picked him to be vice president. And in so doing, he had a group of people that I find to be really distasteful and hypocrites, but they said that I needed to give up because it was, I was working for these universities, but I was assisting them both in the legal and the policy perspective and lobbying to help them get money to do these programs. And, it was, I was a lobbyist. And so I voluntarily, but with a lot of pressure from them, none from my dad, had to give up that business. And so I basically started back in square one. And I started a consulting firm because I also stepped down from the board of Amtrak because they said that was a conflict of interest. And they were concerned that it was conflict of interest.
So you had to shut pretty much everything down.
Shut everything down.
The fact that your dad just took VP.
And I had to rebuild. And I don't have any savings.
How much did the Trumps give up for this again? Just curious.
Anyway, regardless, I'm in a different position than a lot of people. Is I had to figure it out again. And so what I did is I started a consulting company, but mainly focused on infrastructure in rail because I knew a lot about rail by this point, having served on the board of Amtrak for as long as I did. And there was a lot of potential private projects that were going on that have all fizzled out over the years. But I represented a really old, large Midwestern infrastructure firm, like guys who actually dig the tunnels and build the rails. And I advised them from projects from Baltimore to Beijing if they were interested, but just an understanding of how the process works. And so that was what I did. I was consulting on basically infrastructure projects and things like that. And then I began to consult for groups that were looking to raise capital. So infrastructure private equity firms that were looking for institutional capital to put into the private equity firms to be able to invest in infrastructure projects, mainly all domestic. And so I partnered with someone that had a long-term experience. One of my partners got a Series 7. We started an investment advisory firm, and on top of the infrastructure advisory firm. And that's what we did for, as I was chairman of the board of the World Food Program, as I was vice chairman of the board of the Center for National Policy, the Truman National Security Project. I was on the board of Catholic Charities. I was on the board of about, I think, at least a dozen, if not more, small, medium, large, major institutions. And so, for instance, on the board of Amtrak, I was the chair of the corporate governance board for a 6-year period of time. And I also took a job as the of counsel to, at the time, I think was probably the most significant law firm in the country, which was Boyce Schiller Flexner. And I was of counsel Boyce Schiller Flexner, and I focused on corporate governance. Yeah. And so that's when we come to Burisma. And the way that Burisma came to me was through a partner, a guy that not a partner as much as a potential partner, who I had a great relationship, and then anyway, it doesn't matter. He just got pardoned from Donald Trump.
What did he get pardoned for?
Wait, is this the who am I thinking of? Is he speaking about Devon Archer right now?
He ripped off some
What's a different person?
And some bond deal they did with some grifter, and anyway, a huge disappointment. But anyway, he introduced me to Burisma, and Burisma. This is right after the Russians. I mean, the Russians started taking Crimea, but they had made inroads into Donbass and Donetsk. And remember, there were that significant incursion past Crimea into the eastern part of Ukraine. And Burisma was the largest completely independent natural gas driller in Ukraine. And Naftgas, which is probably one of the most corrupt organizations in the world, is the state-owned natural gas entity in Ukraine. And one of the things that is beyond the potential rare earth minerals, the most lucrative commodity in Ukraine, other than the level of education of their population, is natural gas. And Burisma was under direct threat from Putin. I mean, that's what basically why Putin wants that particular part of Ukraine also is the natural resources, and also the fact that he runs pipelines through Ukraine to Europe. And there was a board member who's a guy named President Kwasniewski, who was the first democratically elected president of Poland outside Lech Walesa, after Lech Walesa, who wasn't democratically elected, but and a champion of democracy in a post-Soviet Europe, Eastern Europe. And he was on the board, and he made an argument to me that they were worth representing, because I said that I would talk to them if they wanted to talk to me about representation through Boyce Schiller. And there was an enormous amount of subject matter expertise in Boyce Schiller. There were two partners that were very steeped and that had worked both at the CIA and the State Department and in the last administration that were very steeped in Ukraine and issues as relates to Ukraine, and that's what lawyers do. And so I said you should talk to them, and they did, and they came in through me as a the referring partner of counsel member.
True, Eric. I love everybody.
And talking to them, I became convinced by President Kwasniewski that I should join the board. And he said, look, the CEO of the company is not is angel, but he's not one of the bad guys. He's a guy that's under threat from the real bad guys. The Dmitry Firtashes of the world, who were controlling Naftagaz and was wanted up until I think like 3 days ago, extradited by the United States for 47 different RICO charges and bribery, and is connected directly to to Putin, who had been basically siphoning all the money of Naftagaz back into Russia. Those are the people that the CEO of Burisma were set up against, and they were wolves at the gate and trying to take over Burisma. And he said, and you, just simply by being on the board, would be a message. It would be a message. And I'll tell you what, is that it is well worth your while. And so 2 things, is that I did believe in it. I'd done a Kroll report, and I'd done a Nardello security report on the firm while I was at Boy Schiller, and working for them as an attorney for about a 2-month period of time before they asked me to go on the board. And then he made a real push for me to go on the board, and I made the decision to go on the board. And this idea that I didn't have any expertise, or I didn't know what I was talking about, or that I didn't have any experience with boards, or that I didn't speak Ukrainian, or I didn't know about that. I mean, it's all bullshit. All complete and utter absolute bullshit, in which they try to paint me as not having as much experience as, Don Jr., who just got a $695 contract from a $695 million contract for a startup, private equity firm for a startup drone company that he's, with 30 employees, I am almost beyond offended, the idea that certain people in that world have painted of me as being a ne'er-do-well, kind of drifter that, kind of the board. Was it a mistake to go on the board? Yeah. It was absolutely a mistake, not because of anything that I did that I am embarrassed about or in any way whatsoever feel conflicted about as it relates to what I did for Burisma, but because of the political position that put us all in. They used that as the toe in the door to be able to call my family the Biden crime family without any evidence. The person that said that Joe Biden took a bribe to protect Burisma is sitting in a jail cell.
Yeah. Well, no, that's incorrect. I think he's out and missing now, right? Hasn't that been the case for a few months?
Sitting in a jail cell for lying to the FBI. And meanwhile, there still is this lingering question that people have about Burisma. So I guess before I continue to just go on, is that what do you think happened in Burisma?
I think that, look, just a little more context on Burisma. Burisma, would it be fair to say that Burisma could have potentially supplied the vast majority of natural gas to Europe?
No, not absolutely not. Burisma's, almost all of Burisma's natural gas.
Wait, what? Could have easily supplied the majority of... Does Europe not use natural gas much? Or... What?
Supply, the production was internal to Ukraine, the Ukrainian industry.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that could have been a major supply to all of Europe, correct?
Well, only if they wanted to drain Ukraine of the vital natural gas that they need to run their economy. But yeah, but no, Burisma did not have the capacity, was not large enough to supply all the natural gas needs of in any way, shape, close, even remotely of the needs of Germany alone. Okay. The production was not nearly that big. No.
Could it have been though, if we built up the infrastructure? Were the resources there that could have implemented that kind of infrastructure?
If you built up the infrastructure of Naftagaz, the state-owned company, potentially, yes, okay. But not even remotely for Burisma. No.
I think that if I was the owner of a company that had that kind of resource, I would very much want the president of the United States' son on my board.
Oh, by the way, Shawn, there's no doubt.
Or vice president.
Yeah, but by the way, not for any specific end game like that. Mm-hmm. I'm absolutely certain that was not. I think that what he was afraid of is that he was going to get killed. I'm positive that the CEO of was not by anybody in the United States, is that he was going to get killed by Putin. Mm-hmm. And so he 100% thought that by bringing me on board, number one, is that I was absolutely qualified. Number two, is that I've demanded that we be transparent about it. You realize I went on the board and I put out a press release saying that I went on the board. Mm-hmm. I wasn't hiding it from anybody. And who else was on the board? And I'm absolutely certain that part of the reason that he wanted me on the board was for protection. He thought that if at least that he was associated with that name, that it would give him some protection from the forces of the Russian forces writ large that were out to literally bury him. Mm-hmm. So I don't have any doubt about that. Was there some? All I know is this: is that I served my 5 years on the board. No one ever asked me to do anything that my dad had any control of. And 3 of the years in which I was on the board, 3.5 of the years in which I was on the board, my dad wasn't in office. I took that job because it afforded me the opportunity to do two things. Number one is that I felt incredibly comfortable serving on a board, just from a capacity and the confidence of being able to be of value, that I was being paid to do something that I had the capacity and was capable of doing. Number one. And number two, it gave me freedom because they paid me a fucking lot of money. And my brother had just been diagnosed with cancer, and an incurable form of cancer. And so it gave me an enormous amount of space to be able to spend time and do that. And I'm not saying like I did it for my brother. I'm a saint, and that's the only reason I did it. That's bullshit. I did it because it paid well, and I knew where the lines were. And that's what I did.
Do you think that it would have been in our intelligence agency's best interest for you to be on that board?
No, not
that they manipulated you. Just do you think it would be in their best interest to have
in our intelligence agency? I think it ends up being that it was in a lot of people's best interests, others that were not mine nor my father's.
So it could be
yes
that all of these things are true at the same time.
What being all of what things?
That intelligence agencies wanted you in there. That the guy that wanted protection, he wanted you in there for protection and also wheeling and dealing in the future.
Yeah, I think
that all these things, could be true at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that you're right, and I refrain from doing this in terms of like the whataboutism. Is that I didn't go work for the Ukrainian government. I didn't go work for instance, the Saudis. I didn't go work for the Albanians. I didn't go work for the Serbians. I didn't go work for the Emiratis. I didn't go work for the Qataris. I didn't take money for the purposes of changing U.S. policy as it relates to weapon systems or individuals that were murdered or anything like that. And I got paid a amount that I was transparent about what I got paid. I served my 5 years on the board, 3 of which were when my father was not in office in any shape or form. And then I left. And so whether those things could have happened as it relates to me, sure. Are those things happening not just in front of our faces, but like you might as well be coming and slapping us in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Kushner is right now negotiating a peace deal with the Ukrainians and the Russians with direct interest as it relates to the energy, the energy interest inside of Russia and their partners, whether it's in India, the Saudi Arabia, or what's about to happen with Nord Stream pipeline. A direct interest of which he's been taking $2.5 billion from partners to impact those changes. I served on a board for 2 years. You have every email that I've ever sent, every text message that I've ever sent, every single communication that I have ever had, including during that period of time. And there is not a single communication other than the one thing that they hung their hat on is a guy that was in Washington, D.C. at the time, was the secretary to the board, said, "Hey, Hunter, thank you. It was nice meeting your dad." And when she was walking out of a restaurant, and my dad was walking into a restaurant with me, and I introduced the two of them. And that's it. I think they started an impeachment investigation over this.
I think one question that a lot of people have is the 10% for the big guy remark.
Not from me. And I'll tell you exactly what it was. It's from a guy named James Gilliard, along with Tony something.
Bobulinski.
Okay. Yeah, Tony Bobulinski, who claims to know me so well. You know how many times I met Tony Bobulinski? Maybe 4, maybe 3 times. In which I told him to go fuck himself. Ooh. And that I wouldn't do business with him. In which they're negotiating a deal, not having, by the way, anything to do with Burisma. Nothing to do with Burisma. It had to do with a entity that was starting a U.S. entity of a Chinese energy firm, in which they wanted to partner and create an investment vehicle. And James Gilliard sends a email, not me, sends an email to 6 other people, including Tony Bobulinski, in which I'm CC'd on, in which he proposes equity splits, of which he says 10% for the big guy. And I don't know what James Gilliard was referring to, but I know this, is that structure, that proposed group of people, a proposed partnership to do like an energy, number one, was occurring when my dad was out of office and was not a candidate for president and was 2 years away from being vice president, and his career in public service, according to everybody else, was over. So number one, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Number two, I didn't say that. And number 3, it never happened. So 10% for the big guy, go fuck yourself. But my dad has given, 32 years, 40 years of his tax returns. You have every tax return I've ever had.
How many do we have of
Everyone.
Trump?
You can go find them on the internet. I had the DOJ, I had the FBI,
the House and Senate, Congressional,
I had the Oversight Committee, I had the Judiciary Committee, I had the Ways and Means Committee in both the House and the Senate. I had the U.S. Attorney's Office in L.A.
Every motherfucking congressional, senator, whatever the fuck, all the DOJ, Trump's personal fucking minions, all the internet sleuths, fucking Giuliani and their leaks and everything else. And at the end of all of that, we got 2 indictments. One was for overdue taxes that he'd already paid off, and the other was because he lied on a federal form because he bought a firearm when he was addicted to drugs. Not that he even did anything bad with it, but that he bought a firearm when he was addicted to drugs.
In D.C., in Baltimore, in Delaware, in Pittsburgh, all investigate me.
Holy shit.
All of them. At the behest of Donald Trump beginning in 2017. And what did they come up with? So you think...
What did they come up with? Meanwhile, Donald Trump has... how many times has Donald Trump testified relating to anything for the government? I'm counting through all of them in my head. You got 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. He did for that 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. I think never, right? Never? Not a single fucking time? And then you've got Hunter Biden, who is willing to show up and answer questions publicly when they say they'll question him, and then they threaten to have him jailed because they don't want him at the Capitol, whatever. Because we're not going to do this publicly. If we do it, it'll only be behind closed doors, because they love those closed door hearings. They love those closed door hearings, because then they can quote from it and say whatever the fuck they want, and the whole public has no concept or no clue of what the context was of anything being said in there.
That there is like some hidden 10% for the big guy, because this motherfucker Tony Bobolinsky, who's some wannabe soldier who tried to convince me that he was a part of did what you did, was one of those guys. Maybe he is. I don't know. But all I know is every guy that I've ever met that did what you did never told me that they did what you did, or tried to impress upon me that they did. And that's why I told Tony to go fuck himself. They never did a deal with anybody that suggested 10% for the big guy, which, by the way, again, occurred when my dad was neither vice president nor president and was never going to be in public life again, even if he was. So I'm not blaming James Gilliard. If James Gilliard sent that, and his intent was maybe he's going to be able to get the former vice president of the United States to be, somehow involved in this, then why would he be able to say that? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He's selling. I mean, I will be surprised if when they leave this White House that the copper pipes are still in the walls. I'm not joking. It is the most openly corrupt, and everything that they do, Shawn, is projection or confession. So I'll say it to you again, is that I believe that it was a mistake because I was very, very naive about what a viper's den Ukraine is. What an absolute, talk about a level of corruption that I'm still staggering. Because they're part of a kleptocracy, of a greater kleptocracy, which is, what? Russia is nothing more than a country a gas station masquerading as a country, as John McCain used to say, with one person that is the ultimate Don of all Dons. And I don't mean Trump's, I mean Dons. And that's Putin. So getting involved in that, anyway, even though it was through a private company, even though I served on the board, even though you have every communication I've ever had, even though you have testimony, thousands of hours of testimony from anybody that's worked with my dad, under oath, by the way.
Under oath.
Under oath. So, when Tony Bobolinsky, under oath, went before the Oversight Committee, what did he have to say? What did he have to say? What crime under oath did he accuse me of?
He didn't.
He didn't, because he was under oath. But then you know what he did? He went on to Fox News and Tucker Carlson and accused me of crimes. And then Devin went to, Tucker, and he literally stuck his lips around the ass of Don Jr. and Eric, and he got a pardon out of it. And so did his partner that ripped off the Indian tribes to the tune of millions and millions and millions of dollars, of which they were absolved from having to pay back. I think it was close to $100 million. I don't know the exact number, so don't sue me. I really don't. And I don't know anything about it other than is that everybody under oath, everybody in the court of law. Look, I had a special prosecutor.
Oh, and the special prosecutor. True.
An independent investigation from a special prosecutor, the only U.S. attorney left in the United States that was appointed by Donald Trump, that my dad left in place.
Yep.
And when he was U.S. attorney in Delaware, he came to the conclusion that no charges should be brought against me. And I went to we came to a resolution in which I was going to plead guilty to 2 misdemeanors of failing to file my taxes on time, because I'd already paid them back with penalties and interest. I paid over $800,000 in interest and penalties. Because during 2016 and 17 or 15 and 16, I forget, because the years, is that I literally was out of my mind. And I thought that it was being taken care of me. Whatever the reason, I didn't pay my taxes. And when I figured out that I did in 2019, when I came out of recovery, the first thing I did, I went to an accountant and I said, I got to figure out my taxes. And they gave me the number at the end of the day. And as soon as I got the number of what I owed with penalties and interest, I went to the United States government and I borrowed the money and I sent them the check. 4 years later, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 5 years later, 3 days before the statute of limitations ran, they charged me after coming to a negotiated settlement with me and a plea deal. They blow up the plea deal because MAGA went nuts, and they decided to charge me with 7 counts of tax evasion that would have resulted in over 35 years in prison for taxes that I paid with penalties and interest. I can't find one single case as precedent in which someone similarly situated was ever charged.
Oh.
Roger Stone didn't pay taxes.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if he's familiar with fucking Roger Stone's case, because Roger Stone was using his wife. He was using his wife and I think her business, or his ex-wife and her business, to actually hide the amount that he owed. And he I don't think he was even charged with a misdemeanor. I think it was just a negotiated payment plan with the IRS, and that was it. And he knows it. Fuck, the Hunter guy is smart. He knows a lot of shit, and he's educated in these fields too. And it's not, I like listening to him talk about politics and law and business and everything because he's not just a fucking retard podcaster. Ugh.
Case as precedent in which someone similarly situated was ever charged. Roger Stone didn't pay taxes for I think like 8 years, and had secret bank accounts.
Yes. Yep.
At the same time, secret foreign bank accounts, I believe. And I'm like, I don't know, Roger. So again. And they came to a settlement. They never, the United States government
didn't
never
charge him, no
me
misdemeanor, no felony, nothing.
Audited. They never audited me. I informed them. We called them and said, hey, we can't find the transcripts, my accountants did, for 2017 or 17 and 18. I forget what the 2 years are. They're 17 and 18 because I went into 19. And they said, huh. And then we figured out that my accountant had done the taxes and sent them to an office that was empty, and then he died. My accountant. So I got a new accountant in LA when I came out of my 2 years.
Oh, how convenient for you.
Of
who killed him?
Crack addiction.
How did he die?
And I took care of the wreckage of the past. And I took responsibility for what I did. And that's why
that tax accountant's name? Seth Richards.
Decided that they were not going to charge me because they couldn't find any criminal.
Pisco still attacks Hunter for the taxes thing? How can he attack him for the taxes thing? No, you're lying. Shut the fuck up.
In what I did. Or any way in which I was truly trying to evade my taxes because I came to them. But they blew up the plea deal, and they not only charged me with that, but then they charged me with a 922 G3 violation that's never been used against anybody except me, other than people that go and purchase a gun in the commission of a violent felony, in which they also find that they can show that they were addicted to a substance or
when they bought the firearm.
Of a Schedule 1 substance.
Shit.
Ever. How many people that you know smoke pot?
And the most annoying thing, by the way, because believe it or not, I've never even talked to Hunter Biden before, not a single time, and I knew all these things. Yeah, that's right. I could have. Yeah, it did scare. I could have wasted your ass. You should be dead right now. I should kill you just on principle. Just kidding. I would never do that. I bet this Shawn Ryan guy's literally never heard this. Whoo! Look at that guy go down. I bet he's never heard any of these facts in his entire fucking life. This is like the first time he's heard any of this, and all this information is so easily available. Ugh.
Guns regularly.
A lot,
right? They're all in violation of 922 G3. Every single one of them.
Joe Rogan, bring him up.
They charged me with 3 different charges under that. Again, 35 years in prison. 3 different charges. No, I challenge anybody out there. Find anyone else. And by the way, the Supreme Court's about to overturn the constitutionality of 922 G3 based on Second Amendment and Bruin and the case of money. And so it's not going to even be, I think, constitutionally viable within the next 4 months.
Wow.
But they took that and they charged me with it. Now, how fair do you think that is when the only way that they became informed of the fact that
because of my book
is through a group message from a gun shop owner,
just kidding,
Don Jr., and a former state police officer that heard a story about me throwing away, someone throwing away a gun that I purchased 10 days before, that I owned for 10 days.
Oh.
In a lockbox, in my truck.
When he said heard a story, my understanding was, maybe this isn't true, or maybe this is too much, but my understanding is the only reason that story was out there is because he wrote about it in his memoirs or whatever, his book, and that's how people knew that he had a gun, and then they tried to put the timelines together, and then they were like, oh my god, when he bought this gun, he must have been addicted to drugs, meaning he lied on the form that you fill out when you buy a firearm, you have to say you're not using or addicted to any drugs at the time, so that, yeah.
It was never loaded and never fired. 5 years later.
Wow.
5 years later.
And that's how that came about?
Yeah.
So a conversation with 3 people.
Yeah, according to the, there's this incredible investigative reporter in that dug up all of this stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Shit.
Incredible. They put it on some right-wing blog. And then the U.S. attorney came to it, and you know what the U.S. attorney did? They came to the right decision.
Maybe he didn't put it in his book? I don't know.
3 years of that investigation, in which they'd been investigating me for over 5 years. And they came to first a non-prosecution agreement, and then it was called a diversion agreement, saying technically they believe that I violated the law. So I would agree not to buy a gun. And
they spent 3 years investigating whether you
did Burisma shit or...
They never found that I did drugs when they did that weapon. You know what they did?
Too.
They put me in front of a jury, and they took my book.
Oh, this is where the book thing comes in.
Audio version of my book, in which I talk about my addiction during that period of time.
There it is.
And they just mashed it all together. Now, 922 G3 under any standard is a state of mind question, right? Are you addicted to, or are you a user of a controlled substance? Well, I may have been an addict in the past. Am I addicted to, or a user of a controlled substance? Right now, if I went to your range and fired a gun, would I be in violation of 922 G3?
No.
No? According to their standard, I am. And I will forever be. Have you had, or do you have friends that have struggled with alcohol or illegal substances that have owned guns during that period of time?
Yes, I do.
And do you know people personally that may have had substance abuse problems that owned guns at that time? And do you believe that the federal government should have the right to put them in jail for 10 years if on a form they said when they bought the weapon that they truly believed that they'd overcome their addiction? Because no addict believes that they're an addict when they're not using.
I don't even like the way that Hunter is phrasing it here. He's phrasing it like the wording is much weaker on the form. Yeah, I think the wording is something along the lines of like, are you addicted to or are you an unlawful user of any federally banned substance or any narcotic? And then I think they even put in parentheses, like, even if marijuana is legal in your state, it's still a federally banned substance. And I don't know what the fuck that means, right? I don't, like, let's say that you smoke marijuana, and then let's say the next day you go to buy a gun. Are you currently a user of, if you're not high at that moment, are you a user of marijuana? Or what if you smoked it last week? It's a very vague question. It just seems like, but generally, I feel like it's usually like an accessory charge. Like that's usually, like you said, if you kill somebody and you're like high when you kill them and they find out you bought the gun a few days ago and you were probably high when you bought the gun, like they'll just like throw it on there. It's not usually a thing that you solo go after people for. I couldn't find any examples of them ever just charging somebody solely with that crime, but
it didn't matter. They wanted to get me for something, so they got me for something. And what they did is they embarrassed me. They spent the entire trial. And, for instance, you said that you wanted to talk about the relationship that I have with my sister-in-law. Like, my God, I'll tell you what, they put her on the stand. Talk about my addiction. It was fucking awful. It was awful. And one of the most difficult things for me in my entire life is how much I fucked that up. I mean, two people in a state of grief, out of their fucking minds, me in particular, thinking that they had found the solution to the bleak, the positions that they found themselves in the thing that they love the most. And that's all I can say. And it was an enormous mistake, and I take full responsibility for it. And I am beyond embarrassed what I put my family through. Beyond embarrassed what I put my family through. But in the moment, it was not some, like, sick whatever. It was literally grasping for some, like, for life. For grasping for something. Grasping for some chance at living again. But you know what? Like, you judge me? Not you. Just anybody? You've never known anybody to be able to go through, like, a grief like that? And it's fucked up. You do fucked up things. I certainly did, and I've been paying for them. I've been paying for them for a long time now. And I'm done killing myself over it.
Good.
I think that there is a side to what happened there that nobody's heard. And that's why I want to bring that up. Because I think that is part of your redemption. I think people need to hear that.
Yeah. Maybe.
Because the way it's described in there is definitely not the way it's described in the media.
No.
And without injecting my opinion on anything, I think it's going to change a lot of opinions when they hear all of the details, when they hear the story, when they hear why, when they hear what you were going through, when they hear what she was going through. It just paints. It's a different picture than what has been portrayed through the media.
Yeah. And I will. I mean, we can talk about it, but I will tell you this: is that in many ways, part of it's not my story to tell, and the level of pain that that caused my family, and by the way, and still does, in terms of is something that is really, 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 really it's tough. But I can tell you this: it was not. I almost don't feel like I owe. I understand what you're saying. Is owe these people.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like your redemption. Redemption to who? Redeeming of what? Like, fuck you. I don't know, I feel like that's kind of a crazy... Like, all these random people who don't give a fuck about literally any principle or value in the universe have slandered and attacked you for, like, a decade. Now you need to redeem yourself. It's like, what? Suck my dick.
The judge think that they have a judgment about it, an explanation in any way other than this. Is it two people desperate to find a way out and clung to each other as being the nearest thing to the thing that they both valued the most in the world and lost. And that's the answer to that. And it was an attempt to keep something alive that was permanently dead. And just a gigantic miscalculation about the way in which that would impact the ecosystem of the rest of my family. And I am, all I know is this, is that it is not, it has been harder on everybody else than it has been on me. And but I think that we're, you know, in a place that's very different now, in which there's been a lot of healing. But, you know, I take full accountability for that.
Is Bo's death what sent you down the path of addiction?
I think that what it did is it sent me down the path of addiction. There's anything, I think, I don't know if your experience as it relates to addiction, the people in your life, your own life, is that you don't need much of an excuse to use. You know, it could be sunny, it could be raining. You could be up, you could be down.
Could be down in Arc Raiders.
But what Bo's death did do to me was it sent me down a path of nihilism that I'd never experienced before, in which nothing mattered. And when it all fell apart. And in the immediate aftermath of Bo's death, there was a sense of real purpose. But then my marriage of 22 years began to falter, and I ended up on my own for the first time in my life, literally, in terms of living alone for the first time in my life. Because remember, I left, went to college, did Jesuit Volunteer Corps, got married, had a baby, had 2 more. And, you know, and I, in that period of time, directly after Bo's death, is that I didn't have the availability of my dad for the first time in my life, and that he was so like me. I mean, grief is a solitary journey in many ways. As much as you try to cling to people, I think one of the reasons that people, when they lose a child or, you know, a couple, is that they sometimes lose each other. And for a period of time there, I felt like I'd lost my dad. I felt like I'd lost the entire structure of my existence. Yeah. And so I'm, you know, and I grasped towards one thing that was, and not in a nefarious, prurient way in any way, to someone that was the nearest thing to what my brother was, and I did grasp for each other, and my addiction completely 100% fucked that up, and it was awful, and so I do know that Bo's death didn't make me an addict, but by my own actions, by by the circumstances that I found myself in, by the depths to which I didn't think that there was a way out, it certainly was a factor in what sent me down a rabbit hole that I'd never gone before, which was completely wanting to disappear from the face of the earth.
Jesus.
It was awful. You know, I think that people have this vision of, you know, that it's kind of funny when Marjorie Taylor Greene like shows pictures of me and, you know, naked, and, you know, by the way, 90% of which is like, aren't selfies. People taking pictures of me passed out in a bathtub with a crack pipe. You know, I wasn't taking pictures of myself, you know, remotely while I was, you know, passed out. And, you know, but whatever the case may be, is I don't do anything but cry when I think about those times. Not for anybody but myself. I mean, it was truly demoralizing. I mean, I am, what people I don't think fully comprehend about addiction, if they're not the direct addict, that sometimes can take you to a place in which all you're doing is thinking about getting high, or thinking about how you're going to get high, thinking about how you're going to cover up getting high, and thinking about how you're going to come down from getting high. And then it becomes just this round the clock thing in which it's not even about getting high. It's like about not dying. It's literally about the feeling that I cannot get up from this bed unless somebody hands me a drink in order for my body to function. And that's the level to which I found myself for a long period of time. I mean, relatively, in anyone's life. Like the fact that I didn't die, I believe is a miracle.
How many times do you think you were close to death?
Dozens. Whether it was by, you know, like finding my places in which people were pulling guns on me, to putting. One time I woke up in a, you know, face down in a pool. You know, and I don't remember that, but that's what they told me. You know, I by anybody's standards was, I mean, I talk about it
very descriptive
in the book, and the reason is, you know, people kind of make fun of me about that when I talk about, like, I searched the carpet for drugs. And the point of the story is not that it's some fucking funny story for you to laugh about, and, you know, Laura Ingraham to go, ha ha ha, he's a crackhead, and, you know, Donnie Jr. and, you know, these guys are all fucking tough guys that, you know, like, you know, because they go to UFC fights. I tell those stories because, you know what, I'm positive that people write me and say, thank you. Thanks for sharing that. Because in the program that I come from, is that the one thing that keeps you trapped is your secrets. Is the things that you did in the dark that nobody else knows about except the people that you were in that motel room with.
True.
On the floor.
That's why I'm glad people know I'm a rapist. I'm just kidding. Video game.
So your hands,
just kidding.
Get bloody. If I can tell you that in front of everybody and write a book about it, and my dad's the president of the United States, and I came from a place of incredible privilege, What I'm trying to tell you is that you have nothing to be ashamed of if you then figured out how to get clean and sober. All I have is respect for you. Doesn't mean that I don't think that you should be held accountable for the shit that you did that was stupid while you were high. But I want to tell you something, is that if you were me, you know, crawling through the cut down in, at 3 a.m. in downtown LA, you know, with a gun to your head, begging somebody to sell you crack, and you made it out of that, fucking more power to you. And fuck anybody that fucking would make fun of you for it. You can't talk to anybody about it. Fuck you. And fuck all those people that judge over it. You can judge me for the decisions that I made and for the...
One thing that Hunter's really good about doing that I've said is like a huge problem with a lot of people is finding lots of fucking crack cocaine and banging hot prostitutes. Some people have a really hard time is accepting like negative aspects of themselves or mistakes that they've made while also still loving themselves, like not hating themselves over it. So it causes, there's like two roads that a lot of people go down. One is the road of being based, where you just never admit fault for anything ever, and you just blame everybody around you until you get into some self-destructive cycle where you either kill yourself, get killed, or you basically hit rock bottom. Sorry. Oh, I need some crack. And then the second thing is where people will rewrite like any bad quality about themselves as actually being secretly like a good thing. Jesus, sorry. Almost died. Oh my god. And it feels really hard for somebody to simultaneously say like, here's a decision I've made or an aspect of myself, like this was just bad, it was negative, there's not much of an upside, it was just a mistake or a bad thing. But also like, I don't fucking hate myself. You know, like I'm not like the worst person in the world and it's possible to get through whatever things. Hunter seems to be really good at balancing out that. Where the fuck did these 50 million fucking robots come from? Does this place count as inside? Jesus. Okay.
Fuck ups. But I've been paying the price, and I take responsibility for those things. And I fully have been transparent about it. For the pure purpose is that we are only as sick as our secrets, man. And I know that what the gift that has been given to me is that I don't have any more secrets. Not
True.
One. Not a one.
True. Come at me. True.
I live the same fucking way. I was not expecting to like you this much.
Well,
I mean, dude, I just...
But like, why not? Like, this guy is a million times more interesting, a million times more honest, a million times cooler, has done better things in his life than just... Trump is literally the definition, and his kids are just like worthless fuck loser fuck nepo babies who just all suck. And it's just like so obvious. Like how... Like, what kind of a life have you lived? Like, that's just not like the most immediately obvious thing in the world. Like how much of losers like all these fucking millionaire kids are. Ugh.
We got a lot more time. I can fuck that up. I promise.
I mean, I mean,
Kushner doesn't seem that bad, right? Kushner doesn't count. That's a son-in-law. That's a son-in-law. Okay, that dude is from everything I've seen of Kushner. Is he Jewish or whatever? I don't know where it comes from. Kushner has more IQ than the entire fucking family combined. I don't know if he, for whatever shit related to that, Saudi Arabia, the MBS investments into his business, I don't know if he did improper shit there or not. I bring it up because it seems like a clear conflict of interest. But just listening to Kushner speak, the Kushner dudes is like a million times more intelligent than any of those fucking Trump losers. Don Jr. or fucking Eric, these guys, they sound retarded when you listen to these guys. They sound like the bad guys in any evil henchman story, like the retarded bad guys. Yeah, I don't know, but he's doing all the corruption in the world for Trump. Listen, I can at least respect, like, I can respect you, okay? Even if I think you're evil. I respect Putin. Everybody should have some amount of respect for Putin. But then some people are just they're evil and stupid, like Trump. Oh God. Whatever.
I'm not fucking around, man. I live by that. I've talked about damn near everything publicly, and I don't have any secrets left.
Really?
But I've talked about how fucked up I was on my cocaine addiction, on my benzos, on my sleeping pills, on my booze, on my womanizer, all of it. It's all fucking out there.
King.
And you know, when I realized,
I don't know much about him. Maybe he is actually. I don't know.
Is every fucking skeleton in that closet that you release out into the world?
Hey, you can set him up.
It's like freeing part of your soul, man.
Yeah.
Because what are you gonna do?
man.
Come at me? I don't give a fuck. It's
Hell
all out
yeah.
there. I got nothing left to lose, buddy.
And by the
You know
way,
what I
it doesn't mean that you're fucking proud of it.
Yeah.
What it means is that you're free of it.
You're free of it, and it also sets an example for others to follow. And just like you said, you know, coming from where you've come from, with your dad being the president of the United States, I mean, that is a tremendous amount of shame because of the expectations that have been put on you by society because of the position that your family members are in.
Yeah.
And so to come out and to have the courage to say, yeah, I fucked this up. This is what happened. This is the description. This is how I saw it, and this is how I lived. And to be that open about it, I mean, then I know how much courage that is. Actually, maybe I don't, because I don't have any family members in that type of position. But I'm in an influential position, and to come clean on all of those things. And I mean, shit, just the other day I had to do something where I fucked something up, and I talked shit about somebody that a group of people that I shouldn't have. I had to come clean. I did it.
The Jews.
Also did the same damn thing to Kamala Harris, who I couldn't fucking stand, and I did a public apology. Anyways, addictions and all of that stuff, and how bad it gets, and scrounging around for drugs and going to get more, and the thrill of finding it, and all. I mean, I could go for days about that stuff, but and maybe we will. Yeah. But I do want to commend you, you know, for coming clean and being that open about it, because most people will never see that kind of courage.
I really appreciate that. I really mean it. I know that you're surprised by that, but coming from you, that means a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Let's take a break.
Yeah, man.
My days don't slow down. Between work, the gym, and time with the kids, I need eyewear that can keep up with everything I've got going on. And that's why I trust Roka. I've tried plenty of shades before, but these stand out. They're built for performance
Do you think
without
that's real in him,
sacrificing
or is that
style.
an AI
I've put them
Shawn
through it
Ryan?
all,
What do
on
we
the
think?
range, out on the water, and off-road. They don't quit. They're lightweight, stay locked in place, and are tough enough to handle whatever I throw at them. And the best part, they
Why
don't
are
just
you throwing
perform,
things
they
at
look
them?
incredible. Sleek, modern,
What?
and designed for people who expect more from their eyewear.
what?
No fluff, no gimmicks, just premium frames that deliver every single time. And that's why Roka is what I grab when I'm heading out the door.
Oh, no,
Born
I
in
think
Austin,
that's real. I think
Texas,
it's real.
they're
I think it's
American designed with zero shortcuts. Razor sharp optics, no glare, and all-day comfort that doesn't quit. And if you need prescription lenses, they've got...
What the fuck is this dude's outfit? Bro, you look like you're from Midsummer. What the fuck? What the fuck? That guy looks like a fucking... New skin? What?
You covered with both sunglasses and eyeglasses. One brand, all your bases. Roka isn't just eyewear, it's confidence you can wear every...
What the fuck? Go back. The guy with the sniper looks like Charlie Kirk, the guy in the ad.
all-day comfort that doesn't quit. And if you need prescription lenses,
Wait, which
they've got
one?
you covered. I'm hitting out. No gimmicks, just premium frames that deliver every single time. And that's why Roka is what I grab when I'm heading out the door. Born in Austin, Texas, they're American designed with zero shortcuts. Razor sharp optics, no glare, and all-day comfort that doesn't quit. And if you need prescription lenses, they've got you covered with both sunglasses and eyeglasses. One brand, all your bases. Roka isn't just eyewear, it's confidence you can wear every day. They're the
Destiny, he can't see when ADSing with that outfit. Have you seen the memes? Wait, what? No?
real deal. Ready to upgrade your eyewear? Check them out for yourself at Roka.com and use code SRS for 20% off site-wide at checkout. That's ROKA.com. Want to stay up to date on all things SRS? You bet your ass you do. Our newsletter brings you the latest SRS news and critical updates. Get instant alerts on the newest episodes. Never miss a beat. Exclusive intel briefs from counterterrorism expert Sarah Adams.
Yeah, block screen, Destiny. It's kind of sad since it looks cool. Wait, what are you guys talking about?
You've seen her many times on the show. She's going to give unfiltered insights on global terrorist activity.
Whoa!
For Patreon exclusives, you're going to get epic range days with me and
The gold skin you just saw? Oh, it blocks stuff on the screen? Oh, because of the ear sticking out on that. Well, who cares? Shut the fuck up. Yeah, what you sacrifice for drip. True. Top comment. I agree.
Damn near every guest that's come in the studio. You're also going to get behind-the-scenes content and guest updates. You're going to get first dibs on new merch drops and limited edition items that will never be sold again.
Damn.
Plus, exclusive offers from our partners you won't find anywhere else. So subscribe to the Vigilance Elite newsletter right now.
You better subscribe, guys.
All right, Hunter, we're back from the break.
Yeah.
Getting ready to dive into the life of a crack addict.
Absolutely.
Mine was
Jesus.
Coke.
Yeah.
But I'll dive in there with you. And
same thing, just a little bit different.
Yeah. Well, you started with Coke, right?
Ooh, cokeheads really don't like when you compare cocaine to crack.
Yeah.
It's like cocaine and crack is like girls that do Fansly versus girls that do OnlyFans. Where you're like, oh, you did cocaine, isn't that like crack? You do like, oh, Fansly, isn't that like OnlyFans? Oh, no. I don't do OnlyFans. I do Fansly. Big difference, okay? Big difference, okay? Crack? I did cocaine, okay? Oh, like smoke cocaine? No, powder cocaine, okay? Gee, what do you think I'm a fucking crack? Are you crazy? Why would you even say that?
I mean, basically, but when I really, I went.
Wait, let me get my food use restroom. Hold on one second. Who are we? Don't forget.
I went straight to crack when I decided that I was gonna drop off the face of the earth.
Go full time.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you? I'm just curious. Did you partake in any drug use as a child?
Yeah. I tried everything, but I didn't. Nothing stuck. Nothing stuck like alcohol.
Nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I had tried coke. The one drug that I'm 100% certain that I'm incapable of handling.
Which one?
Pot.
Really?
It's just
Are you serious?
I mean, like a great addict is like, I am absolutely certain of it, because after 400 failed attempts and being curled in a ball, like, hugging my, on the tile floor in the bathroom, it literally makes it's one of the only drugs I clearly cannot in any way metabolize without it literally turning me into a complete and utter incompetent.
I just turned into a total fat ass on that.
No,
Can't stop fucking eating.
I mean, I literally become so anxiety ridden. It's really...
Well, that happens too. My friend Eddie Gallagher posted a diagram of a joint once, and it was basically like, the first little bit is it's all good. The next little bit, maybe a little bit of paranoia. The next little bit, oh shit, the cop. And then the last little bit is like, the CIA's fucking coming to get me. That was like, damn, dude, that's like right on the money. Yeah. But, I don't want to make like a joke out of the whole situation, but, but sometimes you kind of have to. That's just how you get through it. And at least for me, I've got really dark sense of humor. But with my addiction, I was a boozer since high school, but I didn't do any hard drugs until my 30s.
Yeah, I mean, I had tried. There was no real prevalent availability, and I played sports, and so in football season, we tried not to even drink, and and high school, but I tried cocaine when I was in high school, and then not throughout college. I dabbled maybe in. But it wasn't really around. It was almost, my problem was alcohol. And it remained alcohol until I walked into that park, which I describe in the book, I left I was in an outpatient program, which I was committed to, and I relapsed. And I was in the middle of a divorce and separated. And I had spent, I'd done everything to try to get back. And I'd gone to like 45 days of an inpatient program. And then I did about 3 months of a sober coach, in which I blew into a breathalyzer that took your picture whenever the sober coach would call, with the commitment that if I failed it, that I would go back into treatment, and I did that, and then that wasn't good enough for whatever reason, and so then I committed to doing an outpatient program, which was 5 days a week, and about 5 hours a day from like 8 to 2, and I relapsed, and I told them that I relapsed, and they wanted me to take they wanted me to pee in a cup, and I said, look, I relapsed. I used cocaine, but I drank primarily, and I used cocaine. But that's what I did. I'm telling you, I didn't want it as any part of a record, in which what people don't fully understand is the kind of it's the conundrum that some addicts find themselves in treatment facilities that are also facing like legal issues or divorces or things like that, is that it's not protected by HIPAA. So you can go into a rehab and be in the middle of a divorce and have all of those records.
Gotcha.
They could be subpoenaed, or if you're in a civil, like so many, which is a real, I think, oversight on the part of people as it relates to privacy and getting people to be as honest as possible. And so I was like, look, I'm telling you, I relapsed. I mean, what's the difference if you have they said, well, you can't come back if you don't take the test. And I said, but I'm admitting to you what I did. And they said, no, it's just our policy. Unless you submit to the test, you can't come back. So I walked out, and it was in downtown DC, and I went over to Lincoln Park, and not far from the White House. My dad at this point was not in office or anything, but it was between the apartment that I was renting and Shaw, and I saw somebody in the park that I recognized from literally years and years ago, but she was kind of a famous person. Her name was Bicycles. Everybody called her Bicycles. And I said, "Can you give me crack?" And she did, and when I say she was a kind of a very well-known, like, homeless, semi-homeless kind of drug user, and like bicycled up and down.
Like a character almost.
Yeah, she was a total character. Yeah. Everybody knew her. And not everybody didn't know her. I knew of her. And 5 months later, she was, had the keys to my apartment, and we'd become using buddies for an extended period of time. And it's everything that they say that it is, and nobody fully I think, captures the power of crack cocaine, nor explains it correctly. It's all so wrapped up in a lot of prejudice and bias based upon kind of the racial profile that people that supposedly crack addicts, and at least if you're from my generation in the 90s, in which if it was introduced to the streets and just tore communities apart. And the thing that truly tore communities apart was not necessarily the addiction; it was the response to it. And so anyway, long story short is that's I actively sought out the thing that I thought was the most destructive thing that I could do to myself at that moment in time, beyond physically harming myself.
What was it that took you to rehab? What was it that made you want to get better? Like, what was the realization?
Finally, at the end, I mean, that was in 2000. I think I get my years a little bit mixed up, but that was that was a year after Bo's death, 2016, where I basically stayed sober and attempted to stay sober for that year period, in which I was under the care of somebody, a professional. And the thing that wanted me to stay sober and clean is my family. Is that my 3 oldest daughters are like they're my whole world, and I was an enormous, I was like a constant presence in her life, because for the vast majority of it, I was clean and sober. And I was not a user or a drinker in that I would ever kind of do it around them. I don't think that there are more than maybe a handful of times, and I can't speak for them. All I can say is this, is that I was a very present parent. And then all of a sudden I was gone. All of a sudden I was completely unavailable. And I don't think there's anything more traumatic that you can do than that. And so to be there and then not be there.
Have you been able to redeem yourself to your daughters for that?
Oh, I can't be the judge of whether I've redeemed myself, but all I know is that we have a very, very, very close relationship. But again, it's literally I think the worst thing that I could possibly do is speak for anybody else that has suffered because of somebody else's addiction.
Wait, why would you? Indiana GOP Senate leader Chris Garton posted AI pics of himself beating up Santa Claus on Christmas. He then called everyone snowflakes who complained. Why? People were linking me some Shawn Ryan tweets. Three countries taking a stand against pedophiles. The United States is not one of them. Russia, Indonesia, and Kazakhstan. Okay. June 27, 2024. They should have put Zelensky on the debate stage instead of Biden. At least he's coherent. He's controlling more of this country than Biden ever did anyways. Oh my God. Good one. Quick Hassan slop.
This doesn't look like stalking. It looks like public harassment. No. It is public harassment, but it's also stalking because there were different instances where that same guy was like pursuing him. And it's very clear that he doesn't want to be around him. And even at a different time, that guy had approached him when he was out in public. It is stalking, whether you want to admit it or not. It truly is stalking. Stop calling him a stalker. He's a human being. Are you okay? Are you trying to rage bait me? Is that what's going on? That's a stalker, brother. You're saying a dumbass stalker and got killed is all fine? I don't think he got killed. What do you mean? Are you rage baiting? He fucking murdered a person? Are you rage baiting? Stop calling him dehumanizing things, though. He's a stalker. That doesn't mean we should normalize your language here. Wait, what? I'm being rage baited, right? Collectively, because this is not a one guy situation right now. This is a chat is off the perky. Hassan going to his right wing turn went counter racism from his streamer friends and just encouraging violence when Creek streamers thrive on that shit. Nah, you're all joking. Okay, this is funny. All right, enough, please. School's out of session, so all the kids are in here? No.
Based.
substitute for war.
You'd think we'd have more presidents. The Catholics.
Yeah, they only had one.
Biden,
Right?
too.
Oh, Biden's Catholic.
We got Biden.
Allegedly.
True. We only got one. He got shot, and then Biden was doing auto sign. Give us a good one.
Yeah. You got anybody in mind?
Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes? He could probably win in a few years.
Hold on, let's talk.
Listen, he couldn't have existed before, right? 10, 20 years ago, couldn't have existed. Now, super popular. What's 20 years from now look like? You know, maybe someone like that can win.
Well, we'll see.
I got to pee so bad. We got to wrap this up anyway.
I'm
sorry,
down.
4:18.
We got that one at the buzzer.
Yeah. Well, listen, I will say this about it. It's fascinating to watch that there's like a whole group of people that feel very unrepresented in the world. And especially like young men. And here you got this young guy with a very high verbal IQ.
Mm-hmm.
And he also does a lot of shit posting, a lot of talking shit, a lot of trolling, says women shouldn't be allowed to vote, says wild shit. And that Piers Morgan thing is like, bro, that was like an expert sparring with someone who thought they were an expert.
Sure.
Like they're playing two totally
I
different
agree.
games.
And
What? Why do I have a feeling he's referring to these people exactly the opposite as I would hope he is?
it's also the thing that people try to get Fuentes on is that he's still funny as fuck.
It's funny.
So that's where you're in a lot of trouble.
When he hits him, do you think you made jokes about the Holocaust? He goes, too soon? Like, dude. And you could see
He's wild.
You could see Piers going, oh fuck.
Bro, when he was like, me mom died. I was like, holy shit.
Bro, he got hit. He got hit with a missile on that one. Too soon? Too soon was like, oh my God.
I don't know if this
They're doing the thing again where they're like, this is a problem because if he's funny, people might find him to be more politically acceptable than they would otherwise. But it's you. You're describing yourselves. You're not describing other people. You're describing yourselves. What? Why are you pretending otherwise?
Look at these AI Christmas toys. We're so cooked.
Here are
Is
some
this?
commonly used tools that people might choose for impact play.
Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory.
Oh yeah, no. I want that one. The one that the Chinese AI one is sick. The Chinese AI one I heard about, I saw like, that is, I don't even know if it's real or not, but I want it. Like I hope it's real and I want to buy it. I've been trying to figure it out.
A cactus friend who looks just like a fluffy teddy bear.
Milu, is Taiwan its own country or does it belong to China?
Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory.
That's so sick. That is unironically the coolest fucking toy. Like, that is unironically the coolest fucking toy. Just think about how rare this is, okay? That the new Labubus that have like Chinese AI in it have like a automatic, Taiwan belongs to China statements that it delivers.
This is an established fact.
Okay. I hope he's getting paid for it. Also, hot take. Why light shield? Because this can only have a light shield. Hot take. The guy that got ran over by the Cybertruck, fuck him, dude. Fuck him! That's a fuck around and find out situation. Why are you jumping on some fucking dude's car and following him around? You're a fucking weirdo. Get ran over? Now, if he backed up and ran over him twice, that'd say too far, okay? One time, yeah.
big of a deal. Oh, yeah, just general bad comments towards women. Yeah, like, I mean, it's just bad. Like the grab them by the pussy stuff. It's just, so the reason why I'm kind of going through this, and this is the stuff, right? Is that these are things that there is no defense for. Actually, you know what? I'll take Israel off the list here. There is no defense for any of these things that is valid. There isn't. There's no defense for this, period. Like, it's just purely bad.
How many of these did you know about before supporting him on his second term? The Epstein stuff was before this term, no? Weird comments about his daughter were years ago. Teen pageant stuff, long time ago. J6, long time ago. He said he was going to pardon them a long time ago. I don't know if we ever did H-1B visa shit. I think the crypto coin was announced after he was elected. Trying to sell 1 million things. He did that for his first term. General bad like, hello? Almost every single thing you knew here before the second election. The thing that I hate the most about this guy is his audience is going to give him so much suck jobness when they're like, Asmongold is like so nonpartisan. I love that he's like willing to call out Trump in criticism too. I love how like objective he is. He's so not biased because he's willing to call out Trump on these things. And it's like, he's just so cool and how neutral and objective he is. And it's like, motherfucker, all this shit was known, you fucking retard. All this shit was known beforehand. What are you talking about?
There's nothing else beyond that. Tariffs? Yeah, Israel, well, no. Huh?
Clips show the stream sniper, whom Clavicular ran over, repeatedly stalking, harassing, and assaulting streamers, including Clav, on multiple occasions prior to the incident.
Yo, get off the property, bro.
Bro, I'm trying to gamble with you, Sweater.
Get off the property.
Sweater, I want to gamble with
Bro,
you.
get off the property, bro.
Gang, you know this is not
Get
fair,
off
but
the... I don't
you
care.
do that. I just want to gamble with
Bro,
you.
get off the property.
I can't gamble with you?
No, get the fuck off.
Never mind. He could have ran over him twice and I would have been okay with it.
Off my property.
Huh? Huh? What's up? What's up?
Jesus Christ, bro. Okay, this guy should probably get arrested too, though.
What's up with it?
Why are you streaming this?
Let's go right now.
Is that airsoft?
Let's fucking go. Let's go. Come back.
We work hard for our people. We work hard for our moms. Don't call us our niggas. Don't fucking touch me. Don't fucking touch me. Don't touch me. Don't put your hands on me. Don't put your hands on me. Do not touch me. Don't put your hands on me. Don't touch me. I don't give a fuck. Don't touch me. Why are you touching me for? Don't touch me. Put your hands down.
What? Did he walk into his hand? I said, wait.
Don't touch me. I don't give a fuck. Don't touch me. Why are you touching me for? Don't touch me. Put your hands down. Don't touch me. Just go. Don't touch me.
Why? It reminds me of this. It reminds me of this thing.
Get the camera out of my face.
Oh, you think it's too dirty? TV's too dirty? For the children? Are those your thoughts?
Yo, what are you doing?
We're doing it for the children.
Yo, why you got the camera on me, son?
Look, we're trying to learn about it for the kids.
What are you trying to learn?
Well, why are you following the camera around? That's what I don't understand.
But you got the camera in my face, man.
Well, you want to be on it, it seems like. I just want to get your opinion for the children.
Please, I'm begging you nicely. Take the camera out of my face.
Okay, but you're how you're following the camera. You see what you're doing?
Move the camera away from my face.
But you notice how you're moving towards the camera?
Can you please move the camera away from me?
But you see how the camera is moving somewhere and you're being attracted towards the camera? Please, I'm asking you.
You notice how your body is being magnetically attracted towards the camera that you are verbally attempting to repel.
I'm not
You notice
repelling
that?
anything. I'm asking you to turn the camera.
But you
away from
notice
my
the
face.
contradiction.
That's a violation of privacy.
But let's discuss the contradiction.
Can you please take the camera away from my face?
Well, we're just walking around the park minding our own business.
Well, you got the camera in my mouth.
But your mouth is faced towards the camera. You're consciously choosing.
The camera towards
You're consciously making a conscious choice to talk towards the camera. You notice that? Will you turn your face away from my camera, please? Will you please? I'm asking you, I'm begging you nicely to please turn your face away from my camera. Please don't point that face at my camera. You're breaking the camera.
That's one of the things that I'm 100% certain is I never want to do. But all I can say is that, you know, it is a constant work in progress because of the fact that I'm bound and determined to at least make up for any of that, of all of that lost time, that neglect. Because I don't, and I don't. I know this. I know my daughters love me deeply, and have been there for me, and are beyond Melissa, the singular thing that made me think that there was something worth living for. And but you know, it caused a lot of pain. You know,
who do you think you hurt the most?
Beyond myself. Definitely my daughters. Yeah. And again, the reason being is that they were older, but they had just lost their Uncle Bo to them.
What do you say? Good meme. Good
everything.
meme.
I mean, he was as present in their lives as he was in mine. And you know, my brother was not perfect, but he was about as close to perfect as you can be as a human being. And I really mean that. And I challenge anybody that knew my brother that didn't feel the same way, almost universally. And I know that people talk about people in death as if they are something more than they were. But in my brother's case, I couldn't say enough things that could fully describe what an extraordinary human being he was. And when I graduated from law school, my brother moved in with me and my wife and my two daughters. And he took the third floor of the house that we renovated, this old farmhouse. And he just was never present in their lives also. So the one thing that was probably the most, not intentionally cruel, but the cruel is that they lost their Uncle Bo and then they lost me at the same time.
Damn.
And I became so wrapped up and selfish in my own grief. And I don't think that there there's anything that I ever can do to make up for that. And so those are some of the things. Now, do I believe that they've forgiven me for that? Absolutely. I mean, I know they adore me, and I really mean that, and I know that. But it's not up for me to be able to determine whether I've ever made up for what I that level, that deep level of hurt that children more than anybody ends up experiencing for a parent that has suffered from addiction.
Do you think they're going to watch this?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
What would you say to them right now?
Oh, everything I've already said to their face is to them personally. I mean, I call them almost every day. Finnegan and I have been in a little bit of a fight about that, but yeah. But is that they are each in their own way extraordinary people that I am immeasurably proud of, and they have been a greater source of strength to me than they will ever fully appreciate. Yeah,
I bet they'll love to hear that.
Yeah, I tell them all the time, and then they, you know, and maybe they call me back, maybe they don't. There's daughters. I get my dad calls me. He goes, "Have you talked to Maisie? You talked to Maisie?" I'm like, "Jesus Christ, Dad. Yeah, I tried her. Well, I called her. I got her on the phone. The only thing that makes me mad about my dad is she's an even better grandfather than he is even a parent. But yeah, they're extraordinary women. And you know, one of the things about, you know, like all of this is you know, I sometimes get down and be like, what the fuck, these people are awful and they're ruining my life.
I sometimes get down. True.
You know? And I think, like, this isn't hard on me. It's them. How hard is it on them? How hard is it for them to walk into work as grown women and working in New York City in an office building, and everybody know who you are, and your dad's on the, for no apparent reason other than just to shame me, on the front cover of the New York Post with a crack pipe dangling out, with shirtless, with a woman standing behind him, and then again the next day, and then again the next day, and then again the next day, and so I always, or at least when I start to feel
like,
sorry for myself,
No,
like,
probably
fuck,
not.
like God damn, how lucky am I? How lucky am I that they still pick up the phone? Never stop loving me. I don't deserve that. Nobody deserves that. But I have it. And it's an incredible thing.
It's a good way to live.
Yeah, it's a... but God, I still fuck up. I still don't do it the right way. I still let people down. I mean, the only thing that's different now in my life is that I truly don't start from a position of what's in it for me first, in terms of what can I get to alleviate this pain. I at least know that that I'm not ashamed of the mistakes that I make today. Do you know what I mean? It's because I'm certain that I'm trying to be the best person I can be, and I'm doing my best at it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying every day, and I know that I'm failing, but it's not. I'm at the same time, I'm comfortable with who I am, and I think a lot of my life, although I wouldn't admit it, is I felt lesser than, for whatever reason. I don't know what you know what I mean? Like, I just
lesser than who?
Anybody. Didn't matter. I felt alone in a crowd, and I felt like like, for instance, like with art, like I wanted to be an artist, Now I ended up going to Yale Law School and having a pretty successful career and doing the things that I did, but like, I just never, like, I felt like I'm not good enough. I don't want to show people, my stupid, I mean, I don't know whether it was my poetry or my paintings or my, but that's the person that I wanted to be, and I didn't have the courage when I was that age to do it, and I had to be completely, utterly broken, humiliated, and dehumanized in order for me to say to myself, fuck everybody else, you just be who the fuck you are. Everybody tells me to stop using the fucking F word so much, but fuck you. You know what I mean?
I get told that all the time too.
It's like, I don't know, like, I don't have to be anything except exactly who I am. And I don't owe you any explanation, but I owe myself to be radically honest with when I fuck up and what is my responsibility and when I should say sorry to somebody. But the one thing I know about anybody that's ever come into recovery, decided that they got to stop using or they got to stop drinking, and a lot of people can drink and use responsibly, but anybody that I know that decided not to, they didn't come in on a fucking winning streak, man. They didn't decide to stop drinking because things were so good. But when they put that down, and what are they gonna what fills that hole? And for so long in my recovery, I didn't have anything to fill that hole because I didn't feel whole. I didn't feel like I was being honest with myself about who I wanted to be or anything.
What got you there?
The complete and utter, destruction of my ego.
Psychedelics?
No, I think that everything was a little bit of a step towards that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the gift that was given to me by the most horrendous people in the world. Is the people that stole my digital images and put them in the New York Post, and Miranda Devine used me to to cash her checks, and the Daily Mail. I mean, like, all of that. The worst humiliation, I think, that in a modern digital age.
That's what you mean by destruction of the ego?
Yes, completely. Because you have to decide, is that you? And if it isn't, then who are you? Then who the fuck are you? And you realize is that I in the past would think, I think that a lot of addicts do this. Like, I watch you, okay? And I would put you on this pedestal, okay? Somebody that I respected. Somebody that served, somebody that put themselves physically in harm's way on behalf of other people. Somebody who had the discipline and the courage to do the things that you did. And so that's your outward persona. And I would compare myself to you. And I would think, I'm never going to live up to that. And,
so why bother?
And then something in your life happens, like they completely dehumanize you through, I mean, by the way, imagine if I was a woman. Imagine if I was Ivanka Trump, and I know that sounds really stupid, but just say they released one, nude selfie of how crazy would people fucking go about the violation of privacy that is? How insane would they go? Rightfully so. But I was the crack addict, degenerate son of the former vice president of the United States, and I was fair game in the world. And I had a decision that I had to make, is when I would think. And I would become obsessed with the idea, like, how do I ever earn your respect again? And then I realized, and I don't know whether it was there was no like light bulb moment. It wasn't like being struck by lightning, but just gradually I just realized, like every day that I got out of bed and I put one foot in front of the other and I sat down and I painted and I shared what I made in my creation with the people around me and then a wider group of people. And then pick up the phone and call somebody else that was sick and suffering and would try to be of service to somebody that was looking for a way out. And just as long as I was true to myself and try to make amends with the people that I needed to make amends with, as long as I fucking did that, I could get to the next day. I don't know if I'm explaining it in any way that makes sense, but they completely deconstructed me. And that humiliation and dehumanization, which was a full-time 24/7 campaign that was directly coordinated, right from the president. I mean, the whole Where's Hunter thing. I mean, you don't know what kind of havoc that wreaked in my life, man. When he started to say Where's Hunter in front of 70,000, 50,000, 30,000, whatever crowd size he made up in his head, and they aired it on every single cable channel and played it over and over again on Fox News, surprise, surprise, people showed up at my fucking house with bullhorns in the middle of the night and followed us. I didn't have any security. My wife was pregnant. They ran her off the road twice. I mean, it has real world consequences, man. And then so we moved a second time in the middle of the night, and we were in Venice, and we lived on the canal, and one of my friends had put us in this place until they found us there. And then they got canoes, and they sat out in the canal, as far away as that wall, with a bullhorn, for hours on hours and hours with the 6-month-old, screaming, yelling for me to come out. And then they got a billboard truck, and they parked the billboard truck, a full-size billboard, digital billboard truck, and ran in front of, and sat in front of the house, and ran all of the pictures from the laptop. Of me naked, of me smoking crack, of me being, a criminal. For a week, for 10 days, for 2 weeks until we moved. And then they followed us there. And so it had real world consequences, but it put me in a position of having to make a choice every day. Am I that? And if I'm not, who am I? Who am I? Am I the character that Tucker Carlson makes me out to be? Or, am I, who am I? And I think that I've answered that question. I think that but that's for me. And, I guess the one thing I've learned is this. You talk about that book that you recommend to everybody, which is basically the red letter words of Christ. Do
you want one?
I'd love one. I already have it on a book on tape. I had it before you said that I'd gotten it, and on audio. I'd love the hard copy. But what's the singular message of Christ?
Love.
In my opinion, love. Love one another, love your neighbor, and love God. And do not judge unless you want to be judged. But more than anything, it's just love. And that's what I think. Like what's the real epiphany? Is that the first place that you got to love is yourself. And if you're gonna love yourself, you got to be honest with yourself. Because how do you love the person that's keeping the secret about the thing that you're ashamed of? You just can't. It's impossible. And I figured out how to love myself. And that doesn't mean that I don't fuck up and I certainly fail every day at applying the at least the way in which, by the way, I think that you find the same lessons in not just in the red letters of Christ, the actual words that he spoke. I think you find it in the Bhagavad Gita. I think you find it throughout all of the Upanishads. I think that you find it in all of the most sacred texts. Is that it comes down to one thing. And you asked me before, is how are we going to find our way out of this as a country, as a people, is the only way I know is the thing that people are desperate fucking for is connection. It's the only way. And that's what each one of these messages is about, of all of the sacred texts, is that we are all connected.
We are,
whether we think it or not. I mean, literally down to the scientific level that Carl Sagan has taught us, is that literally we are stardust, and we are all connected, and we are not just in the metaphysical sense, but in the actual physical sense. And unless, for me, I'll just go back to me, is that unless you figure out a way to love yourself, then all you're going to end up doing is hurting other people. Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense to you.
That makes sense. I mean, we had a conversation offline about psychedelics.
Yeah.
And we talked about 5-MeO-DMT.
Yeah.
And we had, I guess we can't say the exact same experience, but yeah, we had the same experience. And that experience, however you arrive there, is probably different. But
I don't think so.
I love
when
drugs.
you arrive
In a video game.
you feel the oneness, You feel the connectivity. You see that everything's connected. I mean, you described it. You described it the exact same way that I described it when I took it. I don't know if you were blindfolded or if you weren't.
For the 5-MeO, I was. For the Ibogaine, I was not.
I took the blindfold off for the 5-MeO.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. And I had no visualizations, no hallucinations, none of that.
Yeah.
What I did have was a very profound intuitiveness, and it showed me. I could feel the flow of energy going through everything. I could feel it come through the ocean, onto the islands, back into the ocean, onto the beach, up the trees and the grass and the birds and the air, everything. You could, it became, everything is one, everything is good, and if there's something bad, then it would have been like a spotlight in the dark. You would have been able to point it out immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
yeah.
And that's what I felt, and that's what you described. And so, when you're talking about judgment and ridicule and all of these things, I mean, in the end, I mean, if you're spewing that shit into the fucking ecosystem, into the world, it's going to come back on you. And if you spread goodness throughout the world, then that also is going to come back on you. And that's one of the major life lessons I think that I learned that day. Probably not even realizing that I learned it that day.
Wow.
But it showed me that if I treat you like shit or put anybody else in front of me and I treat that person like shit, that's treating myself like shit, because that's gotta fucking come back to me. Yeah. Because it's all connected.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It makes total sense. And it's that experience for me didn't have the same level of kind of a profound immediate effect as related to my sobriety, but it was here's the really interesting part about it. It's the only drug that I know that I haven't that I've taken and enjoyed.
And not want to do more?
Yeah. I mean, I don't feel like the desperate need to try 5-MeO again.
You know, I've done it a handful of times.
Yeah.
I do it maybe once every couple of years to
and
clean myself out.
My point about
but no, I don't crave it because I have a very healthy respect for it and a tremendous amount of fear.
Okay, yeah. And that's what I was about to say, is that I think that I came to that experience with Ibogaine and 5-MeO with the right respect for and reverence for the plant medicine time. I tried ayahuasca in a different environment for the same purpose and had a very, very, very horrible, dark experience. But I came to it with a very insincere intentions. And both ostensibly in an attempt to find sobriety. I think that there is so much incredible promise in some of these plant medicines as it relates to people that suffer from PTSD, particularly in the studies that they've done in the communities. I know that you talked to Governor Newsom about that, and they're making some real inroads. But
Newsom drop.
But just all I can talk about it is from the personal experience and how it informs me as what was the thing that made me ready. I don't know. The combination of attempts that I made that all led up to me being open and willing to like look at Melissa's eyes, and when she said this ends now, to say okay to a stranger.
God damn it.
And put myself at the mercy of someone, the trust that they are going to help me do the hard work. But anyway, I think people are desperate to be connected, and I think that is both a beautiful thing and one of the things that has exposed people to and made them very easy targets, including myself, to the algorithms that I been to the need to be a part of something. The easiest thing to be a part of is hate.
Mm-hmm.
It's the easiest thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's really easy to get people to band together to
be haters,
to blame somebody else, whether it's a group or an individual.
True.
And that's why I give people a real break, and I kind of understand. Like, I can imagine. I don't read the comments anymore, but I was in. I'll give you an example. Is that Bowie was he was a year and a couple months old, or a few months old, and it was a Halloween of 2021. And so he's like this big, and he's in a
Sentinel Fire Club, please.
Chewbacca costumes. And he was the cutest thing you've ever seen in your life. And we went with Melissa, Bo, and my father-in-law, who was visiting from South Africa, and my mother-in-law had just passed 3 months earlier to glioblastoma, like my brother did, almost exactly 5 years apart from my brother, 6. And Lee, my father-in-law, we went to this little place in Cornell, which is like in the mountains behind Malibu. I mean, it's rural. I mean, it's as rural as out here, that part of California. And there's this little place, outdoor seating, and it was like that, that in-between time with COVID. And I put Bowie on my shoulders, and it's one of those beautiful, it's Halloween day, and it's like around 4 o'clock, and it's a magnificently beautiful fall day. And we're walking to the car, and this couple comes like burst around the side of the restaurant because all the tables were outside.
Don't open it.
And the woman has a phone out. She's filming me with just rage in her eyes. And the guy, who's about my size, is like this far from me, which means he's this far from a 1.5-year-old. It's like the most cutest little thing you've ever seen in your life. And he's screaming, "You fucking criminal! You should fucking be executed! You fucking criminal pedophile! And is screaming. And the woman's screaming the same thing. And Melissa goes to step in front of us, and at this point we have Secret Service, and the Secret Service like jump in, and we're 2 feet from the car, police in the car, and we go away. And it was the first actual physical like altercation that I nearly came in, and it really shook my father-in-law. And I went to everybody went to bed. And I'm up and I'm flipping through my phone and my Apple feed, and there's this story that was out that day about a woman that was a school teacher in Orange County, I think, or I forget whether it's Ventura County or Orange County, 8th grade history teacher, and one of her students videotaped her class. And in her class, for close to the 45 full minute of the class, she was teaching her class that Hunter Biden was running a pedophile ring in China, and that he'd taken billions of dollars, and that he was responsible with George Soros for being a part of the conspiracy to release COVID at the Wuhan lab, and just went through every conspiracy, everything the New York Post, everything that Shawn Hannity gave a little bit of life to, and every one of those things. And it made me realize this: if you believe that about me, if you really believe that about me, wouldn't it be incumbent upon you to get up from your fucking lunch and fucking scream at me at the least? If you truly believed that I was running a pedophile ring.
He's looting your Sentinel car? No! Is that the Sentinel shooting?
Wouldn't it be incumbent upon you, as a decent human being, to confront me?
No!
Mm-hmm. And it made me realize.
No!
What do we fucking do? What do we do now, man? Because I can come here and I can talk to you and I can make it clear and I can say, but you know.
We get it. Hold on. Was that the Sentinel core? No! Should I kill him? I'm not going to. I should. It's Christmas, guys. Come on.
What? There's so much money to be made in that hatred, in those lies. And the realization that, how do I combat that? How does anybody combat that in this moment in time? You can say a lot of things about my dad.
He was not
that
on Epstein's Island. Apparently everyone else was.
His policies, or whether you think that he was too old, or whether you think that whatever. But you know what? To say anything other than my dad is the most incredible father I've ever met in my entire life, and is a decent human being that has real empathy and cares about people. It's like, I don't have any problem with you criticizing, but you know how many people believe that my dad is a pedophile? Because some motherfucker stole my sister's trauma diary.
God damn it.
And sold it to Don Jr. and took things in the trauma diary because she had faced sexual violence when she was, that's my sister's story. And then created a idea that my father was a pedophile. Do you know how much that lives?
Yeah, by the way, how wrong were you about the Epstein files? I don't think I was wrong at all. I still stand by the same story. It hasn't changed at all. No evidence to come out to the contrary. Stay mad, motherfucker. Stay mad.
In that world, and how much directly comes from the Trumps? Directly comes from literally people like Don Jr., who was directly involved in that. Who was directly involved in contacting the owners of the gun shop to have them go to the state police to doctor they doctored the form. The actual form? It's not the actual form I filled out. They said, when I went in to buy the gun, okay, you have to come up with it. You have to have an ID. You have to have a state ID. Mm-hmm. And I didn't have one. And they said, no problem. And so when when ATF came to get the form after they were supposedly tipped off by they forged the form, the actual form of which I was charged with the crime for. filling out incorrectly. It wasn't the form that the Department of Justice used to prosecute me was not the actual form. The gun shop owners actually forged it.
How do you know that?
Oh, it's part of the record. You can go look at it in the record. Go look at the reporting from the empty wheel and the actual documents. I'll show you the documents. I'll show you the two different things. We tried to get them introduced in court, and the judge said it was irrelevant.
How is it irrelevant?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I will show you, so you can put it up on the thing. Two separate forms.
We'll put it up.
Yeah.
You have the forms?
Yeah.
We'll put them up.
Yeah. I'll get my lawyers to send them to you. And that's the point, is that my point is that they're literally directly involved in that. And if you can make people believe the worst possible thing, what's that called? I literally have a mental break, but the idea being is that if you can convince people, even a very small subset, that that someone is the worst thing that you could possibly say. What worse could you say about somebody other than that they're a pedophile? Right? I don't think
MAGA, Trump supporter.
That is more like egregious. But if you can convince even 5-10% of the population that somebody's that they think
Pedophile,
somebody could be a pedophile,
murderer,
then you certainly can convince 35% of the population that you just flood the zone of that shit with that they are that they're corrupt, or that they were part of some bribery scheme, even if that bribery scheme turns out to be a concoction by a guy that was working with Russian intelligence that is sitting in a jail cell out in California right now in a federal penitentiary. Even if you blow the whole thing up. But that's what they do. And anyway, I guess my whole point, and I'm now talking too much and losing this train of thought, is that people are desperate for connection. And when they find connection in a cause of a common enemy, they feel a part of something. And what we've given each other, not you and me, but this country that we live in right now, all we've given each other is people to think of as enemies.
Yeah.
And it makes me really, and I don't mean this in any saccharine way, it is probably the most devastating, emotionally devastating thing, other than the death of
patrol
family
car key
that I've experienced in my life, is the feeling that this thing that my family has given 50 years of our life to is we're about to lose it. I really feel that, and I don't think that's gonna,
Wait, misgift clip. What? Hold on.
Call me Merry Christmas. The chat said that you wanted to call me Merry Christmas.
Well, whatever. How about we mutually wanted to call each other? Oh, welcome to Kick, by the way.
I can say the same to you. Welcome to Kick.
Been on Kick for 3 years now. You're a bit late to the game.
Well, that's because I was shitting on the game, but now I'm here.
Isn't it great though? All the money, all the everything. Isn't Kick just fantastic?
It really is, Paul. It really is. So
I saw your KPP. It's going off.
Yeah, I also saw that tweet of yours about me 3 years ago. That also went off.
Well, listen, the tweet from 3 years ago was unfortunate, but
You actually want to know the truth?
I mean, yeah, I do.
He genuinely thought you were one of the best streamers, and I'm being serious.
All right, well then, why the fuck does he ignore all of my appeals?
Because I don't think it's him.
Yeah, I mean, I know the true answer, but what? So you're saying this CEO has no power?
I would say that when it comes to you, he has no power. Specifically
Dan
you.
Clancy is a gargoyle.
Yeah, I know.
And I think you know.
Is it because of the previous CEO?
I think it does not have to do with Dan. I know it's other people in the company that don't like specifically like you and Destiny.
Hey, that's me.
It's not Dan.
Well, I mean, if
Dan is very much. I'll tell you what Dan's always been like. He wants to unban as many people as possible because he thinks he's very much of a person that believes in second chances.
I used to fall for that propaganda. Not anymore. My community is not nearly as toxic as some of these other ones.
But you gotta realize,
Hassan's community literally calls for the death of standing politicians.
10 toes down.
No, but I'm saying that's what they see.
Melodrama. I listen to you and I listen to other people who are on the other side of this that say the same thing. And I kind of look at them and I think, like, God, can you not see that we're trying to figure out the same thing? Can you not see the humanity in me? Because I'm not the person that high school
Humanity.
informed by Alex Jones and, Jesse Waters would have you believe that I am. Promise you I'm not. Spend a minute. Because those motherfuckers, they got one thing that they're doing. They're making money. As we all suffer.
True.
They're just laughing all the way to the bank.
That's you, buddy. You're part of that.
It's a damn shame.
Driving with a friend of mine, he's a really close friend. He's had some real health problems. And I came back in Delaware and I took him out to lunch. And we drove by one of those like huge American flags. And that used to fill me with an enormous sense of pride. And driving by it, and he goes, Jesus Christ. And I don't know of anybody that's more patriotic than this person. He's like, makes me cry. Makes me cry. And I'm like, thinking, who did I fucking let take that away from me? I think I'm mad at myself. I get so angry, and I find that the thing that I get angry about are from the perspective of a son. I really went off on George Clooney, and I really went off on the Pod Save America guys. And the reason I did is because I think they're a bunch of fucking arrogant fucks. I do. I think that Jake Tapper is a pompous, arrogant fuck. But you know what? I think they love this country. I don't think that they're bad people. I think they're just arrogant fucking fucks. From my own personal experience. And my point is that, like, when did I allow anybody to steal that pride from me?
What is with Jake Tapper?
He's such a. I mean, look. I almost got in a fight with Jake Tapper at the Super Bowl I forget when it was. I mean, the first Eagles Super Bowl, not the first, but it must have been. It was shortly after my brother's death, and he had done something that I thought was totally fucked up. And I told him I would fucking, if we weren't in front of a lot of people, I would knock him the fuck out. And this is how much of a pussy he is. He called my dad and demanded an apology.
What?
Yeah. He's a grown fucking man. He called one of my dad's staffers, and he goes and he said, I felt threatened, and Hunter owes me an apology. And by the way, I felt incredibly justified. I'm not going to tell this story because it's too convoluted. But just that's who Jake Tapper is. I mean, talks big, hides behind a pen and a desk. And I don't think that he contributes in any way to the discourse or provides any real journalism whatsoever.
Damn.
And so I'm allowed to have my own personal feelings, but my whole point of it is that, like, who cares though?
Is he the one that kind of like, did he write a book about your dad's cognitive decline and released it right at the very end of the
Yes, right at the end, like within 2 weeks of the
way to jump on the bandwagon, bud.
Yeah.
You're about,
and by the way,
3 years and 6 months too fucking late.
Yeah, no sources. No on the record sources.
No shit?
None.
Wow.
Okay, nobody on the record will go on the record. But, he was certain and he was absolutely this and that and the other thing. He's just so full of shit. Anyway.
He really came around to the narrative early on that one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Just like you will be about Trump in a couple years. If he's not already.
A world of incredibly disingenuous.
Whoa.
But
Spider-Man.
I don't know what it is that is, like, I'm at a loss about what it is brings us together.
Who
and that
are
brings
you
us back
shooting?
to this conversation. Is that at the very beginning you say to me, I can't believe that you like this. I'm like, what don't you get? Is that I don't get any of that from listening to you. Even though you even when you platform people that I think are fucking out of their mind. And I don't say platform, but you know what?
Who is he even fighting in there?
From probably the majority of your audience are thinking exactly that about me right now.
Guarantee you.
Yeah, guarantee you. But I don't know.
I don't think I'm anywhere near a recall spot, right?
I don't know.
Well.
Yeah. I'll tell you how to fix it. I thought you were going to get that gun in the corner. I said, what the fuck?
That would be method number 2.
I literally thought that you were going over to pull that Glock off the fucking... I was like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, there's a sentinel! No! Even on this map! Ah!
What is today, the 16th?
16th. Great. Oh, man. Oh, dude. It's a drawing I did.
That's a drawing?
Yeah. So it's anyway, it's my version of an eagle. You gotta put it in an Amazon frame and put it in the bathroom somewhere. Yeah.
That's not going in an Amazon frame. Are you fucking kidding me?
Anyway.
Dude, thank you. Well, this is awesome.
Thanks, man.
I always wanted some Hunter Biden art.
Well, you got it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Where's my Hunter Biden art?
That is awesome.
Of course, the next one, according to the New York Post, is at least $500,000. I'll be expecting that. You can pay me in Trump cryptocurrency.
I don't have any of that, but okay. But here you go. Jesus calling.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
That's the only thing that fixes this.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. This is fucking awesome.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Glad you like it, man.
Thank you, guys.
A lot of dark stuff going on in the world right now, and it's to the point where I don't even believe my own eyes anymore because I cannot verify what people are saying about all the political violence, the division. I partnered with this production company called Ironclad, and we're doing an 8-part audio series on PSYOPs, on why foreign countries, governments, maybe even our own government would conduct a PSYOP on its own people. And I just think that this series is going to be extremely important because it's going to open the eyes of people on why these things happen. You can head over to psyopshow.com, order it today because you can get a lot out of this.
Psyopshow.com, yes. Finally, some real truth. Ah, the gummies. Nice, good commercial. I support, I approve.
My explanation as it relates to Don Jr.'s involvement with my sister's diary is that I believe with the person that stole it initially brought it to a fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago and got it to like Don Jr., who I think was the one who eventually connected them with the people at Project Veritas, and then they just weaponized it.
Do you mind if I ask, what was the? I mean, I'm just curious. What was the conversation within the family when that came out?
Oh, just got the
journal.
Like barbarity of these people. And I really mean it.
You need to talk to this guy. Live now, extra camping.
Drop.
On Christmas because I'm miserable and I want everyone else to be as well.
Throwing a nade on you. My nade. One more drop. Shotgun right here on mark. Shotgun on mark. Tell us how long we have on the car. I'm down here too.
15 seconds.
Was that me? Did anybody hear me talk in the background? What?
One more drop shot.
Was I part of this?
Shotgun right here on mark. Shotgun on mark. Tell us how long we have on the car. I'm down here too.
15 seconds.
Get on. Kill everybody. Laid up, bitch! You're not getting on the cart! Laid up, bitch!
Oh, no.
You're not getting any of your loot, bitch! See ya! Woo! Dominated! Drop. Throwing a nade on you.
Jesus.
It's like how do you get away with that and not pay for it? I mean, let's move this into the laptop. Okay, it's the same thing, and writ large, in which you steal someone's digital life, and you turn it into whatever boogeyman that you want to, and just from let's just go to the most basic level of how wrong that is, of what a incredible invasion of anyone's privacy that is. And for instance, is it if I stole your phone, you have an encrypted phone, and I was able to then cobble together or broke into your iCloud, which I know that they did, or and cobbled together whatever they ended up calling a laptop, okay? And then and was able to, through the worst period in your life, okay, which you talk openly about. You talk openly about, your issues with substances that didn't make you proud of who you're being, and try to change. And I took those moments, and I took the every photo that was taken of you during that time, in the worst period of your life, and and made a monster out of you in order to, and I know that it was never about me. It was about my dad. And it was to destroy my dad. I think that the thing that they truly thought, I think that the thing that Steve Bannon and Rudy Giuliani believed was that they would be able to repeat history in the same way that they, and do the same thing
with Hillary's
they did
emails. Say it.
Senator Muskie in 1972.
Fuck. Never mind. Just kidding.
And they broke into his wife's psychiatrist's office. They stole their private notes. They revealed that she was struggled with alcoholism and every other embarrassing thing about her. And Edwin Muskie, everybody knew, who was a decent, hardworking, blue-collar senator from New Hampshire, that by all accounts was the only guy that could beat Nixon at that time. And they broke him. They broke him because they knew there was nothing that he cared about more in this world than his relationship with his wife and his family. And they broke him. And he cried on stage and talking about her in a time in which that was, the end of somebody's political career, and he had to drop out of the race. And that was what their intent was with me. It was never about because there is no evidence of corruption in the laptop. None. Tell me what you think the laptop is. I mean, what
do I think the laptop is? I think that I found out about the laptop. I think the first time I found out about the laptop, I interviewed this guy Peter Schweitzer, and that was, if I remember correctly, this was years ago. That was a major part of the interview. And he actually gave me a hard drive of the laptop.
Yeah.
And said that this had been scrubbed to take all the kiddie porn off of it. Otherwise, I couldn't have this. It would be illegal.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Exactly.
I never opened it because I just.
But that's my point. Is that's the shit that they did.
That's what they said. And then of course all the pictures of you with hookers and the Burisma emails, and apparently it was all on there.
Yeah, but for instance,
in that you had dropped it off to a laptop repair guy.
Yeah. So, but for instance, just that is that. Remember, the first thing that Rudy Giuliani did, it's called eliminationist rhetoric, is that he went to the steps of the Newcastle County Courthouse in Delaware and stood on the steps and demanded a meeting with the chief of the Newcastle County Police in Delaware and the state police and the attorney general and the U.S. attorney. And he said basically he pulled a, one of those, I have here in my hands evidence of, mistreatment of children and blah, 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 blah. It's just all complete and utter bullshit. So Peter Schweitzer, Breitbart, he said they had to scrub it of images of children. Let me ask you a question. Do you think those images would have come out by now? I mean, it is absolutely insane, in a complete and utter fabrication, a complete lie, completely. But that's where they started, because they realized that it didn't have any evidence of the corruption that they then concocted about a bribe or billions of dollars flowing through, like you say, the Burisma emails. Yeah, there were emails from and to Burisma from me as a board member of a company in which I served on, and I was transparent about, and I actually put out a press release about, in which show no evidence of any whatsoever criminal activity, any involvement of my father. Not one single communication between me and anyone in my dad's staff or my dad or anyone about me asking for a favor on behalf of a client.
True.
Not one. Not a single one. So what they originally revert to? They originally reverted to basically accusing me of the worst thing that you could possibly ever accuse anybody of. That.
Child porn.
Yeah. I mean, imagine having to wake up from that. Wake up the next day.
Imagine that. That would be crazy. How do you even continue on?
And thinking, even if one of the people that you respect in the world believed that could be true.
Be pretty bad.
Like, oh my God.
What a horrible thing.
Like, how do you ever get out of bed? And then how do you defend yourself, Shawn? What do you go out and do this? You go, I'm not a pedophile. I'm not a pedophile. Like, literally. Like, I don't beat my wife.
True.
You know what I mean? And that's what they did. And then they just repeated it over and over again until it kind of played out, until at least some responsible journalists said, okay, like, we're not going to keep repeating this because it's patently false and there's zero evidence of it. So then they moved on to the next thing. They moved on to the next thing that I was the next thing was a symbiotic relationship between the Russian GRU and like Steve Bannon and Gao, the Chinese billionaire, that ran the Chinese, that cult, in which what they determined then is that I was funding weapons labs in Ukraine with George Soros to infect migratory birds to murder the population in Russia.
Was he?
And that was the whole thing. That got me sanctioned by the Russians. They did a 2.5 hour press conference on it, and then it just comes around, and then in the right-wing podcast ecosphere, from Alex Jones back to Russia, back to Chinese operatives, back to Gao, back to Bannon, and then they recycle it again. And then what ends up happening is that the New York Post and Shawn Hannity, give it some credence. They don't do it in a way that is completely absurd, but they report on the accusations. And then the New York Times writes a story about the story. And then it gets on CNN, and Jake Tapper does a piece on, well, this may not be true, but clearly there's, Hunter Biden's corrupt. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And what do you do? So I started the day as a pedophile, and I went to bed as some super spy that is providing billions of dollars in funding for weapons labs. And I woke up the next morning being accused of something else. And it became almost impossible. So what I can tell you about the laptop is that there is no laptop. That's bullshit. What was provided out there, there was no fucking laptop? There is an actual physical laptop that somebody had. But the guy that said he had the laptop, the existence of the search for a laptop came before he was even a twinkle in Rudy Giuliani's eye. There were people, talk to Lev Parnas. Lev Parnas literally went to Ukraine to get a laptop from Dmitry Firtash, to get a hard drive, Hunter Biden's hard drive, from Dmitry Firtash and Andrei Derkach in Ukraine, in Austria.
So this is a story, just like forensically and journalistically, that I would have to dig in way more to if I really wanted to try to understand, because so many people just don't know anything about anything to do with data or drives or whatever else. But like I'm giving you, this is like a 15% confidence take, okay? So, like there might be way better information out there, okay? But what it feels like happened here, okay? It was a very low conversation. What it feels like happened was there either was a laptop that Hunter Biden dropped off at a repair shop, or there was a guy who just claimed he had a laptop by Hunter Biden, and then a drive was claimed to have come from that laptop, but on that drive, basically a bunch of bad stuff was inserted, so like emails or logins or whatever the fuck else, whatever they wanted to get Hunter Biden for, they put on that laptop drive, and then that became the laptop from hell. That's what, just on like the little bit of reading I've done and the people that have like gone through, because what Shawn Ryan just said about how they gave me this copy of this drive and they said they scrubbed the child porn from it, already shows then that you don't have a one-to-one image. And then it's also the people that have looked at, like, because apparently there are forensic copies in some places on the internet of this drive, and people look at, you can see like when files are added, and you can tell like well, this whole chunk of stuff was added and all this. And then somebody just mentioned about the iCloud hack too. Apparently there is evidence that like different, because I guess, I don't know how from the account, but they can pull like the IPs that have looked at like the logins from the iCloud account, and there were different people that had logged into these accounts. Please, God, I just need one Sentinel firing core. And it does look like that somebody gained access to that iCloud account, because you can see like a password reset attempt on some IP address from a different country, whatever bullshit. But yeah, I don't know. That's why only 15% when it should be 95%, because it's possible the shit that I was reading was some fucking bullshit, and I just haven't like done the due diligence to give that like with a high confidence take. But the only issue is most of the people reading, like, this type of attack would not be very sophisticated to do, but most people just don't know anything about, really anything about technology. So, like, if I were to go to your house and I were to just, like, pull a drive out of your computer and just throw a bunch of child porn on it, I could say, like, this is his hard drive from his computer. And it's like, well, it is a hard drive and it might have been your computer, but people just don't understand because they're fucking retarded, so I don't know.
4 months before John Paul McIsaac and nobody ever existed.
Yeah, and the issue too, and it's one of the most annoying things, because no conservative is good faith, so they won't even admit this, because they're all like, I can't believe that intelligence said it was Russian and they were all lying and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, hold on. Even if we do believe that every single part of this story is true, you gotta admit that this is a highly unlikely sounding story. A legally blind repair shop owner just remembered that he had a laptop dropped off a couple years ago by Hunter Biden and was able to gain access to the files on the laptop, and it just so happened to have a bunch of incriminating stuff, and he just so happened to want to contact Rudy Giuliani. Like, I mean, like, it's not, I'm not saying that like there's 0% chance that could ever happen, but like, bro, of all the stories that could be bullshit, like propaganda, that kind of sounds like one that would be. Like, that's a pretty sensational fucking story. Like, come on. Oh, Jesus, stop. Going up.
And so what they did is they cobbled together stolen, concocted, fabricated mishmash of digital information, largely which is, thousands.
And then it also doesn't help. And God, this is like one of the things that hurts the most with these people. It's losing my head rent free, okay? It also really doesn't help that when you look into all of these fucking people, because I'm pretty sure we went to that guy's fucking YouTube channel, It's not like you have like an ordinary American citizen and it's like, oh my God, like I think I might have gotten this laptop, or oh my God, like it's a normal person, this is what they have. It's always the most conspiratorially crazy people who also believe, like if we, like you go through these people's profiles and it's like, oh, hey, they also believe that the mRNA vaccines were created in Israel to kill, you know, all Americans. And they also believe that, you know, Andrew Tate is innocent. They also believe that the deep state, you know, was helping Hillary Clinton murder. And they also was like, oh, okay, well, it hurts the credibility so much. And it's like, come on. I don't know. It seems kind of weird. Fuck off!
And thousands of emails from 25 years. I mean, no laptop could have held all of that. And so what they did is they put it all together, and then they talk about it. I mean, John Paul McIsaac, who is literally blind, there's no videotape of me ever dropping off a laptop. There's no, so whatever.
You never dropped off a laptop?
I have no recollection whatsoever of ever dropping off a laptop to John Paul McIsaac, to his shop. And so what he did, though, let me just put it this way. Say I did. Say I took my laptop in to get repaired, okay? And you're John Paul McIsaac. And what he says is he reads, and he goes to repair the laptop, but then he starts to read the files in the laptop. And he reads a file, and he sees files about Burisma. By the way, a board of which I'm on, of an independent private Ukrainian company, in which I am a board member doing corporate governance as an attorney. And he says that the only thing that he can think of doing is calling Rudy Giuliani.
Rudy Giuliani?
He's a laptop repair shop owner.
Rudy
in Wilmington,
Giuliani?
Delaware, whose store is 3.5 miles at most from where my parents live, where everybody knows my parents live. So if he had a laptop that he wanted to return, he thinks that the best thing to do is call Rudy Giuliani's lawyer, Bob Costello, and give it to
weird.
my sworn enemy.
Yeah, a little bit weird there. Isn't that kind of weird?
And in it, I will once again ask you this question. What crime has anyone ever...
But there was no laptop, right?
No, he took a hard drive. He took whatever he said. He said that he had a damaged laptop, and what he did is he downloaded a hard drive, and then he gave that hard drive to Bob Costello. And then from that hard drive, you have people like Patrick Byrne and Jack Maxey and a whole bunch of other people. Like I could list the names that come together. There's one woman that's like known as Cat Lady or something like that, literally. And what they say that they did is they cobbled together all of this digital material that was floating out everywhere. That had been stolen from phones, that had been taken from the dark web, that had been taken from the hard drive that John Paul
consolidated it all.
And they consolidated it all, and they made it out to be this thing. And so then the story doesn't become about the laptop at all. Because there's nothing in the laptop other than a record of me being a degenerate drug addict, at the worst moment in my life. At the worst moment of my life, of people clearly, me not taking selfies, of people clearly taking pictures of me in the rooms that I found myself in. Smoking crack, doing drugs, doing whatever. Nothing criminal. Other than, obviously, drug use. And what other people would think is, abhorrent behavior. I mean, whatever. Having sex with women. And so they take that. And then you can say whatever you want. Good. No one read the stories. When you put me naked on the front page of the New York Post over and over again with a crack pipe in my mouth, it becomes like gold. And Miranda Devine said it was the most read, the most followed story in the history of the paper.
Yeah.
She's written and sold 2 best-selling books based upon that.
Wait, what? How could it be the most followed story in the history of the paper? I thought it was so heavily censored. Motherfuckers think that story was... Who did I talk to last where I asked him about it? Or maybe I heard somebody talking about it. Somebody thought that story was censored until after the fucking U.S. election. And I'm like, excuse me, what? Are you fucking retarded?
And it's all about the pictures. It's like sex, drugs, and politics, man. And that's what they did. So then it became about the cover-up of the laptop story. You know why Twitter took down that story? Because
hack materials
non-consensual pornography. It's because under what is the law today that was pushed by Melania Trump, it's revenge porn. You're not allowed to take pictures.
Also, fuck, I should know this. Did Twitter take down the story initially? Or did they just have it so that for 24 hours, it was if you clicked the story, it was a warning link that it was taking you to a site? I don't remember if they completely delisted it, or if they threw up that warning link, or if they delisted it initially and then the warning link came after. I don't remember. I don't know. It could have been that for 24 hours, it was completely delisted, and then they put the warning link after, maybe.
That is stolen from somebody's digital material of them in naked and with another person and publish it. I mean, you're not allowed to do that. It's a crime. But in my instance, and so that's what the New York Post story ran in the initial story, and it had naked pictures of me in there. And under the terms of Twitter, they took it down when I objected to it. So you got to take that down. And so they took it down, and then that became the hobby horse for everybody. Is that it was an issue of free speech, and how the deep state, buried the story. What story? That I was a drug addict, and then I was in rooms in which people took pictures of me, and I took pictures of myself. Because otherwise, I've sat across from journalists. I've sat across from detractors. I don't know of anybody that's
critically
kind of
engaged.
at least more informed than you are in terms of the number of people that have come through this studio that have had an opinion about it.
That know
and I know
nothing
that you
about it.
prepare, and you have a team that prepares. Has anyone on your team ever been able to tell you of any crime other than crimes of as it relates to illicit drug use?
The big guy.
That is on the laptop.
The big guy.
And I mean, wouldn't you have, if there were, wouldn't you come, and by the way, obviously, like, it's all there, Shawn. Like, there's nothing more to show. So there's not a single instance of a crime. And I told you is that I got investigated by Crim Tax and Maine Justice. I got 6 years of investigation of the U.S. Attorney in the state of Delaware, in the state,
Senate Judiciary Committee,
in
Congressional,
in Baltimore Field Office,
or
in the Philadelphia Field Office,
whatever
the U.S.
committee.
Attorney in Los Angeles, the House Ways and Means Committee, the House Judiciary Committee, the House
Did you say the
Oversight
special
Committee,
prosecutor
the Senate
already?
Judiciary Committee, Oversight Committee. Every one of them, and probably a number of
Things
foreign,
that you don't know about?
Foreign intelligence agencies. Not a single criminal act has been even accused of me that is
relates
based
to
on
any of that
evidence
bullshit.
from the laptop. So the irony is that the thing that they hang around my neck as being this this great sin, the laptop, is in actuality evidence of the absolute bullshit of their accusations.
Wow.
So they say that I was engaged in some type of bribery in Ukraine. Now, the person that stated that to an FBI agent in an FD 1023,
Admitted
a
to lying to the
confidential
FBI.
informant statement, was then arrested by the same special prosecutor that was prosecuting me, because they blew up my plea deal because you had Congress come to the U.S. Attorney and say, this is bullshit. We know that he was engaged in bribery because we have an FD 1023, a private confidential thing, an informant that claims that he was engaged in bribery and has evidence of it. So they blew up my plea deal, okay, because of that. And they pretend like it was because some confusion as it relates to, I had immunity. Everybody gets immunity when they do a plea deal. Why would you enter a plea deal if you didn't get immunity from the federal government that they weren't going to come back and, charge you with something else?
Duh, yeah.
And so they blow up the plea deal, and they bring this guy in, the informant, Smirnov. And they bring him in, and they say, okay, tell us about this bribery. Tell us about this FD 1023.
I just like that he knows so many little things, because he's obviously not fucking retarded, right? I feel like Rob Norris, somebody said this or whatever. It's like, they gave the guy who is working on this stuff in Hillary, they gave him immunity to do this. And it's like, yeah, no fucking shit. Why the fuck would you agree to talk to the feds and incriminate yourself? You are willingly giving up your Fifth Amendment right to not incriminate yourself. Why wouldn't you have some kind of exchange there in exchange for a plea deal? No shit. Otherwise, you're not going to fucking say anything. No shit, Sherlock. True. Sorry. Come to me.
That you have members of Congress out there waving around as evidence of Joe Biden's corruption. And he basically breaks down and says, it's all bullshit. He was encouraged to do so by others. He was encouraged to do so by people in intelligence, in Russian intelligence. That's the story. Go read the story about Smirnov, who's sitting in jail, serving a sentence for lying on the FD 1023. Well, now that story blows up, what do they do?
And then the thing that sucks, maybe it's easier with Hunter Biden since it's literally his life personally. But like when I'm on shows and I'm talking, or if I'm ever talking to a conservative like this, the annoying thing is that you are telling them all of this information for the very first time. And they have heard their algorithms, they've heard other podcasters, they've heard now people in the Trump administration, they've heard all these other political figures, all these investigators, all these alternative media figures, all these bullshit conservative journalists, they've heard these people adjacent to Trump. All these people have said one thing, and now this one guy comes in and says something completely the opposite. Why the fuck would you believe this guy, right? You're fighting against so much misinformation, because every single thing that Hunter has said in regards to his life is the complete and total fucking opposite of what he's heard historically. So it's such an uphill battle. Let me grab a Coca-Cola. But also, the most annoying thing about all of it is that for everything that you say on the Democrat side, or for everything that Hunter Biden is talking about now, there's like, here's the paperwork, here's the evidence, here's the transcript, here are the indictments, here are the convictions, here is like all the evidence for all the claims directly, 1-to-1. And then on the other side is like, where's your evidence? Well, when that guy wrote the email about the big guy, we know that at some point Joe Biden saw this guy at a dinner, and he was, I don't know if he was the vice president at the time or not, but like we know that Hunter Biden was on the board for Burisma, and we know that it could have been advantageous, and like out of no evidence, you have no evidence of anything, you're spinning the largest conspiracy that would have ever existed in the entire United States. Just like the 2020 election fraud. What you are alleging are, these would be the largest conspiracies that have ever happened, basically. This would rival or surpass Iran-Contra to some of the largest conspiracies of all U.S. history with nothing, with air. No evidence at all. And it's like, what the fuck?
3 days before the statute of limitation runs on these charges, they charge me.
Yeah, you could seriously, you could hold a gun to a conservative's head and you could say, you have two options. You either need to tell me a single piece of information about the informant for Hunter Biden's stuff. Did he lie? Do you know anything about what he said? Or you need to draw a photorealistic render of the bottom of Hunter Biden's cock while erect. Which do you choose? And they'd already have like half the cock fucking drawn because they've seen so many videos and pictures of it. I was like, how do you not know? You don't know fucking anything about anything related to this? You don't know anything about it?
Now that story blows up, what do? 3 days before the statute of limitation runs on these charges, they charge me with the things that they had just come to a plea with me on. Anyway, man, the laptop. Once again, there are people out there that have just dined out on this, the laptop. And it's become a kind of buzzword for, corruption of some kind of like, epic, roadmap to the Biden crime family. Tell me, other than me being a
blanket. I'm sorry, we gotta watch again. I'm sorry. This will just always be my favorite. I need to have this on. It's not Gomer, it's Comer. This will just like, what's your evidence? Well, here's literally the indictment / conviction / testimony / all under oath and everything. What's your evidence? You want evidence that the Hunter Biden crime family is getting paid off? I'll do you one better. Let me connect China directly to Joe Biden's bank account.
Biden told the American people that his son didn't make any money in China.
My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China?
Well, not only did he lie about his son Hunter making money in China, but it also turns out that $40,000 in laundered China money landed in Joe Biden's bank account in the form of a personal check. And the Oversight Committee has it. Here's how Joe Biden benefited.
Years of investigation is what we got here, okay?
From his family's shady deal with CEFC, a Chinese Communist Party-linked company. It all began with a shakedown in the summer of 2017. When Hunter Biden sent a message to his CEFC associate demanding a $10 million capital payment. As Hunter Biden...
A shakedown in 2017 when Trump was president. Am I mixing my years up? Right? So Joe Biden wasn't even vice president anymore. He wasn't... Like, what are they even shaking down with? Who's shaking?
$10 capital payment. As Hunter Biden extorted this associate, Hunter claimed he was sitting with his father and that the Biden network would turn on his associate if he didn't pony up the money. The extortion scheme worked. Days later, $5 million flowed in from a Chinese affiliate of CEFC. Over the following 3 weeks, Biden family members made a series of complicated financial transactions to hide the source of the China money. Here's how that happened. First, Northern International Capital, a Chinese company associated with CEFC, wired $5 million to Hudson West 3, a joint venture established by Hunter Biden and a CEFC associate. Then Hudson West 3 sent $400,000 to an entity owned and controlled by Hunter Biden. Next, Hunter Biden wired $150,000 to Lion Hall Group, a company owned by James and Sarah Biden. Sarah Biden then withdrew $50,000 in cash from Lion Hall Group. Later the same day, she deposited it into her and James Biden's personal checking account. A few days later, Sarah Biden cut a check to Joe Biden for $40,000. The memo line of the check said loan repayment. Like the payment to Joe from AmeriCorps funds, it's certainly plausible that this payment where James and Sarah used funds from China was indeed a loan payment to Joe. But even if this $40,000 check was a loan repayment from James Biden, it still shows how Joe benefited from his family cashing in on his name, with money from China no less. Without his family peddling his name and his son threatening a CEFC associate with consequences that he said Joe Biden knew about, James wouldn't.
It's just fucking wild, bro.
Evidence of me being a crack addict. What the laptop tells you. Because not a single person that comes from a good place, like you say, well, 10% from the big guys. Somebody sent me an email about a deal when my dad was not vice president of the United States and when he was not president of the United States, in which they proposed, if that's what they meant, that my dad, the big guy, would get 10% of the deal, of which I never entered into the deal.
Wait, is that a Sentinel?
I never did a deal with them.
Ah!
Well, those details don't make it in.
And so, all of this.
Wait, hold up. First of all, I didn't bring the fucking medication for this. That's a Sentinel thing. I need it. I didn't even know one could spawn there. No! Okay. Hold on. Oh my god, where is it? It's at the top of this place. I didn't even know one could be over there. No! No! Fuck! They spawn on damn battlegrounds here? Yeah, I know that.
Bullshit about, like, for instance, 35 former, they harp on all the time. And then it became about free speech. Well, then it became about the big cover-up of the story, Remember that? And they had hearings on it, and they after Elon bought Twitter and turned it into X, and they had that that reporter's name come on and said, lamented the fact that the story was taken down, and the reason it was taken down is because the deep state and CIA and
True.
Remember when the story was taken down? In the Trump administration. My dad wasn't president when the story was taken down. He wasn't vice president when the story was taken down.
What do you think the deep state is?
Trump controlled all levers of government. Twitter took down the story because it violated their own revenge porn laws, because it was publishing pictures of me naked with other people having consensual sex, but without my consent, which is an absolute and complete violation of any of the rules of Twitter or even X as it stands now. That's why they took it down.
No!
Let me ask you that. Is anybody that's listening to this,
okay,
if somebody stole your phone for whatever reason and decided that they wanted to accuse you of other things, but the way they were going to do is they were going to show you and your wife having sex, naked in their bedroom, do you think they should be able to?
Hold on. He's not trying to steal my Sentinel part, is he? No. Oh, what's this guy doing? What? He is? Kill him? No, he would never. He's not. No! He set that zip line up. That's not a default zip line. Do you think he has a defib?
do that and put it up on X right now?
No.
And in that, accuse you of other things? Say, Hunter Biden accused of bribery without anything to back it up, but then show a picture of you in a motel room doing drugs, naked, with a woman. Does anybody have the right to do that? Do you think that X shouldn't have taken that down, or that Twitter shouldn't have taken that down? Because I'll tell you what it did is Bannon's a genius, because then that became the story. True. And that became the cover-up. And that became the thing that was the great injustice. Which led into the whole J6 thing and the stop the steal part of it. And if they had just let the story of Hunter Biden's laptop come out, they actually that's where how the election was stolen. Is that if the corruption that the laptop proved, well, I keep coming back to, what did it prove? And I keep coming back to the idea. I don't know of anybody that is more informed in terms of the people that they have spoken to than you. Is anybody been able to tell you what Hunter Biden's laptop proves?
No.
I know. And so here I am, 6 years later, Shawn, and I'm still talking about a fucking laptop that actually is not even a laptop. It's an amalgamation of concocted digital material that has been stolen from me over the course of 22 years, and some of it fabricated. And all you got to do is just add a little bit here and there. I mean, that's what Gao did. And there's tapes of it. There's tapes of Gao talking to Bannon the night before the election in 2020, in which he's talking about how they've taken the hard drive to New Zealand and they're manufacturing pictures of me with children in China.
I haven't seen that.
Yes, there's literal. You literally have Gao. I mean, go to the Mother
You have
Jones.
access to that?
Yeah, go to Mother Jones. It's all unreported, but nobody listens. I mean, literally, nobody
knows anything about that.
Bannon, Gao,
Bannon.
and others sitting around talking about.
Is that the Chinese media people? Because I've read through one of their things where they talk about
They've stolen the laptop, how they've stolen the hard drive, and how they're manufacturing images because they can do anything. You can say whatever you want at this point. Go listen to the tapes. They're literal tapes.
He was very close to winning outright then and shutting down Trump. That the hard drive from hell stopped his momentum. Then the other thing is the way we drove up Biden's negatives. The only thing that
I've
stopped
heard this
momentum
before.
Was the hard drive from hell, right? And two parts of that were Luda's editorial creativity over the pictures, and really the CCP involvement. That's what shocked the American people. Sleepy Joe, he never drove up Biden's negatives. It was only when we got the hard drive and got it to you that in post. Yeah. If you look, here's where the Bidens fucked up. From the day the Post story came out, and then you started pumping out, we got you the stuff, and you started just dumping it out, and then the internet started picking it up, and they suppressed it. Remember, the best thing that happened to us was Twitter and Facebook suppressing it, because then everybody wants to see it. Remember, we hammered this guy every day for 10 days with the worst pictures in the world, drug addict, taking money from CCP, from Chinese spies, no response, nothing. And the negatives just keep going up, because people are sitting there going, I didn't know that about Joe Biden, but Joe Biden, not one person came out and said, those pictures are not true, right? Nobody came out and said, anything you're saying is not true. Even the wildest allegations. When Trump got COVID, and when Trump had that first debate, within that 1 week period, Biden could have put him away. The campaign would have been over. So Biden would have won with 500 electoral votes. But they didn't do it, and we were able to stop it. So now, I'm not saying Trump's going to win, but we have a fighting chance.
These are legit?
Oh, 100% legit. 100%.
I mean, I would believe Mother Jones, but they wrote a hit piece on me that's complete bullshit. So.
Well, by the way, the tapes exist, and I will send you the link to the Mother Jones article with the physical tapes that no one's ever denied actually exist. Oh, by the way, with Bannon's partner, Miles Kwok, who by the way is in prison for the next 45 years from stealing over $1.8 billion from Chinese dissidents.
Do you know why
He's the one that lit his apartment on fire when the FBI raided it in the Sherry Netherlands on Park Avenue.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they raided his apartment. He had the penthouse. It's a Sherry Netherlands, or the one right on Park Avenue. And the FBI came in, and all the hard drives went.
If the laptop wasn't dropped off, how did the owner get it? There's no evidence that the owner ever had a laptop owned by Hunter Biden. I don't think there's ever been evidence presented of that ever. I don't. If there is, I'm not aware of it.
Up in flames and burned the whole penthouse apartment on Park Avenue. By the way, Steve Bannon's partner, who at that exact same time, Steve Bannon is sitting with Jeffrey Epstein, coaching him about how he can, fool the American people into the fact that he's not really a fucking pedophile. That's Steve Bannon, who concocted this whole thing, who put this whole thing together. And handed parts.
Is the blind repair guy story fake? I think it is, yeah. But I haven't dug super deep into it, but it just, yeah, there's no footage of Hunter Biden walking in. There's no, I've never seen strong proof that the laptop was ever even his. There is proof that somebody hacked his iCloud account prior to that quote unquote laptop from hell existing. There's a blind computer store owner who says that he walked in. They have a signature from him for what that's worth, but that's yeah.
Give it off to Rudy Giuliani. I mean, it's all there. Talk to Noel Dumpy, his assistant. Talk to Lev Parnas. I mean, Lev Parnas says the entire Russia thing, the entire thing about Ukraine and bribery and the corruption of the Biden family. He was the guy that Giuliani literally deputized, that Trump literally deputized, to go to Ukraine and dig up dirt on me. Talk to Lev Parnas. The party says it's all bullshit. We made it all up. And we sat there with John Solomon and Ken Vogel of the New York Times and Rudy and what's his name? I'm gonna get the names wrong and I'm gonna get sued. But my point is, it's all there. I'm not making any of this shit up. Bob Costello. They literally went to Ukraine and took a dossier and filmed it with OAN from a guy named Derkach, okay, who was a known Russian GRU agent, and I swear to God I'm not making any of this even remotely up, who's wanted for treason, who fled to Russia and now serves in the Duma in Russia as a Russian senator. He's the one that came up with the bullshit bribery thing.
Are you fucking kidding?
No, and by the way, and this is the thing that drives me insane. You can, Rudy Giuliani.
This is not what should drive you insane. What should drive you insane is conservatives are all the most fucking conspiratorially minded motherfuckers in the universe. But when there's some actual huge conspiracy shit right the fuck in front of them, they just haven't even glimpsed it.
With an OAN film crew, with Derkach, who is literally has been tried in absentia and convicted of treason inside of Ukraine, who has fled Russia and has made it clear that he is a Russian agent. He was sanctioned and convicted in absentia or charged in the United States for being a GRU agent. That's where Giuliani was getting all of his information. He's the one that told them that Dmitry Firtash wanted to sell Hunter Biden's laptop 5 months before. 5 months before this, what's his name ever existed? The laptop repair shop guy.
Wow.
I didn't know those details though. That's pretty crazy. That lends a lot more credence to the idea that that laptop really did never even exist.
I can 100% give you each one of these things. I can give you the tape.
But like, yeah, the thing is like these recordings, they exist. Like the Bannon thing, we read about that and listened to that. The only thing actually that's irritating is they're talking about the tapes existing. I don't think that full tape has ever been published. For some reason, Mother Jones only published excerpts from the conversation, but the transcript of the whole conversation is there. But yeah, it's frustrating. That's like, it's all out there. It's on YouTube. Like the fact that that phone call exists, the 45-minute full phone call between Rudy Giuliani and like the Zelensky aide, where like 3 or 4 different times he asks them to just announce an investigation into Hunter Biden. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares at all about that call. That's crazy.
Of the Mother Jones, of the conversation between Bannon and Gal and the 4 or 5 other people that were in his apartment the night before, that's when Bannon says that, you know what we're going to do? When he loses the election, we're just going to say it's stolen. That's what we're going to do. He lays out the entire Stop the Steal effort.
And this shit's 100% real. It's
100% real.
It's not that 11 labs that
100%
real.
real.
Or any of that shit.
100% real.
Oh yeah, that's true too. He said that. Yeah, he said that in advance. He's just gonna go out. He's gonna walk out on stage. He's gonna say it's stolen. And then what are they gonna do? He'll say "fuck you," it's stolen. This is all reported on. Like, I don't think they've even come out and denied any of this. My point is, any peaceful resolution is probably gone because the other 3 alternatives, either Biden's up slightly and Trump says he stole it right and he's not leaving, or it's undefined and we can't figure out who's leading and Trump's saying he's stealing it and he's not leaving, or Trump's leading, which is the one they're going to burn the city down after because, and this is what's going to happen, I think right now in the polling, Trump's doing good in Ohio. And remember, Ohio closes at 7:30. It's early. It's an early reporting state. Florida is at 8, and you'll know that. So between by 9 and all. As I sit here today at Saturday afternoon, 10 or 11 o'clock, Trump's going to walk into the Oval Office, tweet out, "I'm the winner, game over, suck on that," right? And literally, they're going to try to burn the city down. It's going to explode. This is one of the reasons, in my opinion, I can't prove this, but I think at this point you could say, this is one of the reasons why the Trump camp was so unfathomably fucking pissed that Fox News even came out and called Arizona, is because it completely, I think, fucked up Trump's ability to try to steal the election on that night. When he was trying to say, "I've won, it's over." I think that that Arizona call, they were so fucking mad. So many calls from Trump surrogates, from Trump's campaign to Fox News to pressure them. The guy who does all the math and all the bullshit, I think they had to come out on air and talk about it. And they were, oh my God, Trump's camp was so pissed about that early call.
100% real. And so all of this stuff exists, but you know what? Nobody gives a fuck about me in the aftermath of what happened with J6. Nobody gives a fuck about what they did in terms of what I'm talking about, in terms of like the complete dehumanization of me. And so then I became the pariah by everyone. Nobody in the Democratic Party stepped up, except for maybe a couple people.
Because liberals are fucking pussies about defending their own. My fucking God. They are spineless fucks, bro. Trump could be out there fucking a kid, and the next day, half the conservative party be justifying pedophilia. Not that the liberals should be that extreme, but my God, dude. Liberals are such fucking sniveling cowards. They run at the sight of any fight. It's so fucking cringe.
Stood by me. You want to figure out who's your friend? Here's another gift that they gave me.
True.
I
know. This is, oh my God. My spirit animal. Hello.
Who's really my friend? Because if you were willing to stand with me, or even be seen with me, or be associated with me with any way for a period of time, there was nothing in it for you. Absolutely zero, nothing. The biggest regret that I have is I allowed them to think that I couldn't be around my dad. Because I would rub off. Because I would bring, by the way, like for instance, like this bullshit, the cocaine in the cubby hole in the West Wing.
Oh my God! This story for all of
like,
fucking
on
2
what
days.
fucking planet?
So
am I
stupid.
Walking in off of West Exec Avenue with my own Secret Service detail, stopping by the cubby in the situation before you go into the situation room, and deciding that I'm going to put a baggie of cocaine into the cubby hole before I make it on my way to the residence. In what world? In what world does that make even the most insane drug addict like sense of anything? But you know how many people fucking believe that? You've had guests on here who come and accuse me of actually of that being mine. But that could be, I wasn't even there. You know how much time I spent in the White House over the course of the 4 years? I'd say,
how much? How much are we thinking? Was there one visit or no visits? I'm curious.
No more than maybe 8 to 10 days a year.
Oh, okay.
The entire time
8 to 10
that my dad
days.
was in office. And this is a family that does everything together. You know how hard that was for me? Not to be there? Just to be there. For him. Like he didn't have my
8
brother.
to 10 days.
And then
That's a long time to
basically virtually lost me because I allowed people to people around him.
rig elections and stuff.
For not pushing back. And then you start to think, well, you're the drug addict, Hunter. You're the one that put yourself in those rooms. You're the one that allowed those pictures to be taken or took. You're the one that allowed your stuff to be stolen or lost. You're the one that embarrassed the family. So it's best just to stay away. Fuck that, man. I figured out a while back.
Fucking A.
Is that was exactly what they
wanted is the isolating thing. True, which is why, yeah, you should hold other people a little bit more to account because my God, conservatives understand this so fucking well, dude. They are thick as thieves when it comes to getting up to no good or when it comes to being accused of some things. Bro, these motherfuckers are so tight with each other and are so loyal past a fucking fault on all this shit. Meanwhile, they know that you just have to drop the smallest of things into Camp Liberal and all the fucking rats will scurry. Everybody will scatter to the winds.
What they wanted is for me to fail, is for me to relapse. I truly believe that what they really wanted to happen is they wanted to make it impossible for my dad to emotionally, even remotely mount a campaign or to govern. Knowing that there's only one thing that he cares more about than this country, and as I think everybody should, is their family. It's his family. And I refused to allow them to do that. And I knew there was one way, the fastest way to fail, is to not figure out how to be clean and sober. For good.
Damn.
But I'll tell you what, they're good at it. And I sit here and I talk about, like, the laptop. Or I was on the board of a company, Burisma. You see what they're doing, man? I don't care what you think about anything. I don't know how you can look at what they're doing in the way in which they are profiting off the presidency. Directly profiting and indirectly. Don Jr. opened up a club in Georgetown called the Executive Club. And he's charging people a $500,000 initiation fee to join the club with the stated purpose of the club being it was the place where you can come and rub shoulders with the decision makers in his father's administration. $500,000, the second most expensive club in the country.
Are you serious?
I'm 100% serious. $500,000 to join.
Are you serious? I like how he says it's like it's so unbelievable. And it's like, imagine if there are just some things that are just so stupid. Sometimes I feel like I'm saying things where it's like, this 30-year-old had sex with this 5-year-old, guys, and it's very wrong. He shouldn't be having sex. Like, it's just like so fucking obvious. Like, the fact that Donald Trump has a crypto coin and then literally at Mar-a-Lago said that like the top 30 holders or whatever would get to meet him. It's like, this is literally like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Even if all the Burisma shit was real, it's not even that bad. It's not as bad as this. Like, what?
So they opened a club.
They opened a club, and on opening night of the club, they had half the cabinet there. Of the club.
I didn't even know any of this.
For a private club run and owned by Don Jr. called the Executive Club. And they state the purpose. It's the place to go to be able to be with the people that are the greatest influence within the administration, cabinet members. He has a private equity company. Don Jr. has a private equity company. It's just in the New York Times, and in the Washington Post, and in the Wall Street Journal, and in every newspaper on page 14, of which his private equity company has a majority stake in a startup drone company that's never produced a drone. Has 13 or 30 employees.
This is
I don't know.
so stupid.
They have the largest loan guarantee of $695 million that the Pentagon has ever issued. And that's just one of the companies in which he has, his private equity firm has invested that has contracts with the Pentagon. Just one. You want to talk about, they talk about me doing foreign business? What fucking foreign business are you talking about?
True.
I had a partner who was Chinese. He was part of a private equity company. And we were going to invest in natural gas in the United States, in an industry that I knew of. And it fell apart, and it didn't happen. And I worked on board of a Ukrainian gas company. And as a lawyer, I represented a guy that was from Romania for a 3-month period of time. There's my foreign business. I never had any business with any foreign government, ever. They're building towers in Saudi Arabia. They're building towers in the UAE. They're building. They're doing
buying shit in Ukraine and Russia,
spas and golf courses and residential properties in Qatar. They're building on government property that they bought through Jared Kushner's fucking private equity fund, a government-owned island in Albania, I think it is, and they're doing one of the last public spaces in Serbia, a deal directly with the government. And that's just the tip of the fucking iceberg.
Well, don't forget about Gaza.
And Jared Kushner.
The Gaza thing was an ad. That's not even. God, these podcasters are so fucking stupid.
Sure.
he's saying Gaza because he just seen the AI video of it, but that's not.
Is basically, not basically, has flat out stated that Gaza is all about a real estate play, in which it is the best beachfront property in the Mediterranean.
That's nothing.
And they're going to redevelop Gaza. And where are they going to get the money to do it? They're going to get the money from the Saudi royal family. They're going to get it from the Emiratis. They're going to get it from the Qataris. They're going to get it from the Russians. They're going to get it from the oligarchs, from Blavatnik, from all of these guys. From Dmitry Firtash, who has been wanted for extradition in Australia and the United States for the past 10 years. And all of a sudden, he's off the extradition list. But by the way, he's doing a deal with Naftagaz and the Saudis and Don as it relates to the pipeline. As Jared Kushner and what's his name, Witkoff, who has zero experience. Everybody says that I don't have experience. I was a fucking...
This was my point. Yeah. No, we're not. I mean, everybody who knows anything would make this point, right? That yeah, the Hunter Biden doesn't have the experience, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, watching Witkoff on that Tucker Carlson show just broke my mind forever. When he didn't know what the Donbas was, or he was using whatever Lugansk and all these weird pronunciations for the other things that are either Russian pronunciations, right? He just had no idea. It's just like, bro, this is our ambassador to Russia. Are we serious right now? That whole family needs to be in prison and throw away the fucking key. That whole Witkoff, everybody associated with him in the global financial whatever bullshit.
And what's his name, Witkoff, who has zero experience. Everybody says that I don't have experience. I was a fucking adjunct professor at Georgetown University School of Foreign fucking Service. I served on 19 different boards. I was the chairman of the board of the largest the largest support group for the largest humanitarian organization in the world. I had traveled the world. I had been to every fucking, all the places that you were jumping from. I've been, not with a gun, but there in the refugee camps and everywhere else. And they said that I didn't have experience. It's a Yale fucking educated lawyer.
True.
What
the fuck are you talking about?
Does Don Jr. have?
Or Eric?
Anything other than being handed
being a
check
dick suck
in an office by his dad. Name one. Jared Kushner had the biggest real estate failure in the history of real estate in New York when he bought the 666 building on Fifth Avenue.
Damn.
It had to be bailed out by the Qataris when Trump was president. And we're wondering?
Nobody knows or talks about any of this. Not even the fucking Pod Suck America guy. Nobody talks about, well, I shouldn't say, I'm sorry, I'm being mean about them. Maybe they, but nobody really covers or goes over any of the crazy shit. You have your, was it Kara Swisher and Sky Galloway? These people go over maybe some of the more tech related stuff or some of the crazy stuff that's going, but all of this shit is just it's so, and it's so accessible. All of this stuff is just so out there. It's so out there. It's in the official filings and everything else. It's just
whether Hunter Biden I don't get it, man. I really don't. And I sit here and I think like, well, shouldn't that make you fucking mad? Shouldn't that make everybody mad? Forget about me. Forget about whether you think I'm a fucking, crook or whatever you want to believe. They're doing it right in front of our face. I mean, the New Yorker, assessment of how much money that they've made over in the first 10 months, it was like, what, $3.4 billion that they can identify in the increase in the wealth of the Trump family in 9 months.
And how much did he get paid total by Burisma? I think it was less than Tim Pool made from Tenet.
By the way, it's not like they're not like directly telling us this, and I don't understand. Like, if I give myself, or give the people that voted for him the widest latitude with the belief that, like what you said, is because they gave a shit about things. They gave shit about the prioritization of what's wrong in the United States rather than what's wrong overseas. Of us taking care of vets instead of taking care of illegal immigrants. Of all of the shit that you want me to give them the latitude to believe that that's why they voted for Donald Trump. Shouldn't this make you really fucking pissed off?
Hunter, I've been pissed off for a long
I've been pissed off at everyone.
I mean, I'm not just talking about you, and I don't want to get
generalize it. Oh yeah, I've been pissed off. I hate all these guys. I hate all these guys. Really? You didn't seem like you hated them all when you were constantly dick sucking for one side and constantly throwing the other side of the book. No, actually, I hate they're all evil. They're all bad. Oh, so it was fun when your guy was like up on stage and you were having fun with it all. But now that you realize that he's the worst of them, now they're all bad. Fuck you, loser.
You in trouble, but I can like almost feel like the resistance from your audience of this message coming from me. But let me give you this one. He's in the fucking Epstein files, man.
Yeah.
And that's the reason we're not getting him. And it's like what are we even talking about?
Yeah.
Susie Wiles came out today in a Vanity Fair article. Have you read that?
No.
It says that his chief of staff said that he acts like an alcoholic, and that of course he's in the Epstein files, and that Pam Bondi completely screwed this thing up. And totally screwed them all. That's his sitting chief of staff on the record in Vanity Fair that came out today. And what are we supposed to be distracted by? We're supposed to be distracted by the absolute ugliness of someone taking the barbaric murder of a beloved liberal. He's a beloved liberal, but he made like the movies of that made my generation. A Few Good Men, Misery, Stand By Me, When Harry Met Sally.
Damn,
like, my
I
God,
didn't know
just
all
as an
that.
artist alone, like
Oh,
Jesus
geez.
God, let's give the guy the reverence that he's due for gifting humanity The Princess Bride as a movie. And he says,
I didn't know it was the same director for all those
basically,
movies. Holy shit.
he was murdered because he was infected by Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah,
He
we'll
basically
throw
deserved it.
the tweet or whatever you call it on Truth Social and whatever that we'll throw it up on screen so everybody can read it. I think.
Yeah, what do you think?
The response that I saw from that was fucking horrendous. And,
oh yeah, good for you.
And I wanted to bring this up a little earlier, but when you're talking, because you seemed surprised at what people believe, and I can see how you would think that from
your
vantage point, from your perspective. But I'll
But
give
can't
you
you-
the perspective of everybody else.
Yeah. When
And
we
so the
see
perspective of everybody else,
Hillary
yes,
Clinton,
we saw, whether they're true, whether they're not fucking true. I don't know. I just don't have the insight.
Yeah,
And I'm not.
I don't know
I'm not
anything.
the person.
I don't read anything.
I think a lot of people are.
I don't do any
painting things as
research.
fact now that are all complete bullshit. It makes it damn near fucking impossible to find if there is any real truth anymore.
Yeah.
But what we see is we just see.
Wait, can you put a key thing in here?
That's never corrected, and there are never any consequences. We see Eric Swalwell fucking Chinese spies still sitting in there. We see, we saw all the corruption with Trump, and whether you believe it, whether you don't believe it, whether you think he's guilty, whether you don't think he's fucking guilty, they went at him hard. Nothing happened. Whether you believe the stuff that happened to you, whether you don't believe it, you know what I mean? Whether the laptop's real, whether it's not, doesn't matter. Burisma stuff, nothing happened. The stuff, when your dad was president, I can't think of any examples off the top of my head. I know there's 1,000
I
of
know,
them
but
if we're going to get.
I got to stop you.
But
I get it.
But what I'm
But
saying, Hunter, is
basically
like you never see, whether
what?
it's true or not true, you never see any fucking accountability on the Democrat side, on the Republican side.
I don't
right now,
disagree.
you brought it up, the Epstein files. We've been talking about this shit for I don't know how many fucking years now, and Trump was a big
Hunter
part of
wants
that.
to call
and the
him Hunter,
Republican Party
please
was a
don't
big
let him
part
get
of
away
that.
with this
Now we
both
got the
sides
fucking
fucking
presidency, we got the
bullshit.
House, and we got the fucking Senate, and we still have zero Epstein files. And I sat right across from the fucking current director of the FBI.
Yep, and he
listened to
fucking
him
lied to you.
spew
Like you're a
lie
fucking
after
loser because
lie
you're a
after
retard
fucking
because he
lie
knew you'd
to me.
fucking
Not even
swallow it all,
realizing
and
he
you
was gonna
did.
get director of the FBI. Well, he's sitting in front of me, but he did fucking get it, and he told us all what he was going to do if he did get it. I don't see anything. I don't see any differences. So you see what I'm saying, which is just
I know, but
pass the buck, pass the buck,
but
pass the buck. This
Sean,
guy's guilty. This guy's
No.
guilty.
Sean,
never. I mean,
Let him-
we just never fucking see any accountability, and so then it
him
becomes
talk.
the political
Let him
elite
talk.
class, the oligarch
Let him
class,
talk.
which you are part of, whether you got a lot of money or not.
Which he's a part of? The guy who's never even done anything with relation to just because he's a family member of? Okay, fine, I guess. Don't know how that doesn't carry over to all of the crazy shit that Trump's doing, but okay, buddy.
Politics for a long time, and you see what I'm getting at. You see people, you see a population of people that are getting beat to shit with
the most offensive thing that you've ever said.
with
oligarch. Oh my god.
With
all right, I get it. I get
You know
what
what I
you're saying.
mean?
I get what you're saying.
The Biden oligarchs.
But here's what I want to say to you. There is truth, John. And the fact of the matter is that the only people that are benefiting is how I started off when we started talking 5 hours ago. Who's benefiting?
Them.
Yeah. I sure as hell not.
I see that.
But I'll sit here and answer any question. Like, for instance, let me just stop you on one thing. Like Eric Swalwell, that whole thing, bullshit. There is the truth. It's bullshit. It's a total bullshit story.
He didn't fuck a Chinese spy.
He 100% did not fuck a Chinese spy. 100% completely concocted. Have Eric on. Have Eric on the show. I promise you. It's absolute 100% bullshit. But here's the thing. We are all a victim of our algorithms. And so are you, and so am I. And I'm not like pointing the finger.
No, I'm aware, and I don't.
And that's my story about the people that came up to me at the, screaming in my face. But there is a truth, Shawn. But who's benefiting? Who's benefiting from turning us all at each other's throats, of concocting this bullshit? I'll tell you that to begin with, it's our adversaries, and then on the second, it's the people that really control these fucking things, and it's oligarchs, not political. People.
Imagine right there. Be like, think about it. Think about it. Who's benefiting from all of this? Soros, Netanyahu, the Steins, the Bergs, Israel, the military-industrial complex, and our enemies in Iran. Who's controlling all? And he just goes immediately into the JQ shit. And then he nominates Nick Fuentes. He says Fuentes is the one who can lead us.
It is the people that control billions and billions and billions of dollars. And those are the people that are benefiting. 100%. Do you think that Mark Zuckerberg gives a fucking shit about any of this? Do you think that in any way?
No.
I mean, let me point this out.
I mean,
there's a whistleblower. You want to talk?
Just watched every single tech billionaire, oligarch, whatever you want to call them, literally switched from the Biden administration right into the Trump administration. They're all there. They were all bitching about Trump before.
But here's the thing. They hated my dad. What did we do? We brought in the whistleblower. We tried to... I don't have anything to do with the fucking part of it. And I agree with you. Nobody's fucking held them accountable. If you really wanted to be able to hold the social media companies accountable, make them liable like everybody else for fucking killing little girls because they're driving them to suicide. I mean, they literally testified before Congress and the whistleblower and showed how they manipulated the algorithm to send our children into depression and suicidal states. And you know what? They didn't change it even when they were notified of it, and even when they became aware of it, and even when they saw that people were taking their lives, teenagers, kids. They did nothing about it. And we had the facts and the data and all of an actual witness testimony that they did this. What did they do?
Not a damn thing.
And did anyone hold them accountable? Anybody in Congress? You know why? Because the biggest fucking problem that we have in this country is money. Is money in our politics and money in our media. And that's nothing new. But if you want to find a common enemy, I don't understand how they don't realize that people are going to pick up some fucking pitchforks soon, man.
Maybe they do realize it.
Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe that's why they're building their bunkers and their billion-dollar yachts and their hidden structure. I don't know. But at some point, I think what I was saying before is that there is going to be this unholy union between radicals that both come to the same conclusion, is that no one can be trusted and everyone is the enemy and chaos is the only answer. Violence is the only answer. And that's what we're being driven towards. And I really, truly believe that. But there is a truth. There is a truth about, for instance, Eric Swalwell that I know, and I know to be a lie. There is a truth about, let me give you an example. The fucking case against Donald Trump as it related in New York was bullshit. I think it was a bullshit fucking case. I think he's a crook. I think that he...
Wait, what?
About, for instance, Eric Swalwell that I know, and I know to be a lie. There is a truth about, let me give you an example. The fucking case against Donald Trump as it related in New York was bullshit. I think it was a bullshit fucking case. I think he's a crook. I think that he stole documents. I think that was a real case. I think he tried to overthrow our government. I think that he tried for a fucking coup. I think that was a real case. But the case in New York was bullshit. If you're going to charge him, you should have charged about 14 other real estate magnates in New York for the same fucking shit that he's doing. But what we do...
Oh, I don't know anything about the... I thought he was talking about the payments to Cohen or whatever. I don't know enough about the real estate stuff to say one way or another.
Is that we allow ourselves to be driven by our algorithms to believe things that just are not even remotely true, and which then we all give up. Like you just said, nobody's held accountable. You know why the Biden Justice Department did not? This is the explanation that I have. Why did Joe Biden not demand the release of the Epstein files if it was such a big deal to Democrats?
I don't know.
The same reason that Joe Biden didn't demand that they drop the prosecution of me. because he didn't involve himself with the Department of Justice. Because as every other president before him, other than Richard Nixon, who resigned because of it, he didn't direct the Department of Justice to do one thing or another. Why didn't Merrick Garland do it? Guess as good as mine. I don't know. But I will tell you this, is that now we're here after we have an FBI director, a deputy FBI director, a attorney general, and several other people that are in his cabinet, and the president himself, who largely got elected through the energy of the people that wanted to have, for absolutely the right reasons, these files released, regardless of whose names were in it. And they haven't released it, and they fought it tooth and nail. And then they had to get legislation, and then they passed the legislation, and he said, don't sign it, or don't vote for it. And then he said, go ahead and vote for it. And then we have reports that there's, 100 FBI agents that spent thousands and thousands of hours of scrubbing his name from the files.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Yeah. And now we can't trust anything that's going to come out. Okay. And who fucking loses? The children. It's not like it's an insignificant thing in any way. And they talk about these, these young women. They weren't young women. Fucking 14-year-olds. Kids, hundreds of them.
More choice.
Entire networks that they developed.
What do you think that was?
What do I think that was?
What do you think this whole Epstein debacle was? Do you think this was a...
I don't even fucking know at this point. And I really mean it. It's like, I will tell you, is that the only thing that is clear to me is this.
Trump was fucking...
Just kidding. And Donald Trump, during a period of his life, were fucking thick as thieves. And Donald Trump has tried to pass this off as being what Palm Beach was in the 90s. Okay? And that may be his view of it. But I've seen enough evidence of Donald Trump and his teen modeling agencies and what he said on Howard Stern about how he would go into the back of these, Miss Teen USA pageants and, walk up to the girls naked. They were talking about girls when he's talking about doing that. And wonder whether or not Donald Trump in his mind has come up with this concoction that it was all just what they did in the 90s. It was models. I mean, that's what Michael Wolff says. Michael Wolff says that the justification in Trump's mind is that they were models.
Wow.
They're 14, 15 years old. I mean, we have a president that has been credibly accused by well over a dozen and a half women, if not more, of sexual assault. And we're wondering whether or not, as he fights tooth and nail for the Epstein files that all of his supporters demanded be released so that they could nail Bill Clinton to a cross. And he won't release him. Why? Out of the kindness of his heart for the people that make it hurt? Have you ever known the president to act out of anything but his own self-interest? Ever? And so we're sitting here and acting as if, like, okay, I'm willing to believe that people can vote for him and support him and overlook the personal cruelty of his politics. Because, by the way, according to everybody, Donald Trump is an incredibly charming person in person. He really supposedly is.
He is.
I know that I think he told my dad when he came to the White House, he's like, Joe, we would have been best of friends if it weren't for politics. And so, I don't know what kind of sociopathic mind is able to do those things and then the next day say that Joe Biden is the worst human being to have ever lived and a corrupt, senile, criminal.
Well, I mean, I talked about this with Megyn Kelly, too. She talks about her account. And I don't know if you remember that whole debacle back a handful of years ago, but it pretty much says the exact same thing.
Yeah, man. And so I don't, it's just where have we gotten to, man? I don't know.
I want to tell you something, but I don't want to offend you.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
But I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
The thing that makes you look really guilty, and after sitting here with you for 6.5 hours now with the breaks and everything, I find you to be a very genuine person, and I believe you. The thing that makes you look very guilty is the pardon. The pardon from, was it 2014 to, 2024?
Can I tell you why?
Yeah.
Makes me look guilty? Is because I was found guilty. And that's what a pardon's for.
But it was a blanket pardon.
True. Yeah, you have to be able to go back because the charges stemmed from over 7 years ago. So they went all the way back to 2015 for my taxes. That's what I was charged with. It's now 2025. Those are the crimes that I was pardoned for, in which I pled guilty to not filing my taxes on time and incorrectly identifying business expenses as personal expenses as business expenses.
That is all it's for.
Yeah.
So
there's like 8 different charges for over 2 different years, but yeah, that's what it is. Those are all that the charges are for. And then there's the gun charge that went back to 2017. So it goes back to the beginning of their investigation as it relates to the tax investigation, which was back to 2014, I believe. And so 2024, it goes back 10 years. And that's the blanket pardon, is for those crimes. And when you give someone a pardon, that's the pardon that you give them. And the reason to give me the pardon is this, in which I make no apologies for anymore, is this. Do you think that under the Donald Trump Department of Justice that I would have gotten a fair shake as related to what I knew that I would get a fair shake for, which is I believe that I would have won the appeal, and that 922 G3 is going to be ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, which would nullify my conviction. And I believe that I would have won on an appeal in the way in which they brought the tax case against me. And during that period of time, however, I would have been under the auspices
Is he facing
of the
me
Bureau
or
of
looking
Federal
away?
Prisons,
Oh, that's facing
which is controlled by Donald Trump, and controlled by Pam Bondi, and controlled by the people that have been saying for over 8 years at that point that I was literally the spawn of the devil. And the demand, even if it wasn't in their interest, the demand from their most vitriolic and hateful followers would have been the same way that they blew up my plea deal, is that I needed to be in jail at that time, that I shouldn't be held on release, that I should be charged with other things, that they really are just letting me off easy, that, you know, I was engaged in bribery.
Wait, I didn't just
or
kill that
you don't
guy,
think
right?
That they would have used me if I was under the thumb of the federal government and the Federal Bureau of Parole to silence my dad or silence anybody in my family or silence the people around me? Because that's what they're doing right now to everybody else. And so I don't apologize for it. And then just poorly on a human level. My dad's 83 years old. I'm 55. Even if you think that I fucked up, even if you think that I am, there's not a legal commentator in the world that would say to you that as a first-time offender, I would have ever received a jail sentence for a non-violent crime of owning a gun for 10 days and lying on a form, or for failure to pay my taxes on time and take, after paying penalties and interest, full penalties and interest, $2.8 million, that I would end up serving any time. But do you think that I wouldn't have served time? That it wouldn't have been an enormous amount of pressure to do that?
I'll tell you what I think.
And that they wouldn't have been able to violate me on a parole, that they decided that they wanted to take a pee test and
more
tell me that
evidence.
I was, you know, a junkie. Would anybody ever believe me?
I think that, no, they wouldn't believe you. No, I don't think you would received a fair trial.
But none of us do in
With that being
America.
said, I don't think anybody in the Trump family would have received a fair trial.
No, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. I do.
I think that we no longer have a fair and just justice.
Listen, I know Hunter Biden's trying to be more kind than I am, okay? I'm so sorry, but to both sides to say, why wouldn't he have gotten a fair trial? Did he not have so many fucking months? Just look at the documents case. How many months did he have of notice from the National Archive and Records Administration? How long on notice was he from the FBI before they finally had to fucking raid Mar-a-Lago and they still never got all the documents back? How many different judges did he have covering for him, from Thomas opining on how unethical it was or illegal it was to have the special prosecutor, to Judge Eileen Cannon kicking that case down the road because she agreed with that the special prosecutor wasn't, like, how many different parts of the legal system were allowed to fully function in a way that ultimately ended up pushing him off from ever having to go to trial on any of these things or even testify about any of these fucking things, right? And to pretend that like both sides here are the same, like, give me a break.
This department.
Tell you what, man, I don't think I won't argue that with you. I won't argue with that with you. And I loathe to think that I'm in any way associated with that, because that's the truth of the matter too, Shawn. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
It's fucked up, and that that my dad gave me a pardon. You don't think that like really makes me like feel like fuck, like I'm the poster boy for that. I'm the poster boy for the elite son of the president who got something nobody else could possibly ever get, simply by the fact of his birth. No matter how much he fucked up, he got away with it. And to your point, you got these guys sitting here trying to figure out how they're going to fucking make ends meet to make it to the end of the week, and that are getting just got pulled over by some fucking state cop that's giving them a fucking hard time, and they come back and they turn on Fox News or they put on the Shawn Ryan show, and here's fucking Hunter Biden. Like, he got a pardon, he got something I didn't. It would piss me the fuck off too. I get it. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Like I said, I hope you don't take that the wrong way.
I don't take it personally at all. And it's like, literally, it's one of the things I keep coming back to you about, like, it's like, I've been forced into either deciding that I truly can't exist in any healthy way whatsoever if I gave a shit about what other people think, beyond the people that I know that I owe them my respect. And that may be people that I meet, like you, the people that I watch, that I want to earn their respect, like you, like I said. I don't think there's anybody that I learned in my family that we should respect more than the people that, and I'm not blowing fucking smoke, and, like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I love guys that, I didn't serve. Well, I did serve. I got kicked out of the Navy. And, but to know that, that's the perception, is that I got to get out of bed in the morning and just try to do the fucking right thing. That's all I can do.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to apologize. I'm not going to apologize for, I will apologize for a lot. I will apologize to my family. I will apologize to my friend. I will apologize to the people in the community that I care about, in which, you know, like, I mean, I have a lot of people that I've apologized to. I spent 5 years making amends, trying to make amends. And I still owe a lot more amends to a lot of people that I haven't been able to make amends with, or had the bravery or courage enough to do yet. And it's just personal stuff. And, but what I won't apologize for is, for things that I did not do. For bullshit, conspiracy theories that the laptop. I won't apologize for Burisma. It may not have been, you know, the smartest thing to do in retrospect in light of the fact that they tried to impeach my father over it. But I'm not going to apologize for it. I know what I need to apologize for. I've done a lot of it, and I still got a lot to go. But God, I hate. And I'm fully...
Hold on. I am ashamed to say I don't know the answer to this. My understanding was that Hunter Biden was pardoned, was given a blanket pardon for every single crime that he could have ever been accused of. And that was why people were so critical. It wasn't just crimes in connection with the tax and the gun shit, right? Does anybody have a link to the actual pardon? Pretty sure, right? It is in connection with everything, right? It was. Okay. Just making sure. All right.
Fully aware. Every room that I walk in. And I walk in with your guys, you know? And I see that you put together a team of people that are, like, they're buttoned up. From the guy that picked me up at the airport to, you know, to Jeremy. Like, they're buttoned up guys. And I mean, you just get a sense in that. And I bet you they don't fucking think that I'm a decent human being before I walked in here. I know I walk into that room with the incredible advantage of incredibly low expectations. Because they not only think that I'm, you know, a ne'er-do-well and somebody that's been given all the advantages of the world and squandered them. They also think that I'm sleazy on top of that, and that, you know, I'm a part of the problem. And that's, and you know, it's a beautiful thing to be given the space to try to give them a different impression.
What do you think they think now?
Well, I don't know. I think that
Fuck that guy,
they probably fucking talk way too much, and that they're thinking, when is he going to shut up? Because we want to go home and eat dinner with our families. I think that's what they're thinking at this point. Is that I've just literally tired them out. Submission by verbal diarrhea. That's what I think they think. No, I don't know.
You know what I think they're thinking?
What?
Motherfucker, we got fooled again.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, you know, I wish I had the energy to go one by one by the people that, I don't really mean this, you know, the people that remind me of my brother. Anyway.
What would you say to Bo?
Oh, I say to him all the time.
Damn, this was a good ass run.
Talk to
120K.
him all
What
the
the
time.
fuck? God damn.
Trying. You know. The one thing that I never, ever, single thing that I never doubted in my life was the love of my brother. Yeah. And he could beat the shit out of me, and I could, you know, I mean, we were brothers, you know, I mean, I don't know. Then we fought, and but never in my life, you know, would ever doubt that no matter what, is that, that he would jump off a bridge for me. Yeah, sorry. Jesus Christ, it's been 10 years. I'm still crying over it. But not bad tears. I promise you. It's like I feel so incredibly lucky to have that relationship. And still have it. I really mean it. I still have it. I mean, that's the one thing that I'm positive of, is that I am in my best moments, I'm fully 100% connected to that. And God, I mean, what a gift. You know.
You talk to him often?
Yeah. I mean, all the time. I mean, there's not a day that goes by. There's probably not, you know, and I don't mean in a melodramatic, macabre way. It's just that, I went through a period of time where I did everything in my power to drown out his voice in my head. I mean, I literally, I in that period of time, I tried to smoke him out. I couldn't do it. And but there's never a moment, and I really don't mean it in a melodramatic way. There's never a moment that I'm not having a conversation, and usually, he's telling me to shut up. Stop talking.
Have you ever got anything back from him?
Oh yeah, I really mean it. I mean, I don't think this is like I 100%. And I don't mean it in like some like cinematic ghost kind of thing, like my brother's hovering over my shoulder. It's just that his voice is in my head, like I can hear him talking to me, and I don't mean that it's kind of coming out of left field. It's like when I have a conversation and want to figure out how to do things, it's like I can hear him, kind of whether it's the echo of it or and there's never a time that I don't feel I feel the same thing about my mom,
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at that.
I don't think that people leave us. I think that I think that whatever that energy is becomes only discernible to us to the degree with which we are try to tie ourselves in with the rest of the with every sentient thing. And I mean everything. And I don't know. Now I'm getting people can truly think that.
God damn it.
I'm talking to ghosts, but no, I really mean I talk to my brother all the time.
I talk to him, man.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck what people think.
Yeah, no, I don't. I actually don't. I'm giving you an out to be able to say, well, he was a little crazy at that point. But but yeah, I talk to him all the time. I used to write to him in those moments, and just to write it down, and and the messages I get back aren't all sunshine and roses. A lot of it's tough love. A lot of it's telling me, the only thing, what I hear from my brothers, the only thing that'll save you is radical honesty with yourself. And
he's right, isn't he?
I said to you guys out there, I said, I just don't like, I don't feel like, I hope it's not coming off as like I'm like in any way being like defensive. But at the same time, I want to be able to tell the truth. And the truth is that I fucked up a lot of shit. My life, my family, I created Jake Tapper went on some show and after I criticized him for the book that he said,
fucking Tapper.
Hunter Biden is demonstrably a scumbag. I think he used the word scumbag, or sleazeball or something like that. Who dated his brother's wife and cheated on her his brother's widow and cheated on his wife and abandoned his children and went through this whole list of things, and is a known crack addict who who's been a long-term addict and went through this whole fucking list of things. And
fuck Jake, say it.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
I was a crack addict. Showed really poor judgment when I was addicted to drugs. I had I made real mistakes in my personal life. Never had an intention of cruelty or some kind of venal, I think all of it basically out of grief and trauma and loss and desperation and selfishness to try to fix that, whatever hole was in my heart. But haven't we all? And I really mean this. Haven't we all?
Lord knows I have.
Done a little bit of crack? Hell yeah.
Say to people like Jake, cast the first stone, like man, who the fuck are you or anybody else for me to judge you? Now, I've had the gift of making it all for everybody to judge. I mean, the gift of realizing that no one else's judgment defines me. I'm just honored that you gave me the space, and I really mean it, to just spend 6 hours. Because who else fucking cares, Shawn? I mean, who am I? But it really means the world to me that, and you let everybody else, but more importantly to me, it was just meant to be able to sit with you.
Thank you, man.
Go.
I think that's what it's all about, man. Redemption and owning your shit.
greatest story in the history of the world. The redemption story.
You got a hell of a story, man.
No, I still got a long ways to go.
Hopefully.
You want to end this with a prayer?
Yeah.
You want to lead it?
Well, the prayer that I always say is a Hail Mary, because I'm a Catholic boy. So, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now at the hour of our death. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Yeah.
Hunter.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate it.
What a fucking interview, dude. Thank you.
Wow.
No matter where you're watching Shawn Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.
Train. Does that mean it's Gamba time? Now that's what I call a cool story, bro. Jesus. Comments. These don't seem that bad, no? The Twitter ones are worse? Yeah, but I don't know how many people on Twitter are even fucking real anymore. Alright, I'm gonna do a PvP run. I don't know DGG is real. Nothing is real, my friend. Two mech components, two simple gun parts. What do you need to even make these? Oh, 6 and 6. God damn. This isn't... Ugh. I'm never gonna get these Sentinel firing cores. These are the most annoying thing in the whole fucking game to get. Fuck! I'll get them eventually. Fuck, if I could make this shit. Whatever. I can't even make green stocks. Ugh. Is there a way to empirically know if Asmongold viewers are astroturfing LSF? I'm sure somebody could think of a way to figure it out. I'm too lazy to think about that right now, though. Ugh. I can't make green mags either. Oh my god. combat, gear, combat, boom, combat, medium shield, boom. We need electrical components and durable cloth. Ugh. This is gonna be a murder queue. Okay. Need to just not think about the screaming voices. What am I missing? That's it. That's all we need. I need provisions. And we need some combat items. Wait, do I have a key? Assembly admin key. Assembly admin. Assembly admin key, Stella. Where the fuck is this at? Is this the room that me and Moon
So we're
went
gonna
to?
head into the Stella Monte.
Shut up!
Stella Monte through the central corridor. This corner, you're gonna head through the central corridor, and we're gonna, and there's a lock.
Ugh, it is that. Okay. I'll bring it in, fuck it. Okay. Just one murder queue. What do you craft to use all the Hornet/Wasp drivers for? I don't know. I might have just started selling them. Or recycling them. Why is Hunter Biden stuff relevant at all? Good question. Oh. Oh no, thanks. Are they being friendly? One down. Did his flare pop? Yes, it did. Two down. Oh! Downstairs? Oh no, he just roleplayed his death. Okay. I know at least where one body is. Fuck, the other two crawled off. Oh. Do you think he... I hear them. I'm coming for them. I'm getting 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 them. Get them. Get them. Fuck. I'm not gonna get over there. I feel like if I try to loot that body, I'm gonna get killed. The triple! No! Not the triple! Oh my god. Oh, rep. The triple. I was ready for the 2 in front of me, not the one waiting for me. Alright. I got my PvP out. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully Moody Booty will be here. Stay safe.